The live broadcast of the country's top-tier dating show has just plunged into a dead silence. Everyone staring at the screen is gasping in absolute shock. On camera, the most popular current starlet Lin Lin has red eyes and a trembling voice. "When the company forced us apart back then, you said you would wait for me." Before the audience can even react, the aloof pop diva worth billions Liu Mian violently yanks off her microphone with a cold sneer. "Wait my ass. He was sleeping on my couch every single day back then." Immediately after, the newly rising top starlet Sunu uncovers her face and breaks down crying. The entire internet completely explodes. The unattainable goddess, the nation's first love, and the pop diva in everyone's eyes are actually tearing each other apart over a single man, live on a show right now. And the man sitting in the corner, being fiercely stared down by several top goddesses, is none other than Li Lu, the washed-up, freeloading, worthless former top star mocked by the entire internet. Who could have thought that this dating show, hailed as the highest standard in the entertainment industry, would actually turn into his own personal ex-girlfriend battlefield? Everyone thought he was an abandoned outcast who did not even have an assistant. But little did they know, half of the entertainment industry was actually built on his past romantic debts. However, this earth-shattering massive comeback actually begins at the foot of the skyscraper that houses half of the country's entertainment companies. Blue Star, Jinghai. In a CBD business hub on the 5th Ring Road, traffic flows like a river and crowds of people surge by. You can see influencers everywhere shooting street fashion, wearing trendy outfits or dressed in bizarre styles. If you happen to see a celebrity, don't even be surprised, because more than half of the country's entertainment agencies are gathered here. From here, it only takes half an hour to get to the airport or the highway entrance. The transportation is convenient, with access to everywhere. Li Lu stood under a 50-story skyscraper and took off his sunglasses. After about 2 minutes, he sheepishly put them back on. He felt a bit desolate inside, realizing just how washed up he had actually become. Even standing right under his own company's building, not a single fan came over to take his picture. He had come today specifically to discuss his contract, as his previous one was set to expire in a few days. The company had sent one over 6 months ago, which he had decisively rejected. It was worlds apart from his previous contract. It was truly awful, completely relegating him to the status of a D-list celebrity. He had assumed his agent, Sun Xiang, would send him a new one, but he never heard back. He couldn't wait any longer, so he called him himself last night and arranged to come to the office today for a face-to-face talk. "Xiangji, I am here." Led by a colleague he didn't recognize, Liu arrived at his agent's office. He knew old Sun had been promoted and become a partner in the company. He just hadn't expected the new office to be this grand. It was at least twice the size of what he remembered. "Xiao Lu, sit wherever you like." In front of a floor-to-ceiling window, Sun Xiang didn't even turn his head, continuing to swing his golf club. "Xiangji, I came to discuss." "Yeah, I know, it's all prepared for you." Sun Xiang watched his ball slowly roll into the hole before turning around, satisfied. "Golf, it requires a lot of practice. I have a friendly match with some friends this week, so I need to practice a lot now. Anyway, just talk to my assistant. Mary, take him into the suite inside." "Mr. Li, this way, please." Li Lu had noticed her the moment he walked in, tall with a classic oval face, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and sporting slightly full lips. A sharp, professional woman's suit perfectly accentuated her curves. Following behind her, he couldn't help but take a few extra looks. He immediately scolded himself silently. He had a girlfriend, how could he be like this? Critique yourself, critique yourself. She only has a nice figure, his girlfriend is a million times prettier than her. Damn it, I should be feeling angry right now. I've made hundreds of millions for the company, and now that I'm not popular, they make an assistant deal with me. It's heartless and disgusting. As he closed the glass door to the suite, the assistant walked past Li Lu. Li Lu flinched instantly and almost let out a cry. Damn, someone actually pinched him from behind. What the hell? Is this a casting couch situation? No way. Is this what I've come to? "Mr. Li, my name is Marui, you can also call me Mary." The assistant was acting perfectly normal, taking out a document and gesturing for him to sit opposite her. "Maji, just call me Li Lu." Li Lu shook off his distracting thoughts. Calm down, calm down. He'd been in the industry for 8 years, this was no big deal. "This is the renewal contract the company is offering you. Take a look and see if there are any issues, then we'll discuss." Li Lu didn't have time to dwell on his true thoughts. It was time to get down to business. Flipping past a bunch of nonsense, the key points of the contract were already marked in red pen. Before long, he had finished reading it. Mudgy, there must be a mistake. This contract is the same as the one you gave me before. Li Lu was furious inside, but could only hold it in for now. Damn it, not a single word changed. How could they expect me to sign such a garbage contract? 10 years term, a 1-to-9 profit split. Base salary of 3,000, housing allowance of 2,000. No driver, no assistant, nothing. And absolutely no acting or music contracts for the year. That wasn't even the worst part. According to my obligations, I cannot unilaterally refuse any business activities arranged by the company. Special note, participate in at least 2 live stream sales sessions per week. Even a new recruit just joining the company wouldn't get such a miserable contract. Although artists don't live off their base salary, this is way too low. They completely want to force me out. For 5,000, I'd be better off delivering food. I'm sorry, Mr. Lei. This was set by the company, and it's already the most suitable contract for you. Marui still held a professional smile, her eyes fixed on the man opposite her. He's so handsome. Although we're in the same company, this is my first time seeing him in person. A few years ago, he was the top trending male star in the country. This face really makes one drool. Mudgy, I can't sign this. There isn't a single line I can accept. Li Lu frowned. It was total humiliation. It seems the company isn't prepared to continue working with me, so be it. He sighed and pushed his chair back. Money has been tight lately, and he was prepared to be squeezed, but he didn't expect them to have no intention of negotiating at all. He felt a bit discouraged for a moment. Forget it, forget it. It seems I really can't make it in this industry anymore. It's time to leave. I'll go home and ask my parents for help. At worst, I'll get scolded, but it'll solve my immediate crisis. He pushed open the glass door and, not even bothering to say goodbye to old Sun, headed for the main entrance. Although Sun helped him debut, they haven't been in touch much over the past few years, so they aren't really friends. Xiaolu. Anything else, Xiangji? Come over, have a cup of tea before you go. No thanks, Xiangji, you're busy. Are you throwing a tantrum here? Do you need me to come over and invite you? Sun Xiang feigned anger, walked in the tea room in the corner of the office, and sat down, starting to boil water on his own. Li Lu understood he was playing the good cop now. Damn it, why do you have to do things like this? Why couldn't we just talk properly from the start? But his mindset had shifted, so he decided to continue the negotiation. If we can work together, we work together. If not, I'm done serving you. Whoosh, whoosh. The hot water churned and a fragrance of Taiguanian tea wafted through the air. You know, after all these years, your temper hasn't changed at all. If you had listened to me back then, you would have been a superstar king. At the very least, you wouldn't be any worse than Lin Lin from our company. Sun Xiang poured the tea and dropped the name of the company's current top female star to provoke him. How could I compare to Lin Lin? She worked so much harder than me. Li Lu felt awkward just hearing the name. Lin Lin was his first love. They had joined the company together and became the male and female faces among the newcomers. They dated secretly, were caught, and after a stern warning, they broke up. He exploded in popularity overnight, enjoying endless glory, but his popularity plummeted 3 years later. She, on the other hand, made steady progress and is now the most popular young starlet of her generation. What is your biggest objection to the contract? Let me hear it. Sun Xiang stopped at the right moment and returned to the topic of the day. I don't want to do live stream sales, especially the kind you arranged before. Li Lu had been forced to do it once. He checked out the products and simply couldn't read the promotional script they provided. The live stream was interrupted, and he even had to pay a penalty out of his own pocket. Absurd, you're so ignorant. What era is this? You're still holding on to your top-tier status airs at a time like this. Don't you know the ultimate path for stars is live stream selling? Brother Xiang, I don't mean to look down on live streaming. For Li Lu, it really wasn't a matter of pride. Entertainers sell their faces for a living anyway. Times had changed. Those top live streamers were making hundreds of millions a year, earning way more than celebrities. It's mainly because the scripts in the live stream rooms you want me to go to are too fake. Take those face masks and bird's nest drinks from last time, for example. I'm not saying they're bad, but the sales pitches they gave me were praising them to the skies. Isn't that deceiving the consumer? I just can't read that out loud. Are you... Do their products not have certificates of conformity? Are their warranties expired? If others can sell them, why can't you? What the hell are you afraid of? Sun Xiang felt a sense of frustration. This kid was just too stubborn. Even though he was washed up now, had a bad reputation, and nobody was asking him to act or sing anymore. People still recognized his face, and doing live streams could still rake in a fortune for the company. Haters are still traffic. When people are in your live stream, they might curse at you, but they'll end up placing orders anyway. Sure, they have certificates, bragging about a $10 item and selling it for 100. I can't bring myself to say it anyway. We can negotiate on anything else, but I am absolutely not doing live streams. My dad taught me from a young age that I must never deceive people. Li Lu couldn't help but mockingly add that he wouldn't let himself be deceived by others, nor would he ever deceive anyone else. If he really signed the contract and was told to stand in the live stream room with a legally binding contract, he would have to say whatever they told him to say. Given his current popularity and reputation, the products he'd be pushing would definitely be those cheap rebranded goods like last time. Brands with guaranteed quality would absolutely never hire him. Why bring trouble upon himself? Your dad is a farmer. What could he possibly teach you? Sun Xiang felt he was being mocked, and his temper started to flare. My dad taught me a lot. Filial piety, loyalty, integrity, honor, self-improvement, and profound virtue. Simply put, just do good deeds and have a clear conscience. Li Lu's face instantly turned cold. After saying that, he poured out the tea in his cup. Sun Xiang regretted his words the moment they left his mouth, also feeling he had gone a bit too far. He poured him another cup. Little Lu, I misspoke, but I genuinely have your best interests at heart. Back then, picked you out from a massive pile of rookies at first glance and fought to get you the best trainee contract. In less than 2 years, I made you the youngest top-tier idol. No one wants you to stay popular more than I do. Now that things have ended up like this, have you ever thought about why? Sun Xiang changed the subject and started playing the emotional card. Maybe I just didn't work hard enough. Li Lu gave a perfunctory reply. Being this washed up was partly his own fault, but the company wasn't exactly innocent either. I thought about it for a long time before, and it's because I was too lenient with you. After you blew up, the company revised your contract for you, making it way too broad. It let you do whatever you wanted, and you fell from grace too fast. In his heart, Sun Xiang was also cursing that last contract. The biggest mistake was giving him the right to choose independently. Whether it was commercial deals or acting gigs, as long as it wasn't an A-list contract, he could unilaterally reject it. This put the company in a very passive position later on. As long as he didn't want to go, he could just turn down low-tier commercial gigs, live streams, and promotional appearances. It didn't matter when he was popular, with endless big-brand commercial offers coming in every day. But after he fell off, he still put on airs and refused to take small commercial gigs. For the past 2 years, the company had been losing money on him. Heh. Li Lu sneered. The contract was revised because a competitor offered 300 million to poach him. He only signed the new contract with them out of loyalty, and he had already made a lot of concessions. I'm washed up, but the company has to bear some responsibility too, right? You never gave me any decent resources, no good songs, no good scripts. Even when I was getting dragged the hardest on the internet, you guys didn't even try to help me clear my name. Li Lu didn't care anymore at this point, just speaking whatever was on his mind. How else could the company help you? The resources we gave you were top tier. Tell me, did you live up to expectations? Your first sci-fi blockbuster, Space Guard, had an investment of 500 million, but the box office was only 300 million. It made the company and the other investors nearly go bankrupt. You attended a top-tier joint concert, and you literally held the microphone upside down while singing. You were constantly having scandals with female celebrities, literally never stopping. With you treating your job like this, how else could the company help you clear your name? Sun Xiang was getting a bit agitated. Never mind the rest, just a few of those major black marks were enough to make him the laughingstock of the entire internet. He became a top-tier star just a year after his debut, and the few idol dramas he shot were pretty good. His singing and dancing were mediocre. He relied entirely on his face. But he only stayed popular for 3 years. Starting from his first movie, it was all downhill, leading to his current state. The past 2 years had been even more miserable. He didn't have a single slightly upscale contract. Add to that his refusal to lower his standards, his commercial value had completely dropped to zero. If it weren't for his occasional scandals hitting the trending topics, he would have vanished from the entertainment industry altogether. Is that my problem? Li Lu's voice also grew loud. Let's ignore everything else for a second. What does that movie have to do with me? You guys claimed you invested hundreds of millions. Do you really think everyone is an idiot? Didn't most of the massive salary you paid me flow right back into your pockets? He was just acting according to the contract. He had no control over the shady business going on behind the scenes. That movie was purely meant to fleece his fans. He had to just sit back and take being cursed at by the entire internet. And about you saying I lip-synced and held the mic upside down. Others might not know the truth, but do you seriously not know? The organizers wanted me to lip-sync. No matter how badly I sing, I wouldn't do something like that. Then they straight up muted my mic. Am I not even allowed to express my protest? Reaching this point, Lilu felt a surge of anger in his heart. And as for you saying I constantly engaged in fake showmances and scandals, weren't some of those done at your request? The room fell silent for a moment. Sun Xiang was also taken aback by his imposing manner. Did some topics really need to be spoken so plainly? Once exposed, it just looked too ugly. Sigh, you kid. Sun Xiang let out a long sigh, his tone softening. I call you stubborn, and you just keep being obstinate. When other people lip-sync, they can at least mouth the words. But you just had to show how different you are. When things blew up and you hit the headlines, who could possibly help you clear your name? Were you trying to offend all your peers? The investors asked you to do a fake showmance with an actress from another company during filming just to increase exposure. But they didn't ask you to turn it into a real romance. I had to grovel and apologize to her manager, and our two companies almost became enemies. Now that the wall is falling and everyone is pushing, how could the company dare to keep investing in you? Sun Xiang kept rambling and complaining endlessly until Mary, the assistant who had been waiting outside, walked over. Mr. Sun, Lilu just hit the trending topics again. The two of them froze for a moment, trending online. They both picked up their phones in unison and started refreshing the page. Sure enough, it was #1 on the trending list. The top few search terms were all about him. The headline read, Rising Star Su Nuan's Romance Exposed, Suspected to be Washed-Up Artist Li Lu. Another topic said, Late Night Rendezvous leaving at 3 a.m. Then Su Nuan's studio responded, claiming it was a complete fabrication. Even Su Nuan herself chimed in, saying we filmed together, and he is a very caring older brother. Damn it, I knew it. Sun Xiang couldn't help but curse. There was only one possible reason for him to be trending, and that was a scandal. You two are actually real, aren't you? Your former assistant told me that you were together. Half a year ago, the assistant the company assigned him was still following him around, but later they voluntarily asked to be reassigned. How much is an assistant's basic salary anyway? When an artist makes money from attending various events, the bonuses and red envelopes given each time are the main source of income. But he hadn't had much income for several years, so what assistant could stand that? After the person left, he didn't apply for a new one, and the company wasn't going to proactively assign him another one. Even though his contract included a full-time driver and assistant. In this regard, he was still quite sensible. Seeing that he didn't speak, Sun Xiang knew it was true. He continued, This is reality. In the past, when you first got popular, it was always other companies taking the initiative to ask us to create a fake couple buzz. Now this Su Nuan has just become a huge hit, and she immediately draws a line with you. Lilu just smiled, not feeling angry at all. Her manager had already talked to him long ago, they couldn't go public. It was understandable that Xiao Nuan came out to deny it immediately. After all, her career was just starting to take off. Getting mixed up with a washed-up, heavily criticized artist like him at this time would definitely hurt her fanbase. Although he felt a little stifled inside, a person couldn't be too selfish and only think about themselves. The comments under his own Weibo were full of her fans coming over to curse at him. One comment read, Trash, stay away from our Xiao Nuan. Another begged him to let Xiao Nuan go and to go find his Liu instead. Someone else mocked him for having no shame, asking how old he was and still trying to leech off a young girl's popularity. And another wondered why this loser Lu was still around, saying they had completely forgotten about him. Lilu decisively scrolled past them. He had been smeared online for years, so his mindset was incredibly strong now, and these were all just minor scenes. Little Lu, if nothing unexpected happens, it won't be long before she will definitely break up with you. Sun Xiang chatted about his gossip with great interest, and the atmosphere lightened up a bit. She won't, our relationship is very good. Lilu had a lot of confidence in Xiao Nuan. They had just spent 2 days and nights being all lovey-dovey at her place, and he had promised to take her to the amusement park on her next day off. Around this time last year, he took on a cameo job. He hadn't worked for over a year, and he couldn't be bothered to be picky anymore. But when he arrived at the set, no one paid attention to him, and others looked at him like he was the plague. The female lead that drama was Xiao Nuan, and she was different from the others. She took the initiative to hand him a drink and added his WeChat. Afraid that he would feel awkward, she frequently sought him out to chat during filming. Just like her name, she was too warm. After knowing her for a while, he found out that she was actually a fan of his. She had been following him for several years and unexpectedly got discovered by a talent scout and went down this path as well. Her first role as a second female lead gained a little popularity, and seeing the good momentum, the company directly gave her a female lead role. She became a rising star actress with real talent in the industry. At that time, he had just gone through a breakup, suffered a massive blow to his career, and was in a bad mood. How could he resist such heartwarming companionship? So the two of them secretly got together. He had no popularity, so they kept it a secret quite well for the past 6 months. He didn't expect to still get photographed. However, they only caught him coming out of her residential compound, and the detestable paparazzi started making up stories based on the pictures. Stop lying to yourself, you're not a rookie. At a time like this, how could she possibly keep dragging things out with you? Sun Xiang smiled and poured him another cup of tea. But speaking of which, you kid really aren't picky, you never refuse anyone who comes your way. Let's not talk about the ones from a long time ago like Lin Lin and Zhang Xinyao, but recently there's Su Nuan and Liu Mian. One is 5 years younger than you, and the other is 5 years older. You really aren't picky at all. Sun Xiang started to tease him, but in reality he was jealous to death. This kid, even though his brain was a bit abnormal, was insanely lucky with women. From his debut until now, no matter if it was a rising star, an established actress, or a top-tier diva, he could somehow get involved with all of them. Liu Mian is now a true pop diva, possessing both talent and a solid portfolio. Now she has opened her own company, and I heard many investors are backing it. They are even preparing to go public. Brother Chiang, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Li Lu didn't want to engage in this kind of topic, it was too sleazy. Dating was his private matter, not something for them to gossip about. Moreover, Liu Mian was the one person he least wanted to mention. The pain ran too deep, and it wasn't until he met Xiao Nuan that he finally felt warmth again. Wait, we haven't talked about your contract yet. Sun Xiang felt a bit of disdain in his heart. This kid had done the deeds but always loved to act righteous. So damn hypocritical. Actually, the contract isn't set in stone. Your popularity foundation is still there. As long as you listen to me, we can completely stage a comeback. Li Lu sat back down. After beating around the bush for so long, they were finally getting to the point. Here's what I'm thinking. If they can play dirty, so can we. In the past, others rode your coattails, now it's your turn. Take this Xiao Nuan for example. You must have some dirt on her. Chat logs, videos, or photos will all do. Preferably something a little spicy, you know what I mean? It will easily pull you back into the public eye. Hey brother Chiang, no. Li Lu shook his head firmly. How could he ever do such a thing? Alright, then let's not talk about Xiao Nuan. What about Liu Mian? She's definitely no saint. Sun Xiang never thought he would agree to begin with. It was just a stepping stone. When it came to clout chasing, no one was more suitable than that woman Liu Mian. No, I won't do this kind of thing. We don't have any relationship anymore, and it's all in the past. Li Lu's expression looked a bit unpleasant. He understood what old Sun meant. Exposing that he had been with them in the past right now would definitely cause a massive earthquake. When that time came, even if he was cursed at and smeared, it would still be better than having no one pay attention to him now. However, doing so was too classless, and he disdained to do it. Are you stupid or something? Liu Mian isn't a good person. I heard from your assistant that she was the one who dumped you. She only got to where she is today by constantly staging fake romances with other artists. Don't you know? You were just a piece of entertainment for her when she was lonely, just a stamp in her collection. Don't you talk nonsense, no one knows better than me. She isn't the kind of person you say she is. Those are all just her disguises. Li Lu slammed the table and stood up before he could even finish. Kid, have you been gaslit into an idiot? Sun Xiang's face darkened, daring to slam the table at him. Had he lost his mind? Sorry, brother Xiang. I have things to do, let's talk next time. Lulu couldn't be bothered to talk anymore. They were just not on the same wavelength. Wait. Sun Xiang called out to stop him again. I heard from your former assistant that you sold both of your sports cars. Yeah. Lilu had nothing to hide, although selling his cars was a bit embarrassing. Money had indeed been tight for the past half year. His previous savings were all gone, and selling them was better than leaving them in the garage as scrap metal. How much do you still owe on your mortgage? You must be really short on money right now. Sun Xiang sneered. When this kid was popular, he bought a property worth over 100 million right off the bat, Green Willow Villa in Jinghai. Making money was like play back then. One endorsement alone brought in 10 million. Now, a mortgage of tens of millions had become a huge burden for him. It's fine, not a big deal. Lilu still needed to save face. How could a man admit he was poor in public? In reality, he could barely hold on and couldn't even afford his mortgage payments. But the company hadn't been able to secure any good jobs for him. If he went solo, he probably wouldn't even get cameo roles. That was why he was so anxious to renew his contract with them, hoping he might at least get a signing bonus. Little Lu, don't say your big brother here isn't looking out for you. Do as I say now and use them to boost your popularity one more time. Then we'll start a live stream, and the traffic will definitely be in the hundreds of millions. A few sessions might be enough to earn your money back. What are you still hesitating for? Waiting for the court to seize your house? Sun Xiang didn't want to expose him. His previous assistant knew his financial situation best and had reported it in full detail a long time ago. Brother Qiang, are you done? Then I wish you good luck. Goodbye. Li Lu walked out without looking back. There were some things he simply wouldn't do. A man must still have a bottom line. Fuck, what an idiot. Sun Xiang cursed. He really had been brainwashed into a fucking idiot. Goodbye, that means never seeing each other again. You bastard, there will be a day when you come crawling back to beg me. I think he's quite nice, very manly. Mary organized the contract from just now, a hint of fondness still lingering in her touch. Mary, don't be fooled by his looks. Sun Xiang saw the gleam in his assistant's eyes and his heart tightened. I've been managing him since his debut. He's stupid and clumsy, with nothing but women in his head. A typical brainless pretty boy. When he joined the group back then, I reviewed his family background, and he said his parents were farmers. Later, the team gave him the persona of a wealthy young master, and this naive little guy actually believed it himself. In his second year, as soon as he made some money, he took out a loan to buy a villa worth over 100 million. He really thought moving into Green Willow Villa made him a young master. He bought 2 sports cars at once and squandered his money in every way. He didn't even look at what he was made of. A pop idol can stay popular for 5 years at most. Sure enough, he's so poor now he's almost bankrupt. How stupid is that? Since he entered the industry, his mind has been filled with nothing but women. If he had put a little more effort into his career, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state now. Do you know why he sold his cars? You know that singing variety show Su Nuan participated in before, the one that required fans to vote and boost her ranking? This kid personally dumped 5 million into it. He doesn't hold back at all when chasing a woman. Now that she's completely famous, she immediately posted a statement to distance herself from him. You think he's deeply devoted? Bullshit. There's Lin Lin from our company, Zhang Xinyao from Tianyu, and Li Shihan, Liu Mian, and so many others. During the years he was popular, he never stopped at all. I remember when he just broke up with Liu Mian. His assistant said he was in a bad state and drinking heavily every day. But a few days later, the assistant said he got together with that Su Nuan. He's an absolute scumbag. There are no good people in this circle. Sun Xiang complained vigorously. The thing was, this kid was indeed uncanny. He only picked top-tier beauties and never missed. Mary is such a beauty and so innocent. She hasn't been at the company for long, and I haven't even made my move yet. I can't let someone else beat me to it. After saying a bunch of things, he saw that the other party remained unmoved, and a sense of urgency suddenly flared up in his heart. Mary, I know a steakhouse. How about we go try it tonight? We'll see, I need to get back to work. Lilu wandered aimlessly on the street, wondering what to do next. He didn't listen to his parents and came out to work early, saying at the time that he would make something of himself. He wasn't good at studying, and his musical talent was actually just average. He just didn't want to listen to their nagging anymore, which was why he ran away. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly that he couldn't believe it himself. Signing a contract, debuting and going viral. A mansion, a pool, sports cars, and everything else he could want. But the good times didn't last. He never thought that after just a few years he would become a loser again. Sigh, forget it, I should just go home. In the blink of an eye, he was already 26 and still hadn't achieved anything. Going back to live off his parents seemed a bit unjustifiable. But he couldn't really sell the house, could he? He had already paid so much interest. At worst, he'd get mocked by them. They were his parents anyway, so it wasn't embarrassing. He really didn't have any great abilities, so he should just honestly do what he's supposed to do. Ring, ring, ring. His phone rang. Li Lu took a look. It was little Nuan. Just as he was about to answer, his heart suddenly trembled, remembering what Sun Xiang had just said. She isn't calling to break up, is she? Thinking of his previous relationships, he was also notified by phone that it was over. Hello, little Nuan, miss me? Yeah, I've been thinking about you all the time. What are you doing? Li Lu felt a lot more relaxed. Good, that's good. I just arrived in Jinghai. Let's meet up tonight. Okay, I'll go to your place tonight. Let's go to the Hanjing Bridge instead, where we usually take walks. Go where? Oh, sure, I got it. Okay, hanging up now? Li Lu felt a twinge of doubt again. Surely it wasn't what he thought. Not letting him go to her place was probably because things were too tense recently, making it easy to be staked out by paparazzi. In his previous few relationships, he had basically been notified of the breakups over the phone. If they were breaking up, what need was there to meet? In his first relationship, both of them were very inexperienced, and under the company's pressure, they both gave up. In his second relationship, with Zhang Xinyao, they fell in love while filming an idol drama together. As a result, he was fiercely warned by her manager, and she only left him a text message saying, "We are all professional actors. Now that the story is over, our destined connection has also come to an end." His third relationship was with Li Shihan, his co-star when filming the movie Space, but the movie was a massive flop. When the whole internet mocked him for being box office poison, her acting skills were marketed as the only saving grace of the movie. Actually, the two were already together, and she apologized to him in private for not being able to help him. He understood that some of an artist's public statements were strictly controlled by their managers. But a rift still formed between them. One was like a setting sun, while the other was a rising star. Saying she loved him on one hand, while deliberately keeping her distance on the other. Their private contact became less and less, until she got a new drama and a new rumored boyfriend. She didn't even mention breaking up, he was unilaterally kicked out.
The fourth chapter was about Liu Mayan. She was an A-list star, my senior. At that time, my reputation was completely ruined, and I was losing all my career opportunities. At a banquet, we were seated together. Through casual, polite conversation, we gradually grew closer. She understood my heart-ache and sympathized with what I was going through. After a night of drinking, things happened that shouldn't have. That was when I realized she wasn't at all like what the public said about her. I vowed to treat her well for the rest of my life, but as it turned out, it was all just wishful thinking on my part. Her work was her priority, her career was far more important than love. I was just a nameless lover, or maybe just a friend. Heartbroken, I left a note, and we never contacted each other again. I wouldn't say she dumped me, but it was the time I was hurt the deepest. Then I met Xiao Nuan. No one could be that unlucky to have every single relationship end in failure. When I was a kid, my mom always told me that when we grow up, everyone will meet their own girl from a fairy tale. I'm old enough now, it should be my turn. Xiao Nuan is the one who has always warmed my heart. She is so sweet and warm. She considers my feelings in everything and has none of the willful temperament a young girl might have. If I cook her some chicken soup, even if it tastes just average, she drinks it all happily. She believes everything I say and treats me with infinite admiration. With a girlfriend like that, what more could I ask for? It was quite chilly after autumn started in Jinghai, so Li Lu dressed up carefully, ensuring even a professional paparazzo wouldn't recognize him. At a corner of the Hanjing Bridge, a van pulled up beside him. Brother Lu. A cute figure jumped out from the van, and her little hand naturally slipped into my pocket. The van didn't drive away immediately but moved slowly along the roadside. Xiao Nuan. Li Lu pulled her into his arms. We used to go for walks here at night often. Just like now, under the dim streetlights, enjoying the quiet romance. Brother, this is for you. Su Nuan hugged him tightly for a moment, then gently pushed him away and pulled a check out of her pocket. What does this mean? Li Lu's face turned grim with a bad premonition. The money you spent to boost my rankings last time. Why would I want your money? Where did this money even come from? She had only been in the industry for 2 years. Even if she earned a lot, she couldn't possibly pull out this much at once. This is the signing bonus the company gave today. I can't let you pay for the ranking boost. Xiao Nuan felt heartbroken inside. Her last TV series had helped her secure a firm spot among the new top-tier young actresses, and the company had signed a new contract with her today. The breach of contract penalty was astronomical, and there were more restrictions in every aspect. For example, any romantic relationship required the company's approval. At the same time, her resources were starting to be top-tier recommendations. She had finally made it. Keep it. A female celebrity needs money for many things. Spending money on my girlfriend is only natural. Li Lu didn't take it at all. I'm an adult. You don't take back gifts after giving them, right? Brother, let's break up. Snap! A thunderbolt struck Li Lu's mind. What he feared most had come true. Some kind of law. I'm sorry, No need to say anything, I understand. Li Lu didn't want to hear it anymore. What was the point of saying these things now? I'm not a novice. Just like Sun Xiang said, it's something any normal person would know. Su Nuan's tears immediately began to fall in large drops as she forced the check into his hand. I am not his girlfriend anymore now. I don't lack this bit of money. I wish you a bright future filled with success. Li Lu picked up the check, folded it, and tore it open. After a few times, it was already torn into shreds. Su Nuan threw herself onto him, gently rubbing her cheek against his. Taking a deep breath, she stopped lingering and turned to run toward the van ahead. The driver hadn't left. He had been parked a few dozen meters away from them. The car started and began to pick up speed slowly. Xiao Nuan, did you make things clear? Inside the car, the manager hugged her artist, patting her back to give her some comfort. Did he take the money? Brother, he won't. He won't take my money. Su Nuan was choking up, her words broken and intermittent. Are you stupid? The money has to be settled clearly. What's 5 million anyway? No, let me go down. If this isn't settled now, it'll ruin you later. Don't go back, you don't understand it. Su Nuan held her back. My brother is a bit of a chauvinist and a bit of a fool. Okay, don't cry. Wait until you make it big in the industry, then you can pick any good man you want. The manager just tried to coax her like this. Her artist looked fragile, but actually had a very strong will. When I make money later, I'll come back to find him. He said he wanted to take me to herd sheep and watch the sunrise and sunset. Sure, I'll listen to whatever you say. The manager wiped her tears. Silly girl, how many people have you even met? Once you've seen the glitz and glamour of the world, you'll have forgotten this loser long ago. Li Lu's mood had stabilized quite a bit. Saying it like that earlier actually made me look like a pathetic worm. I'm not that embarrassing. Xiao Nuan, be happy, you must be happy. He ran quickly to chase after her, shouting loudly in the direction she was fading away. The van quickly disappeared from sight. He didn't know if she had heard him at all. Oh, buddy, does it feel good to be a pathetic simp? A chubby guy riding a sports bike laughed as he rode up to him. Just watched a good show, so funny. This scene, I'm familiar with it. Get lost. Do I look like a simp to you? Li Lu had no patience for the chubby guy and jumped off the pedestrian railing, pretending to hit him. Oh, acting like a simp and still won't let people say it. The chubby guy pedaled hard and the bike accelerated forward. Get lost. Have you ever seen a simp who looks like this? The next one will be even sweeter, better, and more obedient. Li Lu cursed loudly but didn't catch up to that fat guy. He strolled to the edge of the bridge. There were still a few visitors around at night. Looking at the river view in the distance, with sparse sparks of light, it was quiet and peaceful. Suddenly, I really wanted to smoke a cigarette. I haven't touched that stuff in many years. Time like this, having won the taste doesn't matter, it's the loneliness I'm smoking. Hey look, he's been lying there for a long time. Don't tell me he's thinking of jumping into the river. Words from a young couple not far away reached his ears. Li Lu wanted to laugh. Am I that miserable? Jumping into the river, what a joke. Mom and Dad are still waiting for me to complete the family mission and give them an heir. Ah, he's going to jump. Quickly, go pull him back. The girl screamed. Li Lu was stunned. I didn't even move. Splash. Damn, Li Lu finally realized. Someone on the other side of him had jumped into the river. It was so dark that he hadn't noticed that side at all for a good while. No, don't go call for help. The girl held back her boyfriend. He didn't know how to swim. Splash. A dark figure had already followed in. The pedestrians on the shore quickly gathered around. The cries for help attracted a large crowd. Lilu had great stamina. Though called a river, it was actually just a moat and the water wasn't deep. With the help of about a dozen phone flashlights from the bridge, he quickly found the person who had fallen in. A few minutes later, he had dragged the person to the shore. Panting heavily, in weather of around 10 degrees, being in the water was freezing cold. At this moment, even his teeth were chattering non-stop. He took a glance at the rescued person. Sigh, probably another victim of love. What should we do? The ambulance isn't here yet. It was incredibly noisy on the shore. Lilu pushed away the clothes someone handed to him. He grabbed the guy from the couple just now. I'm fine. Here, you help her do CPR? After saying that, he stood up, shivering uncontrollably, and started walking out of the crowd. Don't go, handsome, the ambulance will be here any minute. Hero, don't leave. I've sent a news tip to the TV station, someone is coming right away. The girl just couldn't help but notice how handsome this guy was, with his high nose bridge and bright eyes. His wet hair only enhanced his charm to the opposite sex. Liu didn't look back. He pushed through the crowd. His part here was done. He was taught from a young age to do good deeds without leaving his name. Haha. He was about to leave the entertainment industry anyway, so why wait for the TV station? He didn't need this kind of exposure. The phone in his pants pocket started ringing at this moment. For an IP68 rated phone, the waterproofing was quite decent. Hello. What's up? Lilu's lips were purple from the cold, but he couldn't ignore his mom's call. What? I can't call you if there's nothing going on. No, I was just saying. You brat, if I don't call you, would you ever take the initiative to call me? I'm sorry, my bad. Lilu begged for mercy repeatedly. His mom was even harder to please than a girlfriend. Did you and that Shonyuan break up? Oh mom, you're actually gossiping. We were never even together, hasn't the internet already said it all? His heart warmed. His mom wasn't gossiping. She had probably been keeping an eye on his news online all along. I can't be bothered to pay attention to you. When are you coming home? You come back once a year and only for a few days. I almost forget I even have you as a son. I'll go back and see you guys in a few days. After a few words, Lilu felt much warmer. Sigh, he had originally planned to go back and ask them for help anyway. Now it was perfect. His mom had brought it up herself. Do you still remember our neighbors from when you were little? Uncle Gao's family? Uncle Gao. A tall figure instantly popped into Lilu's mind, and he inadvertently started shivering again. I remember. Haha, their family came back from abroad. You should meet them when you return. Hearing about the whole family, Lilu felt even colder. Uncle Gao was very tall, probably over 1.9 meters. When he was little, the man was like a giant in front of him. But he wasn't afraid of him, he was afraid of his daughter. Oh, Xiaolin. The same age as him, the classic other people's child, and she had bullied him since they were kids. A girl, but she was a head taller than him. He couldn't beat her in a fight, and in studies she left him miles behind. The worst part was that their families were neighbors living right next to each other, and they took the same car to school every day. She had bullied him since the first grade. When they played drop the handkerchief in PE class, she dropped it behind him every single time. When playing basketball, she was the absolute star player of the class while he was on the bench. Back then, class teams didn't separate boys and girls. She would get perfect scores on exams while he failed, getting scolded every day. At joint family gatherings, his mom would ask the sensible Xiaolin to discipline him more. And she actually took it seriously. She asked the teacher to make them deskmates, supervised his studying, and would even knock him awake if he dozed off in class. She also really loved being a tattletale. When he tried to act cool and learn the guitar, she told his mom that he hadn't finished his homework and only cared about playing at school. When he playfully tugged a cute girl's hair from behind, the girl didn't say anything. But she reported him to the teacher, saying he was bullying female classmates. A basket full of evil deeds, too many to list. Fortunately, when they were in the 5th grade, her family went abroad. As soon as his mom mentioned Uncle Gao's family, he thought of that girl with the single ponytail. Sure, it has been many years. Lilu chuckled softly. What was he thinking about? Now that everyone was grown up, those childhood things were all just memories. I wonder if Gao Xiaolin came back too? Having not seen her for so many years, bringing her up suddenly made him actually miss her a little. With her burly physique, she'd be a good match for those muscular guys abroad. She might even have kids by now. His mind automatically conjured up a tall, sturdy figure. At 10 years old, she was already around 167 meters. What about now? At least 1.8 meters, maybe even taller than him. The genes were there, Uncle Gao was so tall. Plus that physique, she was much sturdier than him when they were kids. And now, a female giant Imdu. Isn't it a coincidence? Xiaolin, the Gao family's Xiaolin, is still single. You remember Xiaolin, right? Her mom and I figured, when you come back, the two of you should meet. And if you hit it off, that solves both our families' problems. His mom was grinning from ear to ear on the other end of the line. Wasn't it just perfectly timed? The two kids were so suitable childhood sweethearts, knowing each other well and of equal social standing. If it weren't to get him to come back for a blind date, she wouldn't have bothered calling him. This heartless boy, she might as well have given birth to him for someone else. Ha! Li Lu gave a dry laugh. He hadn't measured, had he? So she was setting him up on a blind date, and with Gao Xiaolin of all people. Playing matchmaker like this, wasn't this damn well going to kill him? A scene immediately popped into his head. He was pinned under the armpit of a dark, looming figure. A large hand rubbed his head forcefully, and he gradually sank into the darkness. So tragic, so... You know I'm an artist. I'm so busy every day I don't have any time to rest at all. In fact, I just took on another job. Signed the contract, I have to go. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Li Lu finally flagged down a taxi. Damn, and if he didn't freeze to death, he'd be scared to death by his mom. Don't try to brush me off. Tell me how many days until you come home. Motherly knew him too. A show takes at least half a year. How about this? I'll definitely go back in half a year. Mom, I'm hanging up. There's a reporter here to interview me. Without waiting for a reply, Li Lu hung up the phone. Damn it, when it rains, it pours. Hopefully in half a year, her family will have gone back over there. Sitting in the car, he calmed himself down. He never expected there would be a day he'd be set up on a blind date. He felt incredibly uncomfortable being soaking wet all over. The driver only agreed to take him because he paid an extra 300. Why am I so unlucky, damn? From childhood to adulthood, I've helped pretty girls cross the street and ate candies for kids so they wouldn't get cavities. I've done so many good deeds, why is there no good karma? My luck is getting worse and worse, damn it. Beep beep. A text message arrived. Dear XBEX Bank customer, your mortgage repayment amount for this month is 200,000 yuan due on the 8th. If your repayment account balance is insufficient, please deposit in time. Damn it. Li Lu cursed under his breath. The balance was genuinely insufficient. Why did I act like a big shot just now, suffering just to save face? If given another chance, I would definitely have taken that 5 million. Now I'm doomed. I was originally planning to go home and ask my mom for financial backing. Why am I so stupid? Ding. A crisp sound, and this time it wasn't the phone. Li Lu was a bit shocked. He craned his neck to look at the taxi driver, but everything seemed normal. This sound was actually inside his head. Do good deeds in life, accumulate good karma, and you will eventually be rewarded. Congratulations, host, for activating the good deeds rewarded system. Every time the host does a good deed, you will receive a reward from a parallel world. A pleasant, cute voice that brought a refreshing coolness to his mind instantly made Li Lu shudder. A system? I actually have a system. Li Lu naturally knew about systems, but they were usually just made up in movies and novels. For a moment he felt like crying. Damn, my day has finally come. System, can I make a wish now? Li Lu knew this must be the reward for saving someone just now. It was like sweet rain after a long drought. Yes, I can help the host fulfill one wish now. I still have a 50 million mortgage. Help me pay it off. Beep beep beep. A harsh sound rang in his head like a program error. This system cannot create money out of thin air, nor can it change the material foundation of the real world. Fuck, I didn't even ask you to conjure up a spaceship. What the hell is the use of you then? What Li Lu thought immediately echoed in his mind. My God, how did my inner thoughts just manifest directly? Don't misunderstand, I'm not cursing at you, it's just a catchphrase. All rewards are spiritual and cultural rewards from parallel worlds, which can be music, literature, science, technology, or even crafts. The fresh-sounding system wasn't angry and remained serious and responsible. All right, I get it. Lilu felt a little disappointed, but not overly sad. Exchanging for artistic resources wasn't bad either. As a glorious arts and culture worker, having earned a net worth of nearly 100 million after being popular for a few years, he understood the value of good works too well. If he had a masterpiece, he could probably make money for a few more years. Is there a time limit? For a moment, he couldn't think of what to exchange for. No, master can call upon this system at any time. Does that mean as long as I do good deeds, I can get unlimited rewards? Yes, you can, as long as you move this system. Okay, you go back and rest first. Goodbye. Wait, will you pry into my thoughts, my privacy? Lilu suddenly remembered something. He hadn't even cleaned up his phone yet. From now on, he wouldn't dare to casually look at his browser. The system has no consciousness other than helping master transport things. Please use it with peace of mind. Oh, okay, you can go. Lilu let out a sigh of relief. How could he live if he had to carry a camera around every day? Returning to Green Willow Villa, he took a shower and lay on the bed, finally able to rest for a while. The events of today were just too fucking bizarre. From going to discuss a contract in the morning, to finally saving someone, being set up on a blind date, and then getting a system. It was enough to write a 20,000-word script. Rubbing his eyes, feeling sleep. Meanwhile, Sunuan, her manager, and her assistants had also arrived home. She had been crying in the car earlier. Seeing that her emotions had stabilized, her manager decided it was time for a serious talk. Xiao Nuan, let me confirm with you again, you broke up cleanly, right? Yes. Are you sure he doesn't have any videos, chat logs, or photos of you two together? The manager had to ask clearly. Young people nowadays were too reckless. They will absolutely not be leaked outside. Xiao Nuan blushed and didn't deny it, but firmly believed that her brother Lu wouldn't screw her over. You need to be clear about how much the company is investing in you this time. If there's a scandal, the penalty for breach of contract will be a figure you couldn't pay off in several lifetimes. The manager intimidated her earnestly. Were there really that few artists who had ruined their careers like this? I know. Work hard and whatever you do, don't look back. This time we're putting you in the Heartbeat program to form an Uncle Loli couple with the superstar Song Tianming. After the show ends, you'll shoot a Valentine's Day movie together. It will absolutely push you to the position of a top-tier starlet. After the intimidation, the manager began to paint a beautiful future for her. Every step an artist takes requires careful planning by the company. No star's success comes casually, unless you are truly handsome beyond limits or breathtakingly beautiful. Sunuan nodded, she understood. Today she hurriedly denied the rumors, and tonight she cut the Gordian knot. You've always been an obedient child, we won't harm you. The manager patted her head in gratification. This child really had a promising future. Boss, there's an accident. The assistant knocked and came in, holding a phone with an anxious look on her face. What's wrong? Don't panic. The manager frowned. Did that little punk turn around and screw Nuan over? I knew there was something wrong when he didn't accept that 5 million. Song Tianming's career is ruined. Just now, over a dozen of his secret girlfriends popped up on the internet. There are photos, videos, chat logs, everything. He's been completely exposed and destroyed. Song Tianming. The manager was stunned. It was him. The most handsome single uncle on the internet, a talented actor, a double Best Actor winner, and a box office guarantee. Picking up the phone and scrolling through, the whole internet had exploded. Over a dozen secret girlfriends, this was too outrageous. Sure enough, men unreliable. Her mind was completely blank, turned to mush. What about our future cooperation? Xiao Nuan had absolutely no feelings for him. He was just her next cooperation partner. She didn't sympathize with how miserable he was. She was just worried about her own upcoming plans. Don't worry about it for now. The contract for Heartbeat has already been signed. Once this show is over, the company will arrange your next resources. The manager let out a long sigh. There was no use being anxious. This person is completely crossed out. With such a terrible track record, he will definitely be completely blacklisted. It's just that the previously arranged plans will have to be remade. Xiao Nuan, you don't need to worry about the rest. Just focus on the upcoming variety show. Heartbeat has a lot of fans. Perform well and try to get as much screen time as possible. The manager comforted her with a few words and left in a hurry. In Gyeongju, the Heartbeat production team was currently in complete chaos. Fuck, tell me who signed this contract? We're starting shooting immediately. Who am I supposed to find as a replacement? Who is responsible for this mistake? Heartbeat is a dating variety show, and it used to feature only non-celebrity contestants. In response to the high expectations of the fans, the new season has been switched entirely to an all-star cast. And if we are going to play, we are going to play big. The celebrities invited this time are all the hottest single male and female artists today. Female guest, Liu Mayan. She has been in the industry for 12 years and has countless works. Although she has few awards, her popularity is incredibly high. Lin debuted through a girl group survival show, excellent at singing and dancing, a professional singer with numerous awards, and the next big diva. Zhang Xinyao, who starred as the lead in an idol drama right from her debut, has been the dream girl for countless teenagers for years. Li Shihan, a film heavyweight who has starred in multiple movies, is the top actress of the new generation. Super Rookie. Su Nuan, a female artist who exploded in popularity over the last year, is youthful, invincible, lively and agile. Every anime fan's desktop has had her cosplay on it at some point. Not to mention the male artists like Song Tianming. Mature and steady with excellent acting skills, audiences have suffered enough from traffic-driven male idols in recent years. Talented actors like him are starting to reclaim the spotlight. The production team paid 20 million, the top-tier price for a variety show, to hire him. And the filming starts immediately with half of the fee already paid in advance. Facing such big stars, the production team is in a relatively weak position. But now this big star has completely screwed us over. Damn it, tell me who signed this contract. Filming starts right away. Who am I supposed to find to replace him? Who is going to take responsibility for this mistake? The show's chief director, Liu King, was roaring in his office, while the dozens of other staff members trembled in fear. Director, you were the one who chose him. And you were the one who negotiated the contract. After a long while, the assistant director saw that he had calmed down a bit and dared to speak up in a low voice. When it comes to inviting such big stars, how could we junior producers have any say in it? Is now the time to talk about that? What do we do now? Can we get the money back? In such a short time, who can we find to replace him? Chief Director Liu King slammed the table. Damn it, this kid is undermining me. If he weren't my nephew, I would have fired him already. We won't be getting the money back anytime soon. All the major brands are looking to terminate their contracts with him. Compensation will have to wait until after the lawsuit. The assistant director didn't dare to say everything. It's unclear how much of that money can actually be recovered. It is highly likely that we will have to write it off as a loss. Damn. Liu King is nearly 50, and even he couldn't help but curse at this moment. Who could have expected this to happen? Even if they didn't say it, he knew himself. Getting that money back is going to be tough. After auditing the assets, there is a high probability that there won't be enough to cover the damages. As for how much we get back proportionally, it's all up to fate. Uncle, look on the bright side. If this had come out after the show started airing, it wouldn't just be a 20 million issue. The assistant director added with a grin. At this point, he was the only one who dared to pull the tiger's whiskers. Get lost. Liu King scolded him. Everyone in the group knew he was his relative, so they didn't really hide it. But what the kid said actually made sense. How much budget does the team have left now? Liu King might be angry, but he wasn't brain dead. After venting, the work still had to go on. Boss, there's 2 million left in the budget. Should we apply for more from the station? The accountant was also feeling miserable. We are about to start filming. All the ad slots have been sold, and other revenues have to wait until the show is released to get a cut. Originally, this show was already profitable before it even aired. This 2 million was what remained after the budget was set, originally planned for staff bonuses. Apply for what? Are you trying to get the station to replace me? Liu King snapped back. These people had been with him for many years, so they didn't take his scolding to heart. 2 million can only hire a mid to low tier celebrity. The status isn't high enough. The entertainment industry is strictly hierarchical, with huge income gaps. Everyone fell silent. Lack of money is a hero's downfall, and replacing someone last minute, you'd be lucky if they didn't ask for more money. How about inviting someone from a different field, like a cultural heavyweight? They are cheaper, someone suggested. No, how would they cooperate with acting? And besides, are there any young, well-known figures in the cultural circle? Everyone fell silent again. It's difficult and solvable. Director, what about him, Lilu? A young girl raised her hand weakly. Lilu, who is that? The director didn't react for a moment. The name sounded familiar. Lilu, the one who acted in Space. He was on the hot search with Sunuan this morning. But after the news about Song broke, it got pushed off. Oh, him. Someone immediately handed the director their phone, and he remembered who it was. He won't work. It feels like I haven't seen him in years. He's way too washed up. Liu King naturally knew Lilu, but there hadn't been any news about his work for a long time. He didn't usually pay attention to these gossip stories. Although he is washed up, he was once a top star. So his public recognition is still decent. People know his face. It's just that his reputation is a bit poor, mostly from anti-fans. Someone analyzed it seriously, feeling that he was actually quite suitable. Of course, the final decision was up to the director. He has also been rumored to be dating the female artists we invited. The young girl spoke up again, and this time everyone was shocked by her words. I'm a huge fan of Lin Lin and have followed her for years. Lilu is the only person she ever admitted to dating. Old fans all know this. Not to mention Sunuan, the other female artists also seemed to have been on the hot search with him back then. Everyone was stunned. Damn, this guy has something going on. Liu King was also rapidly weighing the pros and cons. Lilu's reputation was terrible, but he hadn't been officially blacklisted. It's just that no one used him. As a director, he was well aware of all this. The situation is urgent now. If there's no other choice, we'll just bring him in to make up the numbers. After all, he was once a top star, so it doesn't contradict the promotional material about an all-star cast. Hey, you, ask his agency how much his appearance fee for a season is. Liu King pointed at the young girl. He didn't really know her. Many interns joined the show every year. Okay, one moment. The girl immediately got busy, with the phone numbers of all major agencies at hand. 200,000. What? Liu King didn't expect it to be so cheap. Not 20 million, not 2 million, just 200,000. What's your name? Jiangzi. Xiao Jiang, take that price, lock him in immediately, and you will be his producer from now on. Oh. Xiao Jiang wanted to say that she hadn't even negotiated the price. But it seemed like she had just gone from being an outsider to having a real position. Late at night, Sun Xiang answered the phone. What? The Heartbeat production team sent Lilu a contract. Seeing the message from his assistant Mary, he called back immediately. Yes, from the Heartbeat team, a flat rate of 200,000. Should we take it? His contract expires in 2 days. Of course not. He's no longer our artist. Let him rot. Sun Xiang didn't even think about it. He had to refuse. Heartbeat is a top-tier resource, a major network show. How could they give it to a backstabber like him? They probably have his number. If we don't take it, the production team will probably contact him directly. Damn it. Sign the contract first, don't tell him. I'll look for him tomorrow. Sun Xiang hung up the phone. Is this kid's luck turning around? It's been years and a top-tier resource actually came knocking again. No way, I'll just give him a second-tier contract. Shouldn't be a loss. Lilu rubbed his eyes. He was so tired last night. Sleeping until he woke up naturally felt great. He turned on his phone. He had it on mute while sleeping, and surprisingly there were several missed calls. From his mom, and some from Sun Xiang. Probably because he didn't answer, they all left messages too. You're tired of living not answering the phone. 138, this is Lanlan's number. Take the initiative to call her and say hello, don't play dumb. Don't bother replying. His mom's messages gave Liu a headache. Still can't hide from it, better save the number. Then he clicked on Sun Xiang's, telling him to hurry to the office to see him. Probably wants to talk about a new contract, after just humiliating him yesterday. If I just run over there eagerly after one message today, it would be too embarrassing. He called back, still needing to be polite. Brother Xiang, you looking for me? Little Lu, come over quickly to sign the contract. What are the terms? Let's get it straight on the phone first. We're all pretty busy, right? You're playing hard to get, damn it. Sun Xiang cursed him out in his head, but at this moment he really wanted to sign him back. Maybe he'll become popular again with one variety show. There are many such examples now. No nonsense, a proper second-tier star contract. The annual resources will also lean more towards you. This is the company's utmost sincerity. No matter where you go now, you won't be able to sign a contract like this. Tis cannot interest. Old son, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Li Lu chuckled. Second tier, who is he trying to dismiss? My God, what's with you, kid? Still want to sign a top-tier contract? Let me tell you, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I'm giving you one last chance, don't be ungrateful. Sun Xiang was no longer polite, he had given him enough face. Honestly, even if it was top tier, I wouldn't sign with you. Give this contract to whoever you want. Li Lu hung up the phone directly, too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Tired of being a star, if there was a choice, who would still sell their face? He was someone with a system, and he had communicated with it for a while last night. Although he could get reward opportunities in the future, the first time is always the most precious. The system thoughtfully gave him a hint. Now he was troubled about what to exchange for. Exchange for a Western magical boy novel, with billions of copies distributed globally, earning hundreds of millions a year. Or exchange for a hot-blooded youth battle manga, also globally popular, earning many millions, and the key is it can be drawn for decades. For a novel, he would need to wait for a foreign top director to notice it and make it into a movie for better promotion. For a manga, he had no foundation at all, would need to study for a while and also build a team. So annoying, it's so hard to choose. Between hundreds of millions and hundreds of millions, which one do I choose? What, he didn't accept it? Mary saw Sun Xiang's constipated expression and guessed the negotiation failed. This bastard hung up on me, damn it. Then what do we do? The contract is signed, they've sent the money, and want him to join the crew the day after tomorrow. Deduct the commission from the money and send it to him along with the heartbeat contract. We don't need to care about what happens next. Sun Xiang was so angry he could spit blood. The guy actually dared to put on airs with him. He could only comfort himself in his heart that at least he made 80,000 for the company in the end. Not long after, the phone rang again. It was from that bastard. Sun Xiang, what do you mean? My contract is expiring. What the hell did you accept for me again? Let me tell you, I'm not going. Li Lu was very annoyed. In his old work group, they actually sent him another notice. Looking at the name, it was even a dating show. Go or not, we're not the ones breaching the contract. Let me tell you, this contract is top tier, a proper show. Our contract doesn't expire until tomorrow. You are still our artist right now. And Heartbeat is a major network show. If you dare to breach the contract directly, I guarantee you won't survive in this industry. Stupid idiot, getting you a show like this. Instead of being grateful, you're putting on airs. Sun Xiang cursed inwardly. If it weren't for the previous contract giving him the right to refuse ordinary commercial gigs, in these 2 years of declining popularity, he would have definitely sent him to perform in small towns every day. How could he tolerate him being so arrogant, doing nothing every day like a boss? This contract is with a top-tier major company. He can't unilaterally refuse it. After speaking, he directly hung up the phone. Kid, only I get to hang up on you. Li Lu looked at the bank text message he just received on his phone. Transaction alert. XXX Bank. Your account ending in 81883. Received 120,000, balance 250,000. Damn it, this is enough for this month's mortgage. He searched the show online, a dating show quite popular. But he had never watched it. What guy watches this? The guests for this season are still in the guessing phase. The first female guest, a super popular girl straight out of an anime. This introduction, why does it sound a bit like Shoryuan? If we're talking about popular, it must be her. Just broke up. If they met on a dating show, just thinking about it is awkward. The second female guest, the youngest best female singer in history, a hit song machine. Holy crap, this one, why does it seem like Lin Lin? It's too easy to guess. The third female guest, the queen of idol dramas, the childhood goddess of countless people. Who is this? It seems most female stars have acted in idol dramas. The one he is most familiar with is Yao Yao. No, it couldn't be her. It wouldn't be that much of a coincidence. The fourth female guest, known as the best young actress in terms of acting skills, nominated multiple times. Damn, it's not Li Shihan, is it? The fifth female guest, in the industry for years, known as the male god harvester, those who have worked with her. Damn, impossible. Such a big star like her would also go on a dating show. Li Lu was a bit dumbfounded. These guesses, he must be overthinking it, right? After all, every female star would market herself vigorously. He quickly opened the electronic contract and skipped to the penalty clause on the last page. 20 million? A penalty 100 times the amount, aren't they afraid of being sued?
Li Lu's head was buzzing. Maybe he was overthinking it. If it really was what he thought, running into an ex-girlfriend, and a whole bunch of them at that. The cringe would be so bad his toes would curl enough to dig out a 5-bedroom mansion. He had to buy a plane ticket right now. Filming was starting immediately, and the location was Gyeongju. Suddenly he remembered he still had a phone call to make. A blind date, and with Gao Xiaolin of all people. Why was every situation he encountered worse than the last? Their families were so close when they were kids. Didn't their moms feel awkward? But his mom was right. Since she was back, even if he didn't want to meet her, he should at least call to say hello. Hello, guess who? Li Lu mentally prepared himself and dialed the number his mom gave him. Li Lu. The other end of the line answered in a second. Wow, Xiaolin, after all these years you still remember my voice. You're overthinking it. I just saw your mom yesterday, and she gave me your number. Xiaolin's voice was a bit different from what he remembered. But her tone hadn't changed. It was just as aloof, only a bit more mature. At this moment, however, it made him feel a trace of warmth. Yeah, they had been friends for so many years. Thinking back on their childhood now, it was actually quite fun. Well, my mom just loves to talk nonsense. If she said anything weird to you, please don't mind her. Li Lu wanted to make things clear over the phone, but he was afraid of hurting the girl's pride. You're talking about them setting us up on a blind date, right? Ha. The person on the other end wasn't as subtle as him, which drew a couple of dry laughs from Li Lu. Little Six, what are you thinking? Why'd you look at yourself in the mirror? You're a loser who can't do anything right. Do you think I'd ever fall for someone like you? A playboy who only knows how to chase girls using his family's money? The voice on the other end was fierce, trembling for a long time after that outburst. Yes, yes. How could I ever be worthy of Sister Lan? Sister Lan is awesome. Being called a loser actually made Lu feel relieved. She used to pick on him every day when they were kids. This was exactly what the big sister of the class should be like. But Xiaolin, you can't wrong me. I'm not a loser, and I definitely haven't spent my family's money. I started making my own money a long time ago, and I've achieved a little something. And as for chasing girls every day, that's even more absurd. Li Lu forced a defense for himself, although he was indeed pretty much a loser. At least he wasn't lying flat every day. He had managed to earn a small fortune on his own. Just based on that, he was different from the playboys she was talking about. Titch, as if I don't know what kind of person you are. You've probably spent all the money you made. I just saw you on the news yesterday. Weren't you having a scandal with what's her name? Damn, Xiaolin, you actually read entertainment news. I do, and I even follow you. Jiggle. I've actually watched the movies and TV shows you acted in. The louder from the other end instantly made Lu's face darken. He could guess what she was laughing at. She was definitely laughing at his terrible acting, off-key singing, and holding the wrong mic while lip-syncing. His embarrassing moments could be found everywhere online, especially from the blockbuster movie Space he starred in. It had been chopped up by content creators into all sorts of spoof videos, becoming a laughingstock for everyone. Is it really that funny? No, it's not funny at all. Making money through your own hard work deserves respect. Jiggle. Gao Xiaolin didn't want to laugh, but she simply couldn't hold it in. We can't even have a conversation. Li Lu wished he could publish his masterpiece right away to slap the faces of haters like Xiaolin until they swelled. Don't be like that, I'll stop laughing. I really will, my stomach hurts a bit. You're in our hometown, right? Are you free these next few days? Li Lu decisively changed the subject. He was initially worried things would be awkward between them. After chatting for a bit, they found their childhood dynamic again. There was definitely no need for a blind date anymore. She was still the same Gao Xiaolin who picked on him every day and loved to bully him. Why? It's rare for you to come back. Let's meet up, I'll treat you to a meal. Sure, let's meet then. I'm arriving in Gyeongju tomorrow, you come over here. Lai Xiaolu, you've got some nerve, haven't you? You're treating me to a meal, but you want me to go to Gyeongju. The response from the other end was like a violent storm, showing no politeness at all. Well, I have no choice. I got screwed over by my old agency. They signed me up for a job right before my contract ended. I have to shoot a dating reality show. I have to leave tomorrow. Filming starts immediately, so I really don't have time to go back. What I mean is you come over here, and I'll cover all your food and drinks. I can even show you how they record the show. Just treat it as a fun trip. How did you get screwed over? If you don't want to go, can't you just refuse? Do you need your big sister to help you get justice? Li Lu's heart warmed. His childhood friend was still so loyal. No need, the contract is expiring soon. I'll be free. Actually, this is a top-tier opportunity. Most people would be thrilled to get it. The main reason I don't want to go is because he couldn't help but complain to her. Just thinking about it was too awkward. What's wrong? Are the female guests not pretty? The female guests might be my ex-girlfriends. Isn't that great? Maybe you guys can rekindle your romance. The phone signal might have been a bit bad, as Liu felt her voice sounded a bit off. He walked into the yard to continue the call. What rekindle romance? It's all acting. Then just act well. What's so awkward about it? Be a bit more professional, okay? The key is all 5 female guests might be my ex-girlfriends. How am I supposed to be professional with that? You damn. Forget it, I'm not talking to you anymore. My mom is calling me. Hey, are you coming or not? Are you coming? Beep, beep, beep. The other end had already hung up. Lilu was speechless. Damn it, is she coming or not? The pink-themed bedroom, decorated with quite a few green plants, looked fresh and vibrant. A tall, slender girl with long hair draped over her shoulders was lying on her large bed. Gao Xiaolin hung up the phone, muttering non-stop. You damn scumbag, go to hell, go to hell, go to hell. She read gossip every day. Among all his rumored girlfriends, only Lin Lin admitted that they were together when they first entered the industry. She had always thought he had really only dated that one person. But unexpectedly, this damn scumbag, no jerk, huge jerk. It's only been a few years, what a jerk. The bedroom door was pushed open from the outside. It was Mother Gao. Xiaolin, change your clothes for noon. Your dad is going to take you to meet some friends. I'm not going. It's another blind date. I'm not going. Gao Xiaolin was so annoyed. Ever since she came back, they pulled this stunt every few days. Oh, it's just to get to know each other. You don't have many friends in the country. Today's guy is the son of the Yida CEO. I think he's pretty good. Not going, not going. Her daughter was grown up, and Mother Gao was a bit helpless against her. You're almost an old maid. When you were abroad, you didn't like foreigners, and your dad and I had no objections. But now that you're back, every guy we introduced to you is a young talent. Do you know what people say about you behind your back? Why should I care what they say? Sigh. Your dad won't let you work at the domestic company anymore. The male colleagues have no mind to work, and the female colleagues don't work properly either. If I can't go, then I won't. Do you think I don't know who you're thinking about? But that kid from the Li family is no good either. Hey mom, get out, get out. Look, you're getting anxious. What are you anxious about? On the very first day I met him, my heart skipped a beat. That day a new neighbor moved into the yard next door. As they were unpacking their luggage, I wanted to go over and help. He had bright, sparkling, captivating eyes. I don't know how, but he took my hand and looked at me, and my heart almost stopped. We became classmates in the same class. He was very shy and always tried to avoid me. Mom said that's just how boys are. Until the time came when my family had to move away. Then I saw news of him online again. Oh my gosh, he's so handsome, and he's become a big star. He started dating someone else, and it broke my heart. They might be pretty with beautiful hair, but they're definitely all style and no substance. He is still waiting for my first kiss. He is doing so badly now, I want to go back. But my father said I must finish my studies. I'm already in my 20s, and he still doesn't trust me to return to the country alone. I'm so happy I can finally return home. He's hit rock bottom in his life. It must be fate that's bringing me back to his side right now. Gao Xiaolin opened her diary and turned to the latest blank page. She picked up her pen and wrote down, he is a total jerk. Kyongsu, the Heartbeat show crew. Li Lu got off the plane and took the show crew's car to the base. He had already adjusted his mindset. Anyway, he was just there to make a cameo. He figured no one would interact with him anyway. He'd just slack off and coast through it, with barely any screen time. The sea breeze blew against his face, bringing a hint of cool comfort. With soft sand under his feet and waves rolling in, the glow of the setting sun spilled across the golden sea. The production team really knew how to pick a spot. He might as well treat it as a free vacation. Teacher Lee, over here, over here. A young girl was leading the way in front, his assigned director. My name is Jiang Zi, you can just call me Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang, just call me by my name. Teacher Li, you're finally here. The show is already live, and you're the only one left to join. Yeah. Li Lu wore his large sunglasses, hiding his expression. He couldn't be blamed for arriving late. After all, when did he even receive the contract? Thanks to technological advancements, the show was broadcast live. Everyone had a dedicated camera recording their every move here. His late arrival wouldn't affect the show. Many programs like this insert people halfway through anyway. Teacher Li, is it just you? Yeah. Teacher Li, where is your team? I don't have a team. Xiao Jiang was already a bit surprised to see him arrive alone. Don't you have a manager or makeup artist? Of all the artists participating in the show, who didn't bring a whole entourage? At least an assistant or someone for makeup and styling, right? I just came by myself. The production team must have makeup artists, right? They can just fix me up a bit. Li Lu guessed what she meant, but with such a big production team, surely he didn't need to hire someone else. Now that he was solo, he couldn't bear to spend money hiring people out of his own pocket. Yes, we do. I'll contact them for you right away. Jiang Zi contacted the director's team as she walked ahead. Although she knew he was struggling financially now, she didn't expect it to be this bad. The Heartbeat Villa area. In the spacious living room, 9 guests, 5 women and 4 men, appeared one after another. As each person appeared on the live broadcast screen, real-time subtitles would pop up next to them for a brief introduction. Xiao Jun, Youth Trainee Season 8 Champion, Singer, Actor, Representative Work, All is Vanity. Zhang Wenbo, Singer, Actor, Music Producer, Winner of the Best-Selling Album of the Year in 28 and 29. Lin Xuan, Actor, Representative Works, Bad Deal, Love Group. Yang Shu, Actor, Director, Producer, Box Office King with 3 billion yuan. Everyone arrived one after another and started exchanging pleasantries. Director Yang, I didn't expect it to really be you. Liu Mian, you're on this show too. Don't tell me your family is pressuring you to get married as well. Haha, it's mostly because they offered way too much money. Although the production team claimed that all members were A-list stars, there were still subtle differences in status. Yang Shu and Liu Mian had been in the industry the longest and had the most works, making them the seniors. Especially Yang Shu, who not only acted well but also successfully transitioned to directing, scoring a huge hit with a 500 million yuan box office run, enjoying unparalleled glory for a time. Lin Xuan, Zhang Wenbo, Li Shihan, Yao Yao, and Lin Lin were all stars in their prime. With their work steadily increasing, their popularity was stable. After several years in the industry, the wheat was separated from the chaff, leaving behind these high-quality artists. Nuan and Xiao Jun, on the other hand, were artists who had just skyrocketed to fame in the last 2 years. No one knew what their future held, but right now they were definitely the most popular. By this time, the bullet comments in the live broadcast room had already gone wild. Wow, it really is Liu Mian. My dear Nuan, please don't get bared up, you are mine. Nuan is mine. Nuan belongs to Liu to Liu. Get out. I've been waiting all day and it's finally broadcasting. Are Li Shihan and Lin Xuan for real? The movie they co-starred in is still in theaters, and now they're on a dating show together. Will the next joint appearance be their wedding? I think Yao Yao and Li Shihan are the real couple. They're always clinging to each other. They were best friends in the first place. They should stay together forever and ever. Something is off with Zhang Wenbo. He just got here and already sat next to Lin Lin on his own initiative. Suspicious. Watch out, Lin Lin, he is a total player. Liu Mian and Yang Shu must be a couple, otherwise whoever they end up with would be like robbing the cradle. What nonsense, our sister Mian only ever dates guys younger than her. Xiaoxiao looks so helpless, just spacing out by himself. If Xiao Jun dares to get involved with any female celebrity, his wifey fans will probably roast her to death. Xiaoxiao is so handsome, mommy loves you. Xiaoxiao, go after Lin Lin. Why is one male guest missing? Isn't it supposed to be 5 couples? There's also a certain Mr. Song, figure it out yourself. Haha, I'm so impatient, I actually just came to see who's replacing him. Fans following the show knew that the recent scandal surrounding a certain Mr. Song had caused a massive uproar. Major entertainment media outlets were also speculating and hyping up who the Heartbeat crew had arranged as a replacement. With the official premiere of the show today, this was also a major talking point. The guests in the living room were also very curious. The show had been broadcasting for a while now. Surely they hadn't failed to find the last person? Everyone had signed contracts early on and originally knew who the other guests were, So this sudden recast was quite a surprise to all of them. Old Yang, who is the other guy, hasn't he arrived yet? Only Liu Mian, with her comparable seniority, dared to call Director Yang Old Yang directly. Why, who do you want to come? I'll call him for you. Get lost. Yang Shu chuckled and asked back, only to get lost in return. Sorry, I'm a bit late. The front door was pushed open, and a tall figure wearing a floral shirt and beach shorts appeared. The other guests in the room looked over in unison and were shocked. The moment Li Lu appeared on camera, the subtitles on the live broadcast signal read, Li Lu, top idol. At his peak, his Weibo reposts exceeded 100 million in an hour, breaking records. Representative works, none. The wave of bullet comments fell silent for a second, and then suddenly surged. Isn't he bad? Liars, wasn't it supposed to be all A-listers? You got a has-been to fill the slot. Are you playing word games here? I just paid for the VIP membership, refund my money. Damn it, refund my money. Refund my... P.S. Legend has it that if you add this to your bookshelf now, the system will fall right onto your face. The director was very tactful, giving a close-up to each of the female guests, so as to gauge their satisfaction with the new male guest. Liu Mian's phoenix eyes widened as if she had seen something she shouldn't have. Li. She never expected to run into him here. They hadn't seen each other since their breakup. She hadn't wanted to break things off with him back then. He was the one who gave up. Even when they happened to cross paths at events, he would always avoid her. Later on, he rarely appeared on screen. She thought he had retired and had been feeling guilty all this time. It's you. Lin Lin immediately turned her head away, not wanting to spare him another glance. That scumbag. Back then, the company demanded they break up, warning them of all kinds of severe consequences. She thought he was also forced into it, and that they would just take their relationship underground. But for the next 6 months, he actually never contacted her again. That scumbag got together with another female artist. It was that vixen sitting not far from her, Zhang Yunyao, that bitch. She always pretended to be an innocent little flower. Why couldn't she just focus on acting instead of stealing someone else's boyfriend? Li. Zhang Yunyao and Li Shihan called out his name almost at the same time, and then almost simultaneously lowered their heads. Yo-Yo never expected the last male guest to be him. How could it be him? When they were filming together that year, the investors wanted them to interact more off-screen and pretend to be a couple. Who would have thought that, before they knew it, they would end up falling for each other? Her agency was furious. She was in the rising phase of her career, so dating was out of the question. So she sent him a breakup text and cut off all contact. How awkward running into an ex-boyfriend on a dating show. He was still so handsome, though he looked a bit more mature than before. He hadn't had it easy these past few years. She should help him out as much as she could. Li Shihan also never expected to meet the person she found hardest to let go of in her life here. No one expected the movie to flop so hard, and no one expected him to never recover from the setback. Yet, when he needed help the most, she was the one who delivered the final blow. She had stepped on him to promote her own acting, using him as a foil to highlight her performance. From then on, she became known as the most talented actress of the new generation, while he became her stepping stone. She didn't have the face to see him, let alone be with him again. She had fantasized many times that once she achieved success and completely broke free from her shackles, if he was still single, maybe that would be God giving her a chance to atone. She never expected to run into him here. Was there really a God? Su Nuan covered her mouth, having almost blurted out Brother Lu out of habit. No way. How could she see her brother Lu here? They had only broken up a few days ago. She was originally supposed to hype a couple pairing with Uncle Song, but now he had replaced Song. Could it be? Quickly shaking off the impossible delusion, Su Nuan was no idiot. How could the company let her hype a couple pairing with someone whose popularity had hit rock bottom? Still running into Brother Lu here? It was a mix of pleasant surprise, shock, disbelief, and even horror. The comments section was as lively as ever. This is hilarious, a washed-up top star is here. Haha, the 5 female guests are shocked. Are they going to get their clout chased? They came to hype a couple pairing with other popular heartthrobs, but ended up with a party pooper. Haha, whoever he clings to is in for some bad luck. The 5 female guests are dumbfounded. Please don't pair him up with me. Smiling on the outside, cursing on the inside. Stay the hell away from me. Jiao Nuan is probably thinking, why is he still haunting me and trying to ride my coattails? Although the viewers were all there to enjoy the romance, they actually knew the truth. Which celebrity dating show isn't scripted? Everyone is just there to boost each other's popularity. But bringing in a guest with such a massive popularity gap completely disrupted the balance of these unwritten rules. Old Six, what the bleep, I didn't expect to run into you here. With that shout of Old Six, Zhang Wenbo quickly drew the main camera's focus onto himself. He stood up with a loud laugh and walked over to give him a hug. We brothers haven't seen each other in years. Old Six, Old Six, Old Six? Brotherhood. They debuted together from the same talent show. The comments section was instantly flooded with Old Six, as many of Zhang Wenbo's fans quickly explained the relationship between the two. That year, the champion of Idol with You was Li Lu, and the runner-up was Zhang Wenbo. They debuted as a group on the day the show ended, but of course they disbanded that very same day. Forming a group was just a gimmick, and the members didn't even belong to the same agency. As the champion, Li Lu's popularity was miles ahead of everyone else back then. Later, Li Lu became the poster child for being all show and no substance. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenbo, the runner-up, relied on his solid vocals to amass a huge fan base and had stayed popular ever since. Old Six, that nickname doesn't make you sound like a good guy. Yang Shu smiled and made some room, gesturing for them to sit next to him. The other male artists also greeted him one after another, even if he was washed up now. They still had to show their friendliness since they were on a show together. If those on their way up looked down on those on their way down, they would be roasted to death by the public. Everyone knew how to play the game and put on a show. Haha, his name is Lucio Old Six? Back in the group, everyone called him that. Li Lu, who arrived last, quickly became the new focus of their conversation. By the way, Old Six, what have you been up to these past 2 years? We barely hear from you anymore. What else could I do? Just making music and reading books. Li Lu smiled awkwardly. In reality, he spent his days playing video games and dating. But he couldn't say that on the show, it would be too embarrassing. Even though he didn't plan on staying in the industry, he still wanted to save face. After all, for men, pride comes first. Ah, taking some time to reflect. You must have written a lot of new songs then, getting ready to make a big comeback? No, I'm just kidding. Li Lu immediately waved his hands. He was just bragging, and they actually took it seriously. When he debuted, the agency gave him a genius persona, since being a singer-songwriter sounded more prestigious. Although he could play many instruments and read sheet music, he didn't know the first thing about songwriting. The songs he performed later were all ghost-written by others. It was just standard practice for the agency. Besides, the copyrights to all those songs belonged to the company anyway. Aha! While the male guests were chatting enthusiastically, the female guests remained quite silent. Each of them had a different expression, looking as if they had a lot on their minds. As the senior figure, Yang Shu naturally took control of the pace and started steering the conversation toward the girls. By the way, I read some gossip before saying that you and Lin Lin used to date. Is that true? It's true. I saw Lin Lin's interview about it before too. Wow, is today's show actually an ex's reunion? Lin Xuan and the others also started joking. There was no harm in talking about it. After all, Lin Lin had mentioned it herself in a public interview, so it was common knowledge. Bringing it up today made for a great conversation starter. Li Lu didn't say anything and instinctively leaned back. He was just here as a bystander, so why was the topic still on him? The main camera panned across the female guests before moving to Lin Lin. Yes, that was a very long time ago. Lin Lin didn't feel embarrassed. She had mentioned it in an interview a few years ago. Back then, she had just won the Best Female Singer award and was at the peak of her popularity. When the host asked about her love life, she was never one to be hypocritical. She directly stated that she had only been in one relationship since entering the industry, and it just fizzled out. And that person was Liu. He was fairly popular back then, so her manager didn't object to her sharing this past relationship. She was accused by his fans of clout chasing, but she just laughed it off. Later, his career completely collapsed, and nobody mentioned it anymore. How did you guys break up? Since you ran into each other here today, is there any chance for you two? Yang Shu acted like a host trying to set up a couple for the show. The live chat comments below suddenly exploded, and they were all Lin Lin's fans. They couldn't stand it, fearing their favorite star was being used for clout. I am going to hate Yang Shu forever for stirring up trouble. Shoot, Lin Lin, don't reply. Do they even look like a match? What a ridiculous pairing. They are a perfect match, I ship it. Xiao Nuan is finally safe. Haha, the first victim has appeared. It was just a normal, amicable breakup. We were both too busy with work at the time. Lin shrugged indifferently, as if talking about something completely ordinary. Are you two still in touch now? We send each other holiday greetings, I guess. Lin glanced at the man leaning in the corner of the sofa. What a jerk. Aside from receiving his mass-sent holiday texts every year, there was absolutely nothing else. Talk about perfunctory. Haha, still friends after a breakup. That's very classy. I've never heard either of you complain about the other. Yang laughed it off, seeing that neither of them wanted to talk about it further. So he wrapped it up quickly to move on to the next topic. On the live stream, comments from Lin's fans began to take over the screen. Have some decency and stop riding her coattails. Have some decency and go ruin someone else instead. Our Lin has been very decent, never trashed you. Bro, please just be a decent guy. Beep beep beep. A little bear figurine on the table started buzzing, and the camera focused on it. Welcome everyone to this season of Heartbeat Cabin. I am Heartbeat Bear. This season, there is no celebrity observation panel. We hope you enjoy life and find the right match for you during these 20+ days together. Since this is our first day together, let's go outside and have a party to celebrate. The Heartbeat Bear functioned in place of the director. It would assign tasks to give the guests more opportunities to interact. Only through constant interaction could they find the person who truly makes their heart flutter. Now that all the guests had arrived, the bear made its appearance to guide the flow of the show. Wow, this is such a feast. Xiao Nuan gasped in surprise after stepping outside. It turned out that while they were chatting inside, the staff had already set up a party in the villa's yard. There was food, champagne, balloons, a swimming pool, and even a large stage. A few girls gathered around laughing and chatting. Zhang Bowen stood on the stage, setting up the equipment with a few staff members. Brother Yang, I haven't heard you sing in a long time. Why don't you show us what you've got? Haha, I'm getting old. You young folks go ahead and have fun. Yang Shu quickly waved his hand. Actually, he had already known about this segment before coming. People came to reality shows to show off their talents anyway. This celebrity version of Heartbeat didn't have observers, and it wouldn't force any couples. It was more like a slice-of-life reality show, with 10 people living together. If you get along, you get together. If you don't find anyone you like, you can just treat it as a relaxing vacation. Sister Liu Mian, you go first, come on. Zhang Bowen called out to everyone to liven up the atmosphere. Then he picked up the microphone himself. I'll kick things off then. Xiao, don't hide, you're next. This is a new song I just finished writing, and it hasn't been released yet. Please let me know if there's anything I can improve. Wow, a new song. Nice, you came prepared. After he finished speaking, the people near the dance floor played along with pleasant surprise, filling the area with laughter and chatter. On the live broadcast, the main camera panned across the guests below before focusing on the stage. The on-screen captions displayed the song title and credit. This was all part of the pre-planned schedule. Near the dance floor, Lin Xuan and Li Shihan stood to one side, chatting in low voices. The others gathered together, raising their glasses and cheering loudly. The camera panned around and finally found the last person remaining. Li Lu sat at the dining table chewing on what looked like lobster. He was also clapping enthusiastically, though holding a fork in one hand made it look a bit awkward. I just got off the plane and came straight to the set without a single drop of water. Li Lu really didn't have anything to say to them, and forcing his way in would be pointless. After coming out, he just found a place to sit down and grabbed a bite to eat. Zhang Wenbo is going to sing, so we definitely need to cheer him on. On the live stream, there is never a shortage of comments. Is the lobster good? Is he being isolated already? Even though I hate him, he looks kind of pitiful. It is all about the ways of the world. I used to be a fan of his for a long time. Even though I don't like him now, seeing him like this is really heartbreaking. Since Li Lu's appearance until now, there are finally comments that are not insults. The misfit underling at the party struck a chord with most working professionals. The camera lingered for 2 seconds before immediately returning to the stage. After all, Zhang Wenbo's new song is the focus of the promotion. After the live stream, his agency will push it onto the trending search list, which is a win-win for both him and the show. The others were gathered together and naturally noticed the one who did not fit in. Liu Mian knew he was probably afraid of things getting awkward with her. I really didn't expect to meet him on a dating show. I really want to go over and talk to him. If I take the initiative to go over now, will the fans start drama? He can be too aloof sometimes. If he actively came over to mingle with everyone, I would definitely help him get more screen time. No, I need to contact him privately again tonight after the broadcast. Maybe this show is his chance to make a comeback. Su Nuan secretly glanced in his direction. Brother Lu looks so pitiful, I really want to go over and keep him company. But I can't. We just cleared up the rumors. If I interact with him on the show now, my manager will chew me out. Lai Xian also noticed how lonely he was, and she felt even more guilty. How fallen he is now compared to how glorious he once was. I came to this show with a mission. I am about to collaborate with Lin Xuan on the theme song for a new movie. The designated love interest was also supposed to be Lin Xuan, using the show to generate more hype for the movie. What should I do? What on earth should I do? Should I stick to the original plan or follow my heart? This is so frustrating. Zhang Jinyao held her wine glass, cheering herself up in her mind over and over again. It is no big deal. We can still be friends even after breaking up. Even though I was the one who initiated the breakup, back then rationality won over emotion. We haven't been in touch for so many years. Since we have met, I should just be open and natural about it. Taking a deep breath just as she was about to walk over, a figure walked past her. Under the slightly shocked gazes of the others, Lin had already gracefully sat down right next to him. This is a dating show. For a girl to do this, isn't she actively seeking a partner? Right. They seem to be from the same agency, so they must be helping each other out. Everyone immediately speculated that this must be the case. Long time no. Li Lu didn't expect her to come over to him, so he took the initiative to say hello. This was the first sentence they had spoken to each other since meeting. Indeed, it has been many years. Lin watched the performance on the stage. Since the main camera wasn't on them, they could safely talk about other things. Haha, what do you want to eat? I will get you some. Li Lu smiled and stood up, intending to get some food again. Out of all these people, Lin probably had the most normal relationship with him. After breaking up with his other ex-girlfriends, there was no contact at all. Only Lin. Perhaps because they were in the same agency, or maybe they were both too young back then. Knowing little about love, they quickly got over it after the breakup. They would still text each other every year, and occasionally greet each other when they met at annual meetings. No need, I'm not hungry anyway. Lin looked away, the slight curl of her lips showing her disdain. Who stuffs themselves at a dinner party like this, especially when the show is being recorded? Within a few minutes, a plate of fruit and vegetable salad was placed in front of her, along with a set of utensils. Lettuce, cucumber, okra, purple cabbage, carrots, all the things she liked. Yes, and it didn't have onions or white radishes, which she didn't eat. The sweet salad dressing was drizzled beautifully, so she would reluctantly eat a little with him. Why did you come to this show? You are not really here to find a girlfriend, are you? I got screwed over by that jerk Sun Jiang. He forced me to sign in the last few days of my contract, so I had to come. Just thinking about it made Li Lu angry. He was already preparing to leave showbiz, yet he still had to show his face. The most baffling thing was that this show is a dating reality show, and all 5 female guests are his ex-girlfriends. Especially Nuan. They only broke up a few days ago, so he definitely didn't want anyone to misunderstand and think he followed her here like a lapdog. So, have you signed a new contract now? No, this show is my swan song. I am leaving the industry. Thinking about it made Lulu feel better again. Now that he had the system and no contract, the sky was the limit. He raised his champagne glass, wanting to clink it with hers. Come on, cheers. Let's celebrate my regained freedom. Seeing him like this, Lin felt deeply sorry for him. What a proud person he used to be. Being in the same agency, she knew his situation all too well. Over the past few years, he had no public exposure whatsoever. He had no income, and she heard that even his assistant had left him. Now, without a new contract or any resources, he had no choice but to leave the industry. This celebration was just finding joy in sorrow, full of bitterness and helplessness. Do you want me to help you? Me. Li Lu didn't understand for a moment and looked up at her. The colorful lights at the party were flickering, making it hard to see clearly. Lin felt her face heating up. Anyway, since it is a dating show, it doesn't matter who she plays up a couple dynamic with. She might as well help boost his popularity. He is quite pitiful, and maybe he can use this show to make a comeback. The main camera turned to this side at this moment. This is a dating show after all. On the very first day, 2 guests of the opposite sex had actively huddled together. The two of them tacitly stopped talking and turned their gaze to the stage together. Awesome! As Zhang Wenbo finished his song, the audience clapped and cheered loudly. Next is Zhao Xiao, Zhang Shihan and Lin Xuan, you two get ready. Today everyone has to show off their skills. Zhang Wenbo laughed, livening up the atmosphere. In reality, he was already burning with anger. While performing, he saw Lin Lin sitting with her ex-boyfriend, and they seemed to be chatting happily. How could this woman act like this? Their agencies had already agreed upon it before they came. The two of them, as the golden couple of the new generation in the music industry, were supposed to build up a romantic narrative together. The new song just now was the title track, and she would be promoted as the female lead for the release of the new album. Now, right in front of him, she was hanging out with another male guest who was even her ex-boyfriend. Thinking of the potential storylines, this was like being publicly humiliated.
The live stream chat was already blowing up the moment the screen showed the two of them sitting together. Oh my god, what is going on? Why is Lin Lin sitting with him? Oh my god, don't tell me they are really the first couple. Where is Zhang Wenbo? Weren't there rumors before that those two were already together? Zhang Wenbo has dropped hints so many times, and he has openly expressed his love for Lin Lin on many occasions. Oh my god, what did Lin Lin just say to him? Why is she blushing? Lao Liu is good. Just a few words and he has teased your goddess into this state. Li Lu is a notorious player, don't fall for it. What blushing? Stop talking nonsense. Lin Lin cannot drink, and besides it is just the colored lights reflecting on her. Calm down everyone, it is just the lighting. The camera panned again, and Xiao Xiao walked onto the stage amidst the cheering of the crowd. After chatting with a few others for a while, Zhang Wenbo actually walked toward the two who were eating, holding a wine glass. The main camera, knowing how to keep the pace, followed closely. Two guys fighting over a girl, so exciting. Holy crap, here it comes, here it comes. Brothers turning on each other, so thrilling. No way, no way. It is only the first day of the show. Others haven't even gotten into the groove yet, and these three are already starting the drama. Whether it was scripted or real, the variety show viewers were already thrilled. Even Xiao Xiao's die-hard fans could not be bothered to protest the editor's unfair screen time anymore. At a time like this, who the hell wants to watch a pretty boy sing? Lao Liu, give me some feedback, how was that song just now? Zhang Wenbo sat opposite Li Lu. Even though he was annoyed inside, his face still wore a warm, gentle smile. It was amazing. The arrangement at the beginning was stunning, and those chord progressions were also very beautiful. Li Lu was also a diplomat, always ready to shower others with praise wherever he went. Oh, come on, we are brothers, let's skip the pleasantries. Tell me if there is anything that needs changing. I think it is best not to change a single word. Li Lu frowned, speaking with absolute seriousness. But in the end, he could not hold it in and let out a chuckle. But everyone knew those were just polite words earlier, so it was harmless. Haha, don't get me wrong, don't get me wrong. You know me, my skills are far below yours. Asking me to critique it is just setting me up to fail. He was speaking the truth now. To be fair, he was indeed far behind the other guy. With his amateur skills, critiquing others would only make him a laughingstock. Lao Liu, why are you being so humble all of a sudden? The song you wrote before, that one of mine, Zhang Wenbo tapped his head, but he just could not remember the title. The chat was also laughing like crazy. Ah, Pretty Boy's song, can't even remember the name. I get it. I used to be a fan of his, but I can't remember it either. It is all auto-tune and a bunch of English lyrics. Who knows what he is singing? And you call yourselves brothers. Even plastic is tougher than your friendship. Haha, my lover. I was so stupid back then. I actually spent 2 yuan to buy this song. Hilarious. I mean, isn't this deliberately slapping him in the face? My lover. Li Lu knew which song he was trying to say. That song was actually decent, bought by the company for a high price. Right. That song was amazing. It was the #1 best-selling hit on the charts for a whole month. Zhang Wenbo's face was full of yearning. This was a major honor for a singer. Actually, I didn't write that song. Li Lu was under no obligation to keep it a secret anymore. After all, he had terminated his contract. The copyright of that song belonged to the company anyway, and it had absolutely nothing to do with him. Lao Liu, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Wenbo laughed it off. He had originally planned to accidentally bring up that he was a talentless idol. But this kid actually admitted it on his own, leaving him with no way to say what he had planned next. The live stream chat also went wild with comments. Holy crap, he actually admitted on his own that he can't write songs. It is normal. Did you actually believe these pretty boys could write songs before? A washed-up top star giving up on himself. As long as he gets traffic, he will say anything. How can he compare to Zhang Wenbo? He is a recognized musical prodigy. Lilu is trash and Zhang Wenbo is no saint either. On stage, Xiao Xiao finished singing a song and everyone cheered. Lin Xuan and Li Xian went up next to perform the theme song of their movie. After lingering for a moment, the camera focused back on the three sitting down. After all, it was a dating show. You could tell from the volume of comments that people preferred watching drama and conflict. Lao Liu, go up and sing a song later. It has been a long time since I heard you sing. Zhang Wenbo patted his shoulder, his tone filled with expectation. No way. I am just here to make up the numbers. Why would I sing? Lilu refused immediately. He was about to leave the industry anyway, so why sing? Besides, no one had told him about this segment beforehand. He was completely unprepared. And now that he had terminated his contract with his former company, he could not sing their songs. Look at you. I have noticed you have become really hypocritical now. Just now you said you have been making music these past few years, and now you are putting on airs. Having had a few drinks, Zhang Wenbo spoke without holding back, riding on a hint of tipsiness. There was nothing to hold back. He just wanted the audience to know that compared to him, he, the champion of that year, was actually nothing. He was even put on ice by his own company, no abandon. The chat was also buzzing with excitement. Sing, go battle him. Holy crap, they are really going at it. I knew the drama was coming. Don't wimp out, sing. Oh my god, we have to listen to my lover again. This is painful, I want to cry, it is torture. Hey old Zhang, don't you know me by now? I don't know how to write songs. What I said before was just polite talk. Actually, I am just a loser. I just got famous out of nowhere back then. I have achieved nothing over the years, just drifting along and getting by. Coming to this show was also an accident. Lilu was aware of the other's aggressiveness, but he did not get angry. He had always been like this back then. In the show, Lilu had won first place and he got second. He had clashed with him during the show and even wrote a song to mock him after it ended. He could somewhat understand him, but it wasn't like he stole the first place. Others insisted on giving it to him. Meeting again now, he probably still had a grudge. Since he was about to leave the industry, he cared even less about this petty nonsense. He spoke those words very openly. I am a loser, I am not as good as you. Now you should be satisfied. Oh my god, he finally admitted with his own mouth that he is a loser. You don't need to say it out loud, we all know. Well, you do have one redeeming quality, honesty. This guy really knows how to self-deprecate. Why do I feel like there is still hope for him to become popular again? Self-deprecation to redeem oneself, same old trick. The comments in the live stream room were flying, and the viewers were completely merciless in their roasting. Zhang Wenbo was also stunned. The guy had completely given up fighting back, showing no shame at all. If he cornered him any further, it would really be going too far. The winner takes all. He decided to let him off the hook and save him from further embarrassment. No, you are not that bad. Lin felt a pang of sympathy. How frustrated must a person be to say something like that? You were very talented back then. I still remember the melody you wrote for me. Da 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 da. She then hummed a few lines, having never forgotten it. Wow, seriously? You still remember it after all this time? Lilu was shocked. This was the only melody he had written that was halfway decent. Back then, the reason he joined the entertainment company was indeed because he had a slight interest in this field. As a child, he had learned many instruments, dabbling in piano, guitar, drums, and so on. After leaving home, he thought he might be able to become a superstar singer. Once he got into the entertainment company, he actually became famous. Back then he was young and driven, and he had learned to write quite a few pieces. Without exception, they all ended up in the trash bin. This particular melody was inspired when he had just started dating Lin. He said it was a song written specifically for her, which made her really happy. In the end, even by the time they broke up, it was never completed. After that, he completely stopped writing. Perhaps he really had no talent. Of course I wouldn't forget. It's the most beautiful melody I've ever heard. Stop flattering me, I know exactly how good I am. The bullet comments went wild with all kinds of interpretations popping up. What does that mean? Lin Lin's tone implies that Lilu wrote it specifically for her in the past. Probably just a slip of the tongue. Lin Lin just wanted to say he used to write good music. No way, are these two locked in a couple already? Think about it, it's terrifying. Lin Lin hasn't dated for so many years. Could she be waiting for this loser? The camera keeps zooming in on Lin Lin. What is it hinting at? Her face is like the morning glow on peach blossoms, her eyes like the evening tide of autumn water. Holy crap, it's pitch black. How can you guys see so clearly? On the other side, Zhang Wenbo was absolutely furious. These two were acting like shameless lovers, reminiscing about their past crap right in front of him. To his ears, that little tune was incredibly ordinary. This woman was purely doing this to disgust him. A crappy tune like that? He could write a truckload of them in a single day. What are you guys talking about? Yang Shu and a few others gathered around. Actually, they had already been quietly moving closer. To mention getting screen time, no one could resist the drama of a three-way confrontation. Celebrities love gossip too. As soon as the music on stage ended, they tacitly edged over. Just talking about the past. Zhang Wenbo replied and then added, "We were just talking about the song Lilu wrote for Lin Lin back then. It was really nice." No. Hearing him say this, Lin Lin immediately denied it. Oh no, did she say something wrong just now? Ooh, Lilu, you actually wrote a song for Lin Lin before? Yang Shu and the other male guests had knowing, teasing looks on their faces, while the female guests remained composed. No, that's not true at all. I don't know how to write songs, that was just a melody, a demo at best. Songwriters all know that you occasionally come up with a melody. For example, 5322131112, recording that on loop makes it a demo. A talented guy like old Zhang can write hundreds of them a day. Lilu quickly explained, he wasn't here to hype up a coupleship. He didn't want people to misunderstand and affect Lin Lin's normal interactions with other artists. I couldn't possibly write a demo like you. Zhang Wenbo didn't appreciate the gesture, laughing in a somewhat sarcastic manner. Old Six, you've really got me hooked now. That short melody was so amazing. How many more have you hidden away over all these years? No way, you have to show us what you've got today. Sing a new song we haven't heard before, or just sing the one you wrote for Lin Lin. After saying this, Zhang Wenbo felt extremely satisfied. He originally wanted him to sing an old song. The sound system and lighting on this stage were very primitive. Under these conditions, his songs that relied on flashy staging and electronic effects would sound like garbage. No matter which song he sang, he would be ridiculed by the audience. Now, by pressuring him to sing an original song, he would embarrass himself all the way to outer space. He knew exactly what Lilu's level was. It was absolutely impossible for him to write a new song on his own. I really don't know how to write songs. The smile faded from Lilu's face. This guy was never going to drop it. I might be a loser, but I have a system. I just didn't want to stoop to your level, and you actually think you're some kind of genius. The bullet comments reached their peak for the night. Go for it, don't wimp out. He is dissing you right to your face. You really are a loser. He really doesn't know how to write. Why are you guys making things hard for a washed-up idol? Zhang Wenbo is so mean, but I like it. Isn't this a slow-paced celebrity dating show? Why is it so intense? Battle, battle. If he were a rapper, could he stand this? Honestly, he is kind of pitiful. If he were still popular, no matter how deep the conflict was, Zhang Wenbo wouldn't make things this difficult for him. This is an open confrontation. Old Yang, didn't you say you want to dance for us? Liu Mian suddenly nudged Yang Shu beside her, and the camera decisively panned over to them. Dance? Yang Shu was taken aback but quickly caught on. The atmosphere just now was a bit awkward. It seemed that kid Lilu was genuinely angry and Liu Mian was asking him to smooth things over. I only know how to do the cha-cha. It's no fun dancing alone. How about you dance with me? Yang Shu grinned mischievously. He was here just to have fun anyway, and having a well-known leading lady in the industry dance with him wasn't a bad deal. The flow of the bullet comments finally shifted. The two biggest stars on set were about to interact. Damn, why is he smiling so creepily? A middle-aged man joining a dating show is just so greasy. What the hell? Yang Shu transitioned to directing. What are his intentions? My goddess, I can't bear to watch this. Warning, warning, groper alert. Lilu knew Liu Mian wanted to help him. She had always been so considerate. But they had broken up long ago, so why bother? I didn't know how to write songs before. Without waiting for Liu Mian to respond, Li Lu spoke up, drawing everyone's attention back to himself. But just now I wrote. There was no need to hold back, although he planned to transition to becoming a writer in the future. The system had mentioned that he could exchange for unlimited resources, as long as he did good deeds in the future. Forgive and forget when possible, but he had already backed down. In that case, he would exchange for a song first and crush him completely. System. Exchange a good song for me, one that suits my singing level. Li Lu still had some self-awareness. His singing skills were just average, so choosing a song that was too difficult would backfire. Redeemed. The host has also acquired the perfect performance skills for this song. The system responded instantly, and the lyrics and melody of a song flooded into his mind. People Like Me by Maui. This sounds way too good. Is there really no problem with it? Li Lu was also someone who knew the trade. Compared to this song, what he had written in the past was completely unpresentable. All resources come from a parallel universe whose history and culture are extremely similar to Blue Star, which is also a blue planet. The communication in his brainwaves only took a split second in reality. The few people present were all stunned when they heard Li Lu speak up suddenly. Liu Mian widened her eyes, unable to understand what he was thinking at this moment. I already covered for you, yet you still insist on pushing yourself forward. Are you being stubborn again? What does he mean by just wrote one? He must have written it beforehand. Her eyes instinctively drifted toward Lin Lin. No way, did he really write a song for her? For some reason, she felt a bit angry, as if she had lost out on something. Not just Liu Mian, but the other male and female guests all looked at Lin Lin as well. Lin Lin's heart began to thud violently. No way, did he really finish writing a song for her? Why did she feel like there would be a story between them from the very moment she saw him? Even though she kept calling him a scumbag, she still couldn't help but want to get closer. Why does my face feel so hot? Why is everyone looking at me? Am I blushing? They're going to misunderstand me. The bullet screen in the live stream went wild. A dating show with celebrities was indeed much more interesting. In other shows, two guys would just fight, but the battle here turned out to be a song duel. So excited. Here it comes, here it comes. Is he going to shut them up or get embarrassed? He should have done this a long time ago. Being so cowardly, why even join a dating show? Bro, even if you sing I am a piece of crap, I'll still say it sounds good. Is this the original script? I suddenly have a premonition that Li Lu is about to pull off a desperate counterattack. Not to be a conspiracy theorist, but could this be a script? Does Li Lu have new financial backing behind him? Li Lu's eyes shone brightly. A man with a system was indeed powerful. He asked the staff for a blank sheet of paper and wrote like the wind, completing a full music sheet in just a few minutes. There weren't many musicians at the recording site, just a simple setup with one keyboardist, one bassist, one drummer, and one guitarist. However, for the current Li Lu, it was more than enough. A few people gathered around to discuss the performance of the song. The other guests were stunned. Did he really write a good song? The surprise and shock on the musicians' faces could hardly be concealed. Although they weren't very famous, they were definitely experts since they were regulars on the show. Yet now they were listening to him speak like elementary school students. Is everything clear? Let's do a run-through. Li Lu arranged everything and made a final check with the musicians. The group walked onto the small stage, ready to begin. Li Lu, let's make this clear first. Did you write this song for Lin Lin? Yang Shu called out, and all the guys burst into laughter except for Zhang Wenbo. This was a dating show after all, and someone was already making a move so quickly. The female guests couldn't say anything on camera. Instead, they seemed a bit nervous. Especially Lin Lin, who seemed afraid to look up. No, I just wrote it for fun. Don't get the wrong idea. Li Lu smiled along. He would have to be out of his mind to write a song to flirt with his ex. That was years ago. They should just wish other well. The system was also very understanding, providing him with something very satisfactory. With a snap of his fingers, the lights around the stage dimmed, leaving only him sitting on a swivel chair with a microphone. The piano music started and a faint sense of loneliness spread through the air. Li Lu's entire demeanor seemed to change, becoming melancholic and wistful. On the live stream screen, the director had also just received the details of the new song. By this time, the subtitler had already caught up. People Like Me. Even the intro sounds good. So good. The intro already makes me want to cry. Stop sending comments, I want to watch the handsome guy. A person as outstanding as me. How is it that after over 20 years, I'm still drifting in the crowd? A beautiful mid-low voice, slightly raspy. The guests on set were all shocked. Even those who were professional actors understood music better than most people. Was his voice always this beautiful? Why hadn't they noticed it before? A person as smart as me, who has long said goodbye to innocence. How is it that I still used a relationship to exchange for a body full of scars? The female guests had mixed feelings in their hearts. Was he singing about himself? Has he still not moved? A person as lost as me. A person searching like me. A person as mediocre as me. Lin suddenly felt like crying. He was truly singing about himself. He always mocked himself as a loser, doing worse and worse over the years, unable to find his direction. You're not. You sing so well. You are very outstanding. A person as cowardly as me, who always holds back a little. How is it that once, for someone, I also thought about throwing caution to the wind? Liu Mian cupped her face in her hands, taking the opportunity to wipe away the tears escaping from the corners of her eyes. Once there was someone who was willing to throw caution to the wind for her. But it seems she had lost him. A person as baffling as me. Will there be anyone who feels sorry for me? Everyone was immersed in a melancholy world. Who wasn't a baffling person? My heart aches so much. The 5 female guests couldn't help but want to rush up and tell him that someone did care for him. Unfortunately, this was a show. The bullet comments exploded, making it impossible to see what anyone was saying. Damn, isn't this song just about me? Innocent, foolish, lost, unwilling to be ordinary, baffling. It hits every single one. Hearing an old song, I suddenly lost my composure. When I first heard it, I didn't understand the song. When I heard it again, I was already the person in it. When is this song coming out? I will buy it. I'm crying, I'm really crying. Quickly invite him to the singer. I think I've fallen for him again. Is this the surprise after years of keeping a low profile? After the first verse was sung, everyone was drawn to him on the stage. In the dim background, he stood in the light, looking like the cherished white moonlight in everyone's heart. As he raised the microphone again, a melodious whistling sound echoed. Oh my God, he's actually whistling. He even has this talent, and it's for this song's music. The second verse began, a person as vulgar as me. Clap, clap, clap. Yang Shu took the lead in applauding, which was different from when the other guests finished singing. There was no loud cheering, no mutual flat. It seemed this song didn't need any of that. It reminded people of their younger selves, who had been hurt, lost and clueless about what the future held. Mediocre, unwilling to accept being. People like us have ambitions, desires, confusion and unwillingness, but what can we do? This is really a heartbreaking song. It sounds so beautiful. Thank you. Lilu wasn't overly modest. This song was perfect. The system was great at choosing songs. It was completely tailored for him. While singing, he couldn't help but think of his own life over the past years. Having had glory, having been lost, and having been down and out. In fact, for a person like him, all he needed was simply someone to stay by his side. However, it seemed that until now, that person had not yet appeared. P.S. Brothers, add this to your library first. It's very important. Stable updates, guaranteed completion of over 1 million words. Brother Lu sang so well. This song is a classic. Lin Xuan was about a year younger than him, and they used to address each other as peers. Now, calling him Brother Lu just slipped out. A capable person naturally wins respect. Before, he had no works, but now this song alone is enough to set him up for life. Brother Lu, I want to hear you sing more. Sing the song you wrote for Sister Lin too. Xiao Jun also looked like a total fanboy. It was truly mind-blowing. If he had a song like this to back him up, his future would definitely be limitless. Everyone burst into laughter, though the female guests' smiles were a bit forced. Lin was very happy. Although it wasn't written for her, just hearing a song like this made it all worth it. He must have written one for her. Being able to write a song like that just now proved his talent. No, don't talk nonsense. Lilu quickly denied it. This dating show was so annoying, always trying to force a romantic pairing. Old Six, you're so hypocritical. You had such a great song, yet you made us beg you over and over to perform. Zhang Wenbo forced a stiff smile. Damn it, this guy is way too scheming. He had such a great song all along, yet he deliberately made me play the fool to make him look good. But he didn't believe it was written on the spot. He must have prepared it before coming. Seeing Lin Lin's shy expression next to him made him want to cough up blood. He would report to the company tonight. What a couple of cheats. Whoever wants to force this pairing with her can do it. I don't have that kind of patience, screw this. The song just now really was written on the spot. Lilu replied with a smile as if the unpleasantness from earlier had never happened. Zhang Wenbo kept cursing in his mind, desperately wanting to tear off his hypocritical mask. Written on the spot, he doesn't even blink when he lies. But for now, he could only suck it up and watch him show off. The atmosphere lightened up, and everyone began to tease one another. Liu Mian, what do you say? Is it our turn? Yang Shu bent over slightly and shrugged his shoulders. Get lost, who wants to dance with you? Liu Mian laughed and scolded him. Who would want to dance the cha-cha with an ugly guy like him? Amidst all the laughter and joking, the party drew a close. As the live stream was drawing to a close, the heartbeat bear appeared once again. We ask each guest to anonymously write down the name of the person who made their heart skip a beat when they first met. At the end of the stream, we will announce the guest with the most votes, as well as the male guest with the fewest votes. The female guest's vote counts will remain confidential. Additionally, the male guest with the most votes will win a private date with the person they chose. The staff brought in envelopes, paper, and pens and handed them out. Come on, don't do this, that's too cruel. And it's not fair either. Why only reveal the lowest votes for the guys? An old guy like me is definitely going to get 0 votes, right? Yang Shu immediately began to complain, maximizing the entertainment value for the show. Haha, Director Yang, you're very charming, have some confidence. Liu Mian waved the card in her hand, hinting that she would vote for him. Sister Mian, the budget for my next film is pretty good. I wonder if we'd collaborate. Yang Shu got the hint and immediately buttered her up. Director Yang, I'm available too. Are you still looking for a male lead? I don't cost much. Lin Xuan chimed in, holding his card high. Get lost. Yang Shu laughed, cursed, and pushed him away. The live chat was also cracking up. The legendary under-the-table deal is coming. Director, I vote for you. Do whatever you want to me, I can take it. Why is it anonymous? The director is still the boss. I bet Yang Shu gets all the votes. An anonymous vote makes no sense. How are we supposed to know who the girls like? I just want to know who will vote for Li Lu. I'm totally obsessed with him. Melancholy guys are my weakness. Everyone vote for Li Lu. The heartbeat bear's voice sounded again to clarify the rules. You only vote for the opposite sex, and you cannot leave it blank. Anyone who violates the rules will be punished. The guests in the yard had already scattered to different corners. Especially the female guests, none of them wanted the camera to catch who they were writing down. Without a second thought, Lilu wrote down Lin Lin's name. Writing anyone else would be too awkward. For instance, writing Xiao Nuan might make people think he was a simp. Writing down Liu Meian or the other two wasn't appropriate either. They hadn't been in touch since they broke. Lin Lin was the safest bet. At least they were still friends. Sitting in a corner, Lin Lin carefully wrote down Li Lu's name. He was in such a sad position. The other celebrities on the show all came with an agenda. They had already chosen who they wanted to pair up with, while he was just a last-minute replacement. It would be so embarrassing if he ended up with 0 votes. As for Zhang Wenbo, whom she had agreed to pair up with beforehand, who cared about him? It was anonymous anyway, so no one would know she wrote Li Lu. Zhang Xinyao glanced around to make sure no one was peeking. She quickly wrote down the name in her heart and slipped it into the envelope. For a baffling guy like him, she couldn't help but feel bad. It was anonymous anyway, so no one would know who she wrote down. Lai Shihan sealed her envelope. She had never realized she had hurt him so deeply. His confusion, helplessness, foolishness, and lack of ambition were all closely tied to her. It was anonymous anyway, so no one would know who she wrote down. Liu Mian put down her pen with satisfaction, feeling a sense of relief. You little fool, how could life ever be as simple as you want it to be? I couldn't give you the life you wanted, but I hope everything goes well for you. It's anonymous anyway, haha. Su Nuanu unhappily handed her envelope to the staff. She had to protect Brother Lu. He would never get 0 votes. It's anonymous anyway. Sorry, Xiao Jun, you're handsome, but you're just not my type. Soon everyone's cards were collected, and the guys gathered around, teasing one another. Old Six, who did you write down? Brother Lu definitely wrote Sister Lin Lin. I'm totally shipping you too. Haha, Brother Yang wrote Sister Liu Meian, I saw it. You brat, stop talking nonsense. The female guests were quite quiet. They had probably all written down the guys they liked and were still feeling a bit self-conscious. Now we will announce the votes. First, let's reveal the male guest with the fewest votes. The camera panned across each of the male guests' faces. Some looked confident, some happy, some expectant, and some nervous. And then there was one who looked completely indifferent, as if he couldn't care less. Yang Shu. Everyone looked over. He got the lowest votes. 0 votes. Wow, old Liu, did you trick? Yang Shu groaned and covered his face. 0 votes, what a humiliation. Shang Wenbo, 0 votes. But the Heartbeat Bear's voice didn't stop, leaving everyone stunned. 0 votes. Xiaojun, 0 votes. The continuous of names left everyone in shock. Everyone turned to look at Li Lu. Since they could only vote for the opposite sex, this meant he had swept all the votes. From the audience's initial schadenfreude upon hearing that Yang Shu got 0 votes, to being completely dumbfounded when all 4 male guests tied for the lowest with 0 votes. Haha, Yang Shu got 0. I guessed Zhang Wenbo would get 0 votes, and indeed he did. What is going on? Mike Swankson also got 0 votes. Shorxiu got 0 votes. Is this rigged? Holy crap, Li Lu got all the votes. Not only was the live chat shocked, but the male guests on stage were also in disbelief. The Heartbeat Bear didn't drag it out either and directly went on to announce. The guest who received the highest number of heartbeat votes during the first meeting is Li Lu. The camera was very clear, focusing early on the guy who was still completely dazed. The live chat also started spamming like crazy. I knew Lin Lin would definitely vote for him, but I didn't expect a unanimous vote. A unanimous vote is just a bit ridiculous. A bit ridiculous. A bit ridiculous +1. +2. Plus. Hey. Yang Shu let out a weird laugh. Are you kidding me? The way these rules were designed, only revealing the lowest votes for the male guests was originally to avoid embarrassment in case a female guest got 0 votes. It didn't matter for the guys. 0 votes could still be used for comedic effect on the show. After all, guys are thick-skinned. The anonymous voting was supposed to maintain some mystery, but what mystery is left now? Turns out all the female guests like the same guy, and the 4 of us are just here to make up the numbers. This anonymous voting feels completely useless. Now we know exactly who all the female guests voted for. Old Liu, do you want to step up and say a few words? The camera panned across the female guests' faces. How awkward. It was as if their inner thoughts had been laid bare in front of millions of people. Don't get me wrong. For someone as baffling as him, I just wanted to give him a little warmth. Liu Mian was a bit afraid to look at Li Lu. Would he think she was a simp? So much for Anonymous, now everyone knows. On the very first day of the show, before they even got to know each other, everyone found out who their crush was. Even if that's the case, shouldn't we take it step by step? The camera turned directly to Lin Lin next to her, gesturing for her to speak up too. Originally, there wasn't a segment like this where female guests had to reveal their heartbeat guys. The show was supposed to maintain some mystery, but now there was no point in hiding it anymore. I just thought he looked a bit pitiful. If he ended up with 0 votes, he'd probably get all lost and confused again. Lin Lin tilted her head up, that scumbag spreading his charm everywhere again. If I had known so many people would vote for him, I definitely wouldn't have chosen him. Oh, look who's playing hard to get. Everyone knows you would definitely choose him. Yang Shu pointed it out directly, drawing a burst of laughter from the male guests. Who doesn't know what's on your mind now? You sat together the moment you met. Writing songs for you, and even being willing to throw caution to the wind for you. This reconciled couple is probably locked in for good. The live chat was also spamming like crazy. Since the show started airing, the two had interacted way too much. Girl, just admit it. Lin Lin, I approve of this marriage. I originally thought he wasn't good enough for her, but after that one song, I changed my mind. That song was probably sung for you too. I didn't expect to ship them so hard in the very first episode. So sweet. So unexpected. This show is better than the script I had in mind. The camera zoomed in on Li Shihan. I also chose him because I felt bad for him. After saying that, Shihan lowered her head, looking a bit embarrassed. I was going to choose him anyway. This time I'm going to be true to myself. Me too. Maybe because the song he sang was just too moving. Zhang Yuniao said the same. How could any girl resist such a melancholy guy? Besides, they used to be so close. The camera turned to Xiao Nuan next to her. It was clear she was a bit nervous and flustered. Same here, really. Yeah, after listening to Brother Lu's song just now, I couldn't help but want to vote for him. Oh my gosh, my manager is definitely going to scold me now. After drawing the line with him, she threw herself at him again, and now everyone knows. So the ultimate way to pursue a girl is to play the victim and trigger her sympathy? Yang Shu looked at Liu Mian with a puzzled face. The two had a good relationship and usually joked around. Liu Mian looked him up and down. Old Yang, forget it, it doesn't suit you. What do you mean? Why doesn't it suit me? My new movie still hasn't secured any investment and my house is mortgaged to the bank. Over 30 years, and in the end, I haven't even had a girlfriend. Look, for the sake of my dream, my hair has gone completely white and it's falling out in clumps. Yang Shu complained while pulling hard at his hair, making a few nearby female guests scream and step back. The dandruff was literally snowing down. Old Yang, at least you need to look decent and easy on the eyes. Liu Mian roasted him without holding back. Brother Yang, you don't know how to write songs, do you? Brother Yang, does your voice sound good? Jiao Jun and Lin Xuan chimed in to twist the knife. Are you two still playing around? Your heartbeat guests are gone. What hope do you even have left on this show? With the few of them bantering back and forth, the show proceeded in a joyful atmosphere. Although it's a dating show, it's also an entertainment show. It's not like everyone is actually here to find a spouse. And the female guests can't all focus on acting with just one person, otherwise they wouldn't get any screen time. Starting tomorrow, it'll be a fresh start. The heartbeat bear popped up again at this moment. According to the rules, Li Lu gets a chance to go on a private date with his heartbeat girl. Who is his first meeting heartbeat girl? The camera panned back and forth among the girls. Now, not only the audience in front of the screen, but even the male and female guests on set grew tense. Lin. Once the answer was announced, it seemed like everyone let out a sigh of relief. Hey, they're locked in. From now on, we don't have to include the two of them in our activities. Yang Shu had a look of relief, a perfect performance worthy of a best actor. Wow, Sister Lin is just like I thought. Reconciling, it really is a reunion of exes. Congratulations, Sister Lin. You two have to stay happy together. Not bad, old six. Don't screw it up again this time. The male guests chimed in with their jokes one after another. The first couple would surely be the two of them. A mutual choice running toward each other. Reconciliation, that's what the fans love to see. The camera swept across the female guests, but it was rather quiet. No one's... Can I refuse? I don't want to go on a date with him. Lin was extremely embarrassed. Under the bright studio lights, her face had already turned completely red. He's such a jerk, I don't want to go on a date with him. At least it shouldn't be me being this proactive. Although she initially thought of giving him a hand, now that it had actually come to this, it was so embarrassing.
Beep beep, no refusal allowed. Heartbeat Bear immediately replied. What a joke, if everyone refused, where would the drama in our show be? Lin must be thrilled inside. Haha, Sister Lin is blushing. The male guest's teasing arrived as expected. You might as well have written I do on your face. Women really say one thing but mean another. It's getting late today. Guests, get some good rest, and we'll see you tomorrow. Heartbeat Bear announced the end of the live broadcast, and everyone said their goodbyes one by one. The show couldn't broadcast 24 hours a day, and celebrities needed their privacy too. The yard instantly became busy as a group of staff members appeared and started cleaning up the mess. I'm exhausted. Anyone want to grab a late-night snack? Yang Shu found a lounge chair and collapsed into it instantly, all his energy draining away. Brother Yang, I'll head back first. See you tomorrow and goodbye, everyone. Zhang Wenbo wasn't in the mood, so he just said goodbye and left. The others all said their goodbyes one by one and returned to their guest rooms. Since the show had just aired, they all really wanted to go back and check their performance during the live stream. Lin. Li Lu called out, intending to say goodbye to her. For the other female guests, he still felt too awkward to initiate conversation. After all, they hadn't spoken to each other in a very long time. Oh, see you tomorrow. Lin looked a bit startled. She took a few quick steps and ran off like a rabbit. What does he want to say to me? We should at least take it step by step. It can't be this fast. Li Lu searched the crowd for Jiang, the director who had brought him here earlier. He had arrived too late, and they hadn't even told him which room was his. Besides, shouldn't they also reimburse his plane ticket from coming here? A familiar voice called him to a stop. What, are you avoiding me? No, Sister Liu Mian. Li Lu smiled awkwardly. This dating show was really exhausting. Except for Lin Lin, he felt awkward talking to any of the other female guests. Sister Liu Mian, you didn't call me that when we used to watch the moon together. Although her voice was very low, they were close enough that Li Lu heard her crystal clear. A look of panic instantly crossed his face. Sweetheart, is that a name I can call you now? Haha, just teasing you. Look how scared you are. No need for that, you're being too obvious. Even if you still can't let go, you can interact more with the other female guests. Don't let this opportunity go to waste. Liu Mian turned serious. He had a lot of screen time today, but he hadn't said a single word to her. He was avoiding her, keeping his distance in such an obvious way. This definitely wouldn't last. In a few days, once the public's curiosity about him and Lin Lin faded, his screen time would drop significantly. You can still be friends after a breakup. It's not like you have ties forever. Yeah, thanks. Li Lu was an industry veteran too, so he knew Liu Mian was telling him to interact more with her. To ride on her popularity, as well as that of the other female guests. But how could he do that? He just couldn't bring himself to do it. Besides, he was just here to coast along. Why would he need to ride on anyone's popularity? Once the show was over, he would fly far away. Next time you hear news of me, it will be as the famous writer Li Lu. When we meet again, you'll have to call me Teacher Li. Good night. Liu Mian took a few quick steps forward. There were a lot of people around, and she didn't want to draw too much attention. Suddenly, she stopped and turned to look at him. Also, did you lie to me? You used to say you had no secrets from me. But you never told me you wrote a song for your ex-girlfriend. Li Lu was stunned. What was she talking about? When did he write it? He had said it was just a demo at best. Seeing his foolish look, Liu Mian gave a sweet smile and quickly walked away. She used to worry that he wasn't doing well, but now there was no need. That song just now is already good enough to be a hit. With such a good song as his foundation, coupled with the show's popularity and his own qualities, he could at least become slightly popular again this time. But when did he start singing so well? Just this magnetic baritone voice alone is definitely enough for him to secure a place in the music industry. With this level of skill, does he even need to lip sync? Maybe he really can clear his name of the dirt thrown at him. Only the crew members were left working in the yard, and Li Lu was in no rush to leave. Where does this go? He casually picked up a box, wanting to help them clean up sooner. I am no ordinary star. I am the little prince of helping others. Don't Teacher Li, put it down. Teacher Li, you've had a tiring day. Go back and get some rest. A staff member nearby immediately rushed over, and the two of them started a tug of war over the box. It's fine, it's very light, I've got it. Teacher Li, please put it down. You don't want me to lose my job, do you? Haha, you're kidding me, it's not that serious. After some arguing, Li Lu got his way and carried the box into the warehouse. Then he came back to look for more work. His dedicated director, Jiang Zi, quietly followed behind, took a photo, and uploaded anonymously with a caption. They say extras scramble for chores on set, but life isn't easy for washed-up artists either. Li Lu returned to his room satisfied, not even bothered to look up news about himself online. Lying in bed, he called out to the system. System, how many times can I exchange for resources now? After working hard for so long, he should have earned at least one new chance, right? Number of redeemable resources, 0. That's not right. Didn't you say I could get unlimited exchanges if I did good deeds? The system cannot sense the host's sincerity. Redeemable count is 0. How do I make you feel my sincerity? At least make it clear. Once the system senses the host's sincerity, the redeemable count will automatically increase. Li Lu asked a few more times but didn't get any useful information. Damn it, isn't this a scam? He cursed inwardly, feeling a bit anxious. He had used up his previous chance so easily, and now getting another one depended on sincerity. He thought about it seriously. Was it because helping them work didn't count? He was getting paid by them, so it seemed only natural for him to help out. No way, this won't do, I need to go out immediately. At least I need to figure out how to increase my redeemable count. Staying in this gated villa area all day, where would I get the chance to do good deeds? He picked up his phone and scrolled through it casually. The unread messages on WeChat had already exploded red dots all over the screen, showing 90 nops unread. Many old friends from the industry whom he hadn't contacted in years had also sent messages. He knew his song would at least become a minor hit, but he hadn't expected the reaction to be this fast. Lilu smiled disdainfully, too lazy to even look. Most of these people should have been deleted long ago, but because it was too tedious, he had just kept them there. Anyway, he never posted on his moments. He still had to reply to the few he had a decent relationship with. Hey, your new song is pretty good. Aren't you off the live stream? Did I interrupt your date with your ex-girlfriend? Sorry. Wasn't this Gao Xiaolin? After they spoke on the phone last time, they had added each other on WeChat. They had never chatted on it before, and yet she had sent him so many messages. I definitely can't leave Gao Xiaolin's message unanswered. I was busy just now, just got back. What are you thinking? I was embarrassed to death. Going on a date with my ex? No way. Lilu opened her social media page. Even though he didn't use it much, it wouldn't hurt to check out what others were posting. Mostly because he hadn't seen her in years and he wanted to see how her life was going. Sure enough, it was set to only show the last 3 days of posts, and there were only a few scattered messages. No matter what, I have never regretted liking you. Loving you turned out to be my own business all along. I miss you like I miss a summer that is long overdue. More importantly, there were no photos of her, just random scenery shots. He actually wanted to see what she looked like now, since they hadn't met in so many years. This kind of sentimental writing from a young girl really gives me a headache. No wonder she was so against going on a blind date with me. It turns out she's a total simp. Well, actually, inner beauty is what matters most for a girl. There are too many shallow people in this world. How many men can be as deep and refined as me? Too bad we are like brothers, so there are some topics I can't really talk to her about. Beep, beep, beep. A reply quickly came from the other side. So, did you have an absolute blast today? 5 ex-girlfriends all trying to win you back. Ha, not bad, not bad, not bad at all. In front of his close friend, Lilu didn't feel the need to pretend anymore. The vulgarity of human nature was fully on display. Even though he had wanted to avoid any further contact and had kept acting confused, calm and collected. But once he found out he got all 5 votes, he was still absolutely thrilled deep down. Back then you wanted to break up, so we broke up. And now you want to win me back, ha! Look at you being so smug. This damn charm of mine. Stop being so gross. But honestly, your new song really helped you score points. In her headphones, Gao Xiaolin kept looping the song he had sung during the live stream, Someone Like Me. She hadn't planned on talking to this jerk anymore, but she just couldn't help wanting to watch his new show. From his initial awkwardness to Zhang Wenbo's aggressive behavior. She had felt anxious and sad for him and nervous and angry on his behalf. But the moment he started singing, everything changed. It turned out he was so lonely and melancholic. All the joking around was just a front. All he really wanted was to find someone just like him. An inexplicable person, someone who truly understood him. He was still the same person. Although she was late to the party, it probably wasn't too late. Did you fall for me too? Looks like I have another little fangirl now. Lilu had just been complaining about wasting an opportunity, but now he felt it was actually quite worth it. Opportunities to redeem resources from the system could wait, but showing off, no, wait. But being cool is a lifelong career. How could an artistic, sentimental girl like Gao Xiaolin possibly resist that? Go to hell, you only did slightly better on this show. Before this, you were just ordinary and plain. Gao Xiaolin scolded him with a smile. He was really letting it go to his head. Comrade Gao Xiaolin, you clearly haven't seen me at my peak. Lilu felt it was necessary to educate this little girl who had just returned from abroad about his glorious past, so she wouldn't keep looking down on him. Back in the day, I stood with my hands in my pockets, never knowing what a rival was. Speak normally. That year I was on Idols with you, absolutely crushing the competition. I swept the board and took first place. Countless girls cheered for me back then. Even at 10 cents a text, I received over 10 million support messages all by myself. Lilu really missed those glorious days when he talked about them. Of course, it didn't last long. The entertainment industry always favors the new over the old. After some questionable moves, he became a has-been in just over 3 years. But it wasn't an exaggeration to say he was once the dream of 10 million girls, right? Haha, yes, you were amazing. Gao Xiaolin recalled the excitement and joy she felt when she saw him online back then. Indeed, he was so high-spirited and handsome back then. You have no idea how crazy my fans were. One obsessed fan alone cast over 1 million votes for me. Li Lu still felt a bit uneasy thinking about it. With the phones back then, he wondered if her thumbs were still intact. You're the obsessed one. Gao Xiaolin replied instantly, sending an emoji of someone getting punched away. Then she quickly followed up with another message. I'm going to expose you right now for calling your own fans obsessed. No, I'm sorry, boss. He sent a begging for mercy emoji. I was just worried about her fingers, afraid she'd get blisters from texting. As a positive role model artist, I must discourage fans who don't take care of themselves and waste money like that. Li Lu knew she was joking, but that kind of fan really was quite obsessed. Whatever, I'm sleeping. Good night. Ungrateful jerk, Gao Xiaolin cursed silently. This dummy probably didn't know you could use computers to vote in bulk back then. Her delicate hands were perfectly fine. Are you coming over to visit? The scenery here is really nice. Li Lu waited for quite a while, and when no reply came, he figured she had really gone to sleep. He had warmly invited her twice, and she actually ignored him. He would never invite her again. Even if they were like brothers, he couldn't just keep spoiling her. Lying in bed, Gao Xiaolin felt a bit melancholy. Why should I go? To watch you date? It was obvious that his ex-girlfriend Lin Lin still had feelings for him, and even the fans thought they were a great match. Sigh, and there were other female guests too. Knowing they all had a past with him, she couldn't help but be biased and feel like they all had ulterior motives. Otherwise, how could they all choose him? Why did he suddenly become so talented? It was so annoying. He was better off when he was good for nothing. Besides the livestream, the show Heartbeat also released a highlight version. The highlight version compressed and edited the day's livestream content, adding richer subtitles and background music before broadcasting it on video streaming websites. Viewers who didn't have the time to follow the live broadcast could just watch the highlight version whenever they were free. After the live stream ended that day, the hard-working crew quickly compiled the first episode. What is going on? Since when is Li Lu a top star? The protagonist of the first episode is actually Liu? Is this rigged? I looked at the intro and the first couple is actually Li Lu and Lin Lin. Are they hyping an expired couple? Watch the show before you comment. Haters, stop trying to stir up trouble and just search someone like me on short video platforms. I'm so excited for tomorrow's episode. I don't care about anything else. I just want to see exes get back together. Watching this X drama is so addictive. I found a hidden gem artist. Li Lu, I absolutely must recommend his new song to everyone. He really made a comeback. Another washed-up star getting popular again through a variety show. Overnight, the search volume and popularity of the name Li Lu soared. Since he was once a top star, seeing this name pop up again brought in more and more curious clicks. Damn, this punk set me up. Sun Xiang kicked open the door to his office with his assistant Marui following closely behind. Last night, Li Lu showed off his incredible talent, and a new song he performed on the variety show went straight to the hot search list. Even his longtime haters had to admit there was nothing wrong with this song. During a briefing session this morning, several company executives specifically pointed him out. People in entertainment agencies are highly sensitive. This level of popularity clearly indicated he was about to make a huge comeback. Knowing that the artist had already terminated his contract, and that the song didn't belong to the company, the boss scolded him bitterly. The kicker was that the very show making him blow up again was signed by none other than himself. Should we contact him now and sign him back? His assistant Marui had naturally watched the show highlights, and that man was simply too charming. He made her heart flutter and she couldn't help but want to comfort him. Sign him? My foot? That guy is too cunning. He's been playing us all along. This song was written a long time ago. He was just waiting to release it after the contract was terminated, so the copyright would be entirely his. Damn it. What pissed Sun Xiang off the most was this. The guy was clearly amazing at songwriting, yet he had always pretended to be an idiot. If you had written a song of this caliber before, of course the company would have pushed you to the top. This scheming guy did it entirely to go solo once his contract expired. You have to realize under his old contract, all his creations belonged to the company. Meaning the songs he wrote weren't actually his. Should we give it a try? Once he makes his comeback, he should reach first-tier popularity at the very least. Thinking back to his firm muscles, she thought how great it would be if they were in the same company. No chance. The company already told me to stay out of it. They handed it over to Lin Lin's agent. They're probably going to play the personal connection angle through Lin Lin. Sun Xiang sighed. How could he not know the benefits? Before, they didn't want him because he had no signature works, which meant he had no value. Now that he has a hit and can trigger a wave of nostalgia, returning to the A-list would be incredibly easy. Even though he cursed him out loud, if they could re-sign a top star, pride meant nothing. He'd gladly call him daddy. His biggest regret now was helping him sign this gig. If he hadn't, the show crew might have just found someone else in a hurry. At Heartbeat Cottage, Li Lu didn't get out of bed until past 10 in the morning. He wanted to stay in his room and not go out, but he couldn't just hide forever. Having taken their 120,000, he had to show some professional ethics. He decided to see if there was anything to eat. Hey! Only Xiao Jun and Yang Shu were in the living room. After greeting them briefly, he headed to the kitchen to take a look. This was a public area, so cameras were filming constantly. There was some prepared porridge and bread, so he grabbed a few quick bites. Bro Lu, your new song is a huge hit. A lot of people in the industry are tagging you. Xiao Jun sat down next to him holding his phone. From last night until now, he had been logging on with his alt account from time to time to take a look. Since the show started airing, Li Lu's popularity had left everyone else in the dust. He was so envious. I don't use that anymore. Li Lu smiled sheepishly. He was the one who had been trolled so hard he quit the internet. Getting insulted every single day, who in their right mind would still use it? You should go check it out. But since you don't seem to have a team managing you right now, your new fan club is completely leaderless. Xiao Jun meant well. Li Lu had made it onto several hot search lists by now. It had also been dug up that he had actually terminated his contract with his former company. He had no team, not even an agent. No, I'm not going on. Who needs a fan club? I don't have a team, just myself. Any organized events claiming to be in my name are all scams. Li Lu said this on purpose here. Since it was a live broadcast, even if it wasn't seen now, it would be edited into the final cut. This would prevent others from using his name to run scams now that he was famous again. What's wrong, Li Lu? Are you completely indifferent to fame and fortune now, without any desires? Yang Shu also walked over. With only 3 of them in the room, it would get them more screen time. I just can't be bothered with that stuff anymore. That was exactly what Li Lu thought. Why would he need to maintain a fan base? Once he got through the end of the show, he was going to change careers. By the way, where is everyone else? They all went out to work helping the local fishermen sell their stuff. Brother Yang and I got up really early to collect the basic supplies for the next 2 days. But if we want to eat something good, we still have to work for it. How come nobody told me? Lulu put down the steamed bun in his hand. How embarrassing, wouldn't this make him a freeloader? No way. Bro Lu, have you never watched this show before? I rarely watch TV. Li Lu felt a bit awkward. What guy would watch a dating show? When he arrived, the show's itinerary didn't specify what he was supposed to do, so he just treated it like a vacation. You and Lin Lin have a special privilege today. This afternoon you'll be sent off the island to spend a romantic night in a 5-star hotel. Yang Shu smirked slyly, looking like a man who understood everything. Whenever guests successfully pair up, they get a chance for a private date. 5-star hotels, luxury cruises, even helicopter tours can be arranged. Those who fail to pair up have to stay on this island and scrape by on basic rations. Xiao Jun explained in more detail. What do you mean scrape by? If you want to eat lobster and abalone, you go earn it yourself. Yang Shu assumed the posture of an elder, bringing a smile to their faces. If the production crew just gave them whatever they wanted, there wouldn't be any room left for the guests to interact. Everyone might as well just lie around like corpses. Case in point, the guests who went out this morning still hadn't returned. The main camera was over there too, and the camera would only occasionally cut back to the 3 of them. No wonder they threw a party as soon as they arrived yesterday. It was to give everyone a good meal beforehand. Thinking about it, Li Lu felt relieved. Fortunately, he hadn't cared about saving face. So when are the 2 of us leaving? He thought it would be nice to get out. If he stayed here, who could he do good deeds for? He was even a bit eager to test out his theory. As they spoke, a commotion arose outside as the group that had gone out in the morning returned. With the girls in front and the guys behind, everyone was wearing large sun hats, chatting and laughing in small groups full of excitement. We have sea base to eat today. Xiao Nuan, with her petite figure, was carrying a large fish trap. She was overjoyed. It was the reward given by the locals. Upon entering the house, she was greeted by the sight of her bro Lu staring at her. Oh dear, what should she do? She was dressed like a little fisher girl right now, and she wondered if he would like it. Immediately, her mood took a downturn. Sister Lin Lin, you guys are finally back. Bro Lu has been waiting for you for ages, waiting to go out with you. Once Xiao Jun finished speaking, the guys burst into laughter. A blush rose on Lin Lin's face and she ran to her room. It wasn't like they hadn't gone on dates before. What was the rush? She didn't want to make a fool of herself. Xiao Jun walked over to Nuan Nuan, wanting to help her carry the trap. Here, Nuan Nuan, just give it to me. Su Nuan refused to hand it over, bypassing him to carry it into the kitchen herself. Chatty guys are so annoying. Xiao Xiao was a bit confused, like, what's going on? Didn't your manager reach out to me just a couple of days ago, asking me to interact with you more? He wouldn't want me to play the role of some pathetic, obsessed fanboy, would he? Dream on. My agency originally wanted me to get together with Zhang Xinyao, but I figured having an extra on-screen romance couldn't hurt. Actually, my dream girl is Liu Mian, but the company won't allow it. The age gap is a bit too wide and they're worried the fans won't like it. Yo Yao, let me help you with your hat. Xiao Jun quickly adjusted his mindset and went to interact with the next female guest. The heartbeat cabin quickly became lively, with the girls excitedly showing off what they'd gathered that morning. Everyone split into groups and went to the market to help people sell fish. They came back with bags full of loot, all gifts from the fishermen. Li Lu stayed far away from the cameras, waiting for the director to signal when he could come out. Yang Shu had just followed Li Mian upstairs, hoping to help her pick out an outfit, but he was ruthlessly kicked out. After heading back downstairs, he noticed everyone else was flirting and joking around in the kitchen, and him sitting there all alone really stood out. What is wrong with you, kid? Don't let people get the wrong idea. We are not ostracizing you. He sat down next to him with a chuckle and made a joke. After the show aired yesterday, it blew up several trending topics. This kid managed to hog quite a few of them all by himself. Social status revealed. A has-been superstar is ignored on a dating show and eats alone. Has-been superstar does odd jobs for the show crew, desperately begging for screen time. Look at these headlines. If this was all there was to it, I wouldn't have bothered reaching out to him. But that golden track he sang last night was incredible. He's trending again because of it. Right now, clips of him singing last night are the hottest things on social media. Even a person like me felt deeply moved listening to it. If over 1 billion ordinary people across the country heard it, they'd surely feel the same way. With just this song alone, he'll be a solid second-year star by the end of this season. If his agency is willing to invest and has the backing, making it back to the first tier won't be hard. No, not really, we just aren't close. Lilu replied with a smile, pretending to be socially awkward. Why do I feel like you're playing the fool to get the upper hand? You say you're not close. Yang Shu was a veteran in the industry. As soon as the kid got popular last night, netizens dug up everything about him. Not only did all his old scandals hit the trending list again, but he was also a total magnet for rumors back in his prime. After putting it all together, netizens were shocked to realize he had history with all 5 female guests on the show, and they were amazed at how the production team picked their cast. Now he's sitting here telling me they aren't close, that's just fake. Forget Lin Lin, what about Zhang Yunyao and Li Shihan? You've worked with them before, haven't you? Who's gonna believe you're not close? Brother Yang, you're an actor too, you know how it is. We shoot so many dramas every year, but once the project wraps, everyone pretty much loses touch. My interactions with them were just for publicity. Li Lu recalled the text message Zhang Yunyao sent him when they broke up, saying that everyone is an actor. Back then, I really was too unprofessional. Yang Shu knew he wasn't lying, but he still felt a bit uneasy. This kid definitely isn't as naive as he looks. In this industry, who isn't clever and street smart? It wasn't wrong to say he was playing the fool to catch his prey, especially since he clearly had a great song, but pretended not to know how to sing it last night. Zhang Wenbo really got played. Netizens are mocking him relentlessly under his Weibo posts, completely overshadowing the new song he was preparing. It seems he even has to delay his new album. In a word, it is pathetic. He said he wasn't close with the other female guests. Could that also be an act? Then what about you and Liu Mian? There are quite a few photos of you two hanging out in private online. Yang Shu could ignore other things, but he intended to interact a lot with Liu Mian during this season of the show. There have been plenty of rumors about him and Liu Mian online, though he didn't believe them himself. Now that the topic is up, it wouldn't hurt to ask. Of course it's fake, those photos weren't just the two of us. If I recall correctly, there were plenty of friends around every time. Li Lu lied without any hesitation. Since they've broken up, there's no need to use his ex for clout. A white lie, isn't it? Though he had to admit Liu Mian was sharp. She always had staff members nearby to provide cover whenever they met. Come on, don't just squat here by yourself and pretend you don't know her. What, are you expecting the girl to take the initiative and come greet you? Yang Shu wasn't sure if that was truly his personality, as they weren't close before. But now, as the senior figure, there's no harm in bringing a promising newcomer like him into his circle. Okay, thanks, Brother Yang. Li Lu accepted it humbly, thinking this is exactly why he didn't want to come here. They're all ex-girlfriends, and he's desperate to avoid them. The main camera had switched over to them at some point. Li Lu had been very popular yesterday, and the production team was deliberately trying to get more footage of him. The only problem was that he had been slacking off all morning and hadn't interacted with anyone. The live comments immediately focused on their conversation. Old Six is clearly just avoiding them because he's afraid of being accused of clout chasing. It's honestly sad to see a washed-up top star having to do odd jobs even after the stream ends. After hearing his new song, I know he is a sensitive, gentle, and strong-willed boy. I was worried he'd try to get close to my idol, but now I think he's actually all right. A model of male virtue, he's not playing the field, he's just waiting for Lin Lin. Don't let his appearance fool you, he's faking it, just faking it. He's clearly a playboy, and now that he's not famous anymore, he's pretending to be innocent. He's such a snake, don't believe him, Yang Shu. He really had a thing with Liu Mian. Li Lu and Li Xian had a falling out before, so he definitely wouldn't approach her voluntarily. The rumors were quickly debunked by Xiao Nuan, which was basically a slap in the face for those who spread them. He hasn't seen Zhang Xinyao for years, and now that his career is so cold, he probably feels embarrassed. As for Liu Mian, she only hangs out with whoever is popular. Those who know. Ever since Li Lu's career hit rock bottom, the two of them haven't appeared together again. If you want to know more juicy gossip, just follow me at Entertainment Auntie 9. Li Lu. Lin Lin came down from the second floor and called out. "Aw, Sister Lin Lin is so beautiful. Don't come back tonight, you hear? It's all up to you now, old Six." Everyone else in the room looked over too, and a few of the men started cheering and teasing them. Of course, they were all just joking. This is a proper dating show, and one featuring celebrities at that. There certainly won't be any scenes of people sleeping together. It's not like those trashy, uncensored shows from abroad. Even Zhang Wenbo loudly added to the atmosphere, wearing a smile on his face while cursing them internally. After what happened last night, he had already given up on his original target, but this pair of adulterers was still getting on his nerves. Especially that cunning guy who had once again outshined him. And he did it in singing, something Zhang took pride in, making him lose face completely. Lin Lin was dressed in a white shirt and jeans, looking youthful and lively, like a fresh college graduate. In truth, she was only in her 20s, but she hadn't dressed like this for a long time. This was how she dressed when she had her first love at 18. Let's go. Even though she knew everyone was just playing around, and that this was just a dating show, a program after all. Her face turned as red as an apple in an instant, and she hurried out of the living room, unable to stay any longer. Li Lu was a bit stunned. Lin Lin was acting really strange. Aren't we just doing this as a temporary fix? If you act like this, people are going to get the wrong idea. From the very first moment Lin Lin saw him, ripples started forming in her heart. Although she called him a scumbag with a heart of stone and no lingering affection. But if we are talking about hatred, there really wasn't much of it. After all, it was her own choice back then, and she lacked the courage herself. Now that he is in a tough spot, she can't help but want to help him out. Only after hearing that song did she realize that perhaps in the past, she had never truly entered his heart. Her manager called this morning, saying the two of them looked great together and telling her not to let this opportunity slip away. Maybe it really was fate that they would reunite on a dating show. I chose him and he chose me. Our story has only just begun. So happy. The extreme close-up of her face sent the live comments into a frenzy. No way, something is definitely off with Lin Lin's state. Girl, it is only the second day of the show. Try to play hard to get. It is over, our goddess has already surrendered. If this is acting, I am not buying it. Everyone knows Lin Lin is a terrible actress. It is over at this rate. She is going to be a mom by the time the show ends. Acted or not, I am already shipping this reunited couple. On the seaside path, the two of them walked one after the other. Walking to the nearby port, the crew had a boat ready to take them to the city. The summer sun was a bit dazzling, but with the sea breeze blowing, it did not feel too hot. Lin Lin held a parasol, wondering why this cutie had been so quiet ever since they stepped out. Would you like to share the umbrella with me? You might get sunburned. She could not help herself. Maybe he was just feeling a bit shy. After all, crew members were recording them with micro cameras from both ends, and they were wearing microphones too. No, thank you, I'm fine. Li Lu had sensed something was off earlier. Lin Lin was being way too obvious. She could not be taking this dating show seriously, right? That was not what he meant when he chose her. He still knew her pretty well. She was not good at socializing, and she was a bit proud and aloof. Back when they joined the company around the same time, she was the only young person who treated him differently. She just was not the type of person who could act. Over the years, the company had arranged some roles for her, but they were all flops without exception. Even she herself had given up, having absolutely zero acting skills. Fortunately, her appearance was outstanding, and with a heaven-sent voice, she became a huge hit in the music industry instead. In recent years, she had also sung many theme songs for TV dramas and films, earning her the title of OST Queen. Her current girlish behavior was exactly the same as when they first fell in love. With his rich dating experience, he knew this was definitely not acting. Besides, she could not act it out even if she tried. If it were Liu Mian or Yao Yao, it would be much more plausible. He was already hesitant to walk too close to her, let alone share an umbrella. Wouldn't that invite even more misunderstanding? Walking in front, Lin Lin was taken aback. What was wrong with him? She had already given him an excuse, so why did he still refuse? Are they going to keep walking like this until the end of time? Is he totally clueless? Why does it feel like Li Lu is deliberately keeping his distance? I was expecting some sweet moments between them. Why is it different from what I thought? It has been ages, and they have just been walking in silence. This is too boring. Lin Lin has always been quiet. Watch it or leave it. Our Lin Lin took the initiative to show affection, and she actually got rejected. He is doing this on purpose. A wave of comments erupted from the fans, as the situation was completely different from what everyone had expected. They thought the first couple would definitely spark up like dry wood on a wildfire, but who knew they would both be so restrained? The director also decisively cut the camera back to the Heartbeat Cottage. Once they boarded the boat, Li Lu wanted to find a random seat, but at the director's cue, he ended up sitting next to her anyway. Lin Lin also noticed something was off. Why did he seem to be deliberately keeping his distance from her? What have you been busy with lately? Li Lu came up with a clumsy topic. He had originally thought his relationship with Lin Lin was the most normal one. But now he suddenly did not know how to act anymore. Did he misunderstand her, or did she misunderstand him? Should he have talked to her in advance last night? Collecting songs, recording, and appearing on shows. Lin Lin felt a bit better, as she was worried they would just stay silent the whole time. What about you? Playing games, watching movies, just messing around. I do not believe you. You must have written a lot of songs. Haha, I really... Li Lu knew that if he said the song from last night was really just written on the spot, no one would believe him, so he did not bother to explain. Mr. Wang from the company asked me to ask if you would like to come back. Lin Lin remembered what her manager had asked her to do this morning, and it was the perfect time to bring it up. No, of course. Are you worried about contract issues? The company is about to set up a personal studio for me. If you are willing, the two of us can go negotiate with them together. She lowered her head after saying that. He should be able to get the hint, right? The company would fund a studio for her, take a minority stake, and leave all the control to her. It was the ultimate diva treatment. If he joined in, he would not have to worry about being exploited either. How could Li Lu not understand? She meant for them to form a package deal. Wouldn't that make them a couple's business? I will pass. I prefer the freedom of being on my own. Li Lu turned his head toward the window, not daring to look at her. Where are we going later? He decided to change the subject. He really had no idea what the schedule was for today. According to the rules, the schedule for a solo date was up to the female guest. In the afternoon, we will go to Luhuidu Park to look around. In the evening, we will visit the night market. I have not been to a night market since that year. Lin Lin felt a bit disappointed. She had been rejected by him again. A woman's intuition is extremely sensitive, and yesterday he had seemed much warmer than he did now. Sure, whatever you say. Lilu forced a smile. She had indeed come prepared. Luhuitu Park. Why did it feel like she chose this place with a deeper meaning? The night market? And she had not been back since that year? That year, the two of them had secretly snuck out to the night market together, only to be called in by the manager the moment they returned to the company the next day. The manager pulled out the contract and gave them a classic carrot and stick talk. Shortly after, the two of them broke up. Her manager had come to find him specifically, saying Lin Lin had a bright future ahead and the company was already producing her solo album. If he really wanted the best for her, he should not hold her back at such a crucial moment. For rookie idol artists, dating was a major blow to their fan base. Her manager said Lin Lin wanted him to pass on an apology, so naturally he could not bring himself to cling to her. Life works in mysterious ways. Half a year later, he was the one who blew up first, becoming a sensation nationwide. You must be looking forward to it. Take lots of photos of me later. Lin Lin suddenly smiled, regardless of what he thought of her. Today was a date for just the two of them anyway. Yeah, okay.
Lilu nodded, his mind already completely numb. He only bragged in front of Gao Xiaolan. In reality, he wasn't a narcissistic person. But from just now until now, Lin Lin had caught him completely off guard. Asking him to share an umbrella, inviting him to start a studio with her. Out of all the tourist attractions here, she just had to choose Luhuitu Park. Even though he had never been there, it wasn't like he hadn't heard of it. That was a hot spot for couples. And finally, bringing up what happened that night at the night market, it was practically laying the cards on the table. This shouldn't be happening. When they first met yesterday afternoon, she seemed perfectly normal. Just then his phone rang. It was his personal phone. Go ahead and answer it, it's fine. Lin Lin didn't mind and gestured for him to go ahead. Hello. Let's talk tonight. Just send your quote directly to my email. Okay, goodbye. Lin Lin was standing quite close, so she could vaguely guess what it was about. Is it work? It seems like that song from last night is quite popular. Since I don't have an agency right now, these music platforms reached out to me directly to see how we could release it. Speaking of this, the smile on Lilu's face was truly unstoppable. It was more than just popular. Quite a few companies had already contacted him since this morning. If he signed an exclusive deal, he should be able to make a lot of money. That song is beautiful. It let everyone see you in a new light. Lilu gave a vague response, not daring to look her in the eye. There was a sparkle in her eyes now. Could that song really have been so powerful that it fooled her too? I eat and drink fine every day. I've never been lost, and I've never been depressed. I really am shallow, and I really am content with being ordinary. That song was given by the system. There was no explaining it now. Sister Lin Lin, Mr. Lai. We're about to enter the downtown area, so we'll stop the live stream. It's not convenient with too many pedestrians. But our crew will keep filming nearby to make a special feature, which will be released tomorrow. The director Jiang Zi came over to inform them. Their side had been too quiet, so the live stream camera hadn't cut to them at all. The director notified them that they wouldn't switch to this feed later, letting them act freely. Editing it into a special feature later might yield better results. Okay. Both understood. Indeed, if they were surrounded in a busy area by local fans watching the live stream, it would be quite awkward. Lilu didn't care about that at all now. Instead, he really wanted to ask the live stream viewers online. How can I tell a girl I'm not interested in her in that way without hurting her feelings? Waiting online, it's quite urgent. The two strolled along the mountain path of the park. There were many visitors coming and going, but it wasn't crowded. Putting on masks, they looked just like ordinary tourists. Not far away, a few crew members carried simple live stream recording equipment. In an era where live streaming internet celebrities were everywhere, no one found it unusual. Do you know why this place is called Luhuitu? Lin Lin had done a lot of research last night, especially after seeing this legend. She felt all the more that it was a sign from heaven. Is it about an evil deer demon meeting a beautiful and kind woman, being touched by her kindness, laying down its weapon, and repenting? Lilu saw many deer-shaped sculptures. Unfortunately, this wasn't a major scenic spot, so there weren't tour guides explaining things everywhere. We're recording a show, don't talk nonsense if you don't know. Haha. Once upon a time, there was a handsome hunter who was chasing a beautiful spotted deer. One chased and the other fled. For 9 days and 9 nights, crossing 99 mountains and wading through 99 rivers, they ran all the way to the coast of the South China Sea, right here. Lin Lin pointed to the blue sea and sky in the distance. Beautiful, isn't it? They reached the edge of a cliff with the endless sea below. The deer had nowhere left to run. She turned to look at the handsome hunter behind her, her eyes clear and beautiful, sorrowful and full of affection. Li Lu was listening intently, but meeting her intense gaze, he guiltily looked at the scenery. The crew not far away could hear their conversation clearly, and Jiang Zi and the others were shaking with laughter. What on earth is this on Chase's The Other Flea's story? Is Sister Lin Lin telling a romance novel about an overbearing CEO or a mythical legend? Suddenly feeling pity in his heart, the young hunter lowered his bow and arrow. Lin Lin continued her story. The iconic deer sculpture was already visible not far ahead. At that moment, the deer turned into a beautiful woman, and the two fell in love, married, and settled down. That is the meaning of Luhuitu. This city also has another name, Deer City. It's quite interesting. Li Lu looked around. There were many tourists, most of whom were couples. With a story like that as a backdrop, no wonder people flocked here. Excuse me, miss, could you take a photo of us? As they walked past a scenic spot, they were stopped by a tourist. A young woman holding a DSLR camera wanted the passing Lin Lin to take a photo of them. On a large rock, the words "Love at First Sight" were written in large characters. Sure. Lin Lin took it with a smile. Wearing a mask, she didn't have to worry about being recognized. Let me do it. Li Lu shouted. How could he miss out on something like this? He had been paying attention all the way, but there hadn't been any opportunities to do a good deed. Lin Lin didn't know why he was so excited. It was just taking a photo for someone. Could he want to as well? The two of them in the past were like that too, right? Click, click, click. All right, change your pose. Be a bit more proactive, buddy. 1, 2, 3, smile. Li Lu wasn't just going through the motions, he was seriously helping them pose. In his heart, he couldn't help but complain. It was just an ordinary big rock, yet with those words on it, people actually queued up to take photos. All right, take a look and see how they are. If they're not good, we can take a few more. Thank you, you're so nice. The girl took the camera. This guy was so helpful. His girlfriend must be very happy. Are you two going to take one too? Let me help you. No, it's fine. Li Lu quickly waved his hand. Just receiving their sincere thanks was enough. He didn't need anything in return. Come on, let me take one for you guys while no one is here. The girl took the initiative to pull Lin Lin, who was standing nearby, and pushed her toward the rock. She could tell their current status at a glance, more than friends but not yet lovers. The guy looked shy, but since they were visiting Luhuitu together, weren't they just one step away from making it official? Girls have to look out for girls. Li Lu didn't want to make things awkward for Lin Lin either. After all, it was a dating show, so he should cooperate a little, right? The two of them stood on either side, copying the couple from earlier. 3, 2, 1, cheese. Another one. Lean in closer, buddy. Just a little bit closer. Click, click, click. The girl took photo after photo with Lin Lin's phone. Li Lu was dumbfounded. Why are you being so enthusiastic? Do you have a system too? Good luck, sis, your boyfriend is really handsome. The girl returned the phone to Lin Lin and whispered to her. Even though they were both wearing masks, it was obvious from their style and vibe that they were a good-looking couple. Thank you. Girls help girls. She and her boyfriend had gone through the same stage in the past, from flirting to holding hands, to where they were today. Goodbye. Saying goodbye to the young couple, Lin Lin flipped through the photos on her phone. She was so grateful to the young girl. She had wanted to take pictures here just now. But since he didn't bring it up, how could she bring herself to ask? Love at first sight wasn't that exactly how she used to be. Do you believe in love at first sight? I do. Li Lu smiled and nodded, though he didn't believe it for a second. Everyone is just attracted to looks at first, or at the very least, love grows over time. But they were filming a show right now, and he was wearing a microphone. If he spoke the truth, he would definitely get roasted to death. Especially some toxic viewers who would twist his words. Since Lin Lin asked, he could only give a half-hearted answer. What do you want your love life to look like? Me? Li Lu thought about it. He really was a vulgar, ordinary person. Since he was planning to change careers anyway, there was no need for anything fancy. A cozy home with a wife and kids. Haha, that's really nice. What about you? What do you hope for? Lilu followed up and asked her back. Lin had been smiling happily, but his question made her turn serious. May we have years to look back on and grow old together in deep love. She had really thought about it all night long. There were some regrets in the past, but now she wanted to try again. On the other side, about 20 meters away from them, was the camera crew. Quick, zoom in for a close-up of the two of them. Jiangzi was incredibly excited, who said Sister Lin was born. Not wishing for time to turn back, but spending the rest of their lives together in deep love. With these romantic words, even the most stubborn straight guy would be won over. This is literally the best confession to an ex you still love. How can he not just surrender? On camera, Lin looked full of anticipation, hoping to get a response. Haha, that's great. Lilu wished he could slap himself twice. Why did he ask that question? That must be the landmark here, right? That giant deer sculpture. Come on, let me take a few more photos for you. Lin felt a bit disappointed. She had already been extremely direct. Yet he kept playing dumb time and time again. He wasn't some clueless guy, he was very gentle and attentive. It turned out it was all just her wishful thinking. Indeed, if he really cared about her, there wouldn't have been only a few sporadic holiday greetings over all these years. Lilu's mind quickly drifted away. Love and romance? Right now, he just wanted to do good deeds. He called out to his system in his mind. System. Can I redeem resources now? Host redemption opportunities are at 0. Oh, come on. Wasn't helping out just now a good deed too? Host's redemption opportunities are at 0. No way. A good deed is a good deed, no matter how small. Do not neglect a good deed because it is small. Don't tell me you don't even know that. Host redemption opportunities are at 0. Damn it, can you just be direct? What on earth do I have to do to get another chance? Once the system senses the host's sincerity, the number of redemptions will automatically increase. Screw you. Lilu couldn't help but curse. Surely it didn't have to be like that day. The thing was, that kind of situation was pure luck. He couldn't just stand by the river or a bridge every day, and besides, doesn't everyone want world peace? By the time the group came down from the mountain, it was already getting dark. Let's go get something to eat. Which night market should we go to? Lilu took out his phone to search for nearby night markets. He remembered she used to love street food at night markets, and he wasn't picky either. I don't really want to go. Realizing that he only saw her as a friend, Lin lost her enthusiasm. Let's go grab a drink. A drink? Lilu glanced at Jiangzi and the others nearby, wondering if they were allowed to do that on the show. The crew could hear their conversation and nodded to show it was fine. Okay. Since this was a tourist area, there was no shortage of bars. Going clubbing was out of the question, so they needed to find a quiet place that was suitable for filming. Lilu picked a folk music bar and ordered some food and drinks. Customers were starting to trickle in, scattered around the room. There was a small, simple stage of just a few square meters. Seeing that there were enough customers, the owner grabbed an acoustic guitar and started singing a couple of tunes. The place was filled with couples and tourists who didn't really care what he was singing, as long as it had the right vibe. Under the dim lights, nobody noticed that the table in the corner was occupied by 2 celebrities. Jiangzi and the crew adjusted the camera angles at a neighboring table, feeling a bit disappointed that the lighting was poor and they couldn't set up lights for them. There probably wouldn't be much to watch, but they had enough footage from the day to piece together about 40 minutes. I don't know what this guy is thinking. Sister Lin has gone this far, and he still won't take the initiative. Could he be casting a wide net, planning to play the field on the show? Eat something. Don't just keep drinking, it's bad for your stomach. Lilu put a slice of pizza on her small plate. She said she wanted to go to a bar, and she really meant it. After running around all afternoon, even if it was just low-alcohol sweet wine, drinking it straight like this would be too hard on her stomach. Do you still remember when we used to sneak out to bars together? After sitting down, Lin had taken quite a few sips. Now she took a bite of the pizza, only to find it hard to swallow. Thinking about so many things from the past, she felt a heavy lump in her throat. Haha, I remember. Lilu could also tell something was wrong with her. Had he gone a bit too far today? At the very least, he should have played along for the show. You were so curious back then, wanting to try everything. Back then, whenever I wanted to drink alcohol, you replaced it all with soft drinks. You said I had to protect my voice for now, and that I could drink after I became famous. Lin had never forgotten. She really was someone who obsessed over details. When they were together, every little bit of his care was always fresh in her memory. I was just teasing you, mostly because you were still so young back then. Lilu smiled too, remembering the way things were back then. Back then, who knew what the future would hold? There were so many trainees every year, but how many actually made it? But Lin really was talented, and she worked hard, always practicing until late every night. Unlike him, who was just coasting along. I wasn't really lying to you though. Everyone knew you were bound to become famous. I remember guys in the boys' dorm saying that whoever married you wouldn't have to struggle for at least 20 years. That was actually true. Back then everyone shared the practice rooms on the same floor. 19 and 20-year-old guys are at the peak of their hormones, so they'd often team up to sneak peeks at the girls. Lin was without a doubt the most outstanding one among them. Back in the dorms at night, everyone would gossip about whose number they got or who they added on WeChat. Which girl was the prettiest and which one was the cutest. The consensus was, if anyone could marry her, a future superstar, they would have hit the jackpot. Even if they had to live off her for the rest of their lives, it would be totally worth it. He didn't know what kind of crazy luck he had. He happened to pick up her meal card once, and that was how they met. Back then, while the wolves in his dorm were still fantasizing, little did they know he had a breakfast date with her the next morning. Although they kept it very low-key, they were eventually found out anyway. Oh, stop joking around. Lin smiled too. Then why aren't you pursuing me now? A wave of sadness hit her. Maybe over all these years she had just been too famous. That was why he had never reached out to her first. Even though they were with the same company, he never asked her for help. He was a very sensitive guy with a lot of pride. Actually, back then, you were the guy everyone had a crush on. Almost all the girls had your contact info. After we got together, I felt like I was ostracized by them. No one even wanted to sit with me at lunch. Lin smiled slightly. It really was a fun time back then. Really, I remember no one sat with you before that either. Everyone said you were too proud and didn't fit in. Seeing that she was in a much better mood, Lilu started teasing her. You are talking nonsense. Lin's face turned even redder. It was hard to tell if it was from the alcohol or from being annoyed by him. Back then, she was just bad at socializing, not that she didn't have any friends. As they talked about the past, the atmosphere grew more relaxed. Lilu joined her for a few drinks. The alcohol content wasn't high. Coming to a bar like this was just about getting a light buzz. Actually, when you brought up breaking up, I was really angry. Fueled by the alcohol, the words Lin had bottled up for so long finally started pouring out. Hey, you were the one who broke up with me. Lilu wasn't drunk at all. This was barely anything to him. But the way she put it made it sound like he was the one who dumped her. Back then, your manager, what was their name again? They came to my dorm and said you sent them to apologize to me. At the same time, they used the contract to scare me, saying that dating in the company must be reported. And they said you were about to make your solo debut, and that I shouldn't ruin your future. So of course I couldn't do that. I'm not that kind of person. Lin was stunned by his words and stared blankly for a long moment. That was exactly what your manager came and told me back then too. Lilu understood instantly, but what was the point of talking about this now? It was just a small misunderstanding, but ultimately neither of them had held on. He raised his glass and downed a drink by himself. Lin's mood, which had just slightly improved, turned sour again. I thought that even under pressure you would still contact me secretly. But then my manager told me that you and she really got together. I cried for so long. How could you do that? You are such a jerk. Tears began to fall uncontrollably. She had finally let out all the grievances she had kept bottled up for all these years. I am sorry. Lilu didn't know what to say. Fine, he was an idiot. He was too young and immature back then. The staff members filming at the next table were completely shocked. Jiangzi didn't expect such a huge scoop. Everyone had thought there was nothing left to capture from their date. But the conversation coming through the earpieces just now was so explosive. Nobody expected the real highlight to happen only now. The story behind their breakup was pure drama, pride, misunderstandings, spite, and apparently even a third party getting in the way. On the monitor, Lin Lin crying her eyes out looked so heartbreaking. Even if both sides were to blame for the breakup, he shouldn't have moved on to someone else so quickly. From the sound of it, they all knew each other, and the other girl might even be in the industry. How could you do that? What a jerk. So exciting. As the scene continued, the staff pressed their earpieces closer, terrified of missing a single word. Although it wasn't a wild nightclub, the surrounding environment was still quite noisy. With more and more customers coming in, they wouldn't have heard a thing without the microphones. Alright, I am fine. I just suddenly thought of the past and it got to me. Lin Lin took the tissue he handed over and forced herself to smile. It was all in the past now. She could only put it down to bad timing. Actually, sometimes I still wonder. Even though we broke up, does the promise you made to write me a song still count? Lilu knew she was just saying this to lighten the mood, but her forced smile looked so painful. She was a good girl, and she deserved to be treated with gentleness. For the first time, he wanted to write a song not to show off or act out of spite, but simply to make her feel a little better. He quietly opened his phone and went to the website of a national charity. He made an anonymous donation of 10,000 yuan. Hey system, get out here. I am here, master. Can I redeem resources now? Host redemption chances are at 0. Cut the crap. What do I need to do? Only events directly related to the master can trigger rewards. Lei Lu felt frustrated, so it had to be a coincidence like last time. But he really needed it right now. What a frustrating system. If he could go back, he wouldn't have showed off at the party last night. Hey system, I really need it right now. Is there any other way? If the master does not use the exchange resources to make a direct profit, the reward opportunity can be refreshed. Hearing this, Lilu wondered what counted as not making a direct profit. Even if he put a song online for free, it would still generate some revenue. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. Hey system, I decide to donate all the proceeds from my last song to charity. Ding. A familiar pleasant chime sounded. Do good deeds in life, and good karma will eventually bring rewards. It is detected that the host has not used resources to profit. The reward count is refreshed. Master, you have received one opportunity to redeem cultural resources from a parallel universe. Damn it, you cheeky bastard. Doing good deeds with an agenda might not be rewarded, but because he didn't use the resources to make money, he actually got a refreshed opportunity simply because he didn't make a profit. Lilu began to understand. The system never wanted him to make money by selling resources. But it wasn't a bad deal. Entertainers made their real money from fame anyway. With this, couldn't just build himself up to become a legendary singer. Meanwhile, back at the Heartbeat Cottage. In the evening, everyone gathered in the living room, listening to an industry big shot talk big. Yang Shu had won Best Actor, and his transition to directing had also yielded great results. He could naturally be considered a big shot in the industry, or at least a top star among the mature male actors. Sitting to his left and right were Xiao Jun and Nuan Nuan, followed by Zhang Wenbo and Lin Xuan. Liu Mian sat slightly further away, while Zhang Jinyao and Li Shihan squeezed together on one sofa. Uncle Yang, tell me, what kind of movies do you think I am suited for? Nuan Nuan found Yang Shu quite interesting now that he was sharing so many fun stories about filmmaking. What artist wouldn't want to make movies? After all, that is real art. Well, little Nuan, for someone of your type. Yang Shu sized her up with a show of careful inspection. She really was adorable. He wanted to send her a signal on the show, but since he was over 10 years older, he wondered if he would get criticized for it. Right now, you are only suited for roles that match your age, like an innocent, naive girl or maybe youth campus romance films. However, I suggest you hone your craft in the television industry for a couple more years. No need to rush, you are still young. Young. I remember Shihan was also my age when she starred as the female lead in a movie. Su Nuan actually already had a movie offer, a romance film she was supposed to star in with a certain actor named Song. Now it was definitely off, though she didn't know if the investors would still go through with the project. She didn't care who her co-star was, but it would definitely be great if director Yang could praise her a bit on the show. Little Nuan, let me give you another piece of advice. Yang Shu looked around. Everyone in the room was listening to him speak, which made him very satisfied. Only Li Shihan seemed to be looking at her phone, not paying attention. He would make her fawn over him in no time. Keep a calm mind. He paused, then continued. No matter what work you do, you must stay grounded. Remember not to compare yourself to others or aim too high. Some people are naturally suited for movies, while others are suited for television. Take Shihan for example. She has what we often call a movie face. Her skin isn't very pale, but it's very clean, so it can easily withstand the test of the big screen even in dim lighting. Her bone structure is even better, very harmonious overall. Whether she is still or moving, her face never looks off. Her facial muscles are perfectly balanced. Any more would make her look chubby, and any less would make her look too thin. Movie directors love to cast her type as the female lead because they are incredibly photogenic. Wow, I'm so jealous. Su Nuon thought his analysis made sense too, and couldn't help but clap her hands. Lai Shihan wasn't as pale or as pretty as she was, but she did have a certain vibe that Su Nuon lacked. Han, Director Yang is calling you out. Chang Xinyao nudged Li Shihan next to her, who was wearing headphones and watching short videos. Looking closer, it turned out to be a video of Li Lu singing yesterday. What did Brother Yang say? Lai Shihan quickly took off her headphones and put her phone away. Haha. Everyone burst out laughing. It turned out Director Yang's long speech of praise had fallen on deaf ears. It is fine, it is fine. Yang Shu waved his hand, indicating he did not mind. The bullet comments on the live stream also cracked up. Is this old guy Yang Shu interested in Li Shihan? That praise was way over the top. He talked for so long, only to waste his affection on someone who was not even listening. Haha, this is hilarious. Do not let him fool you, Hanan, he is almost 10 years older than you. Director Yang's next project will definitely star Li Shihan. It all depends on her next performance. Back at the Heartbeat Koch, the show continued. Director Yang praised your looks and said you have a movie face. Liu Mian chimed in from the side. With her years of experience, she could see right through him. Old Yang had an ulterior motive. He was praising someone else to make the younger girls jealous. He was an old player, but then again, there was never a shortage of young girls throwing themselves at him like moths to a flame. It was just a matter of mutual consent. Director Yang must be joking. I do not have a movie face. I am actually the plainest looking person in this room. Lei Shan quickly responded with modesty, wondering why he had suddenly brought her up. What were you watching that got you so absorbed? As her designated partner on the show, Lin Xuan expressed his concern. Nothing. Lei Shihan had already put her phone in her pocket, wanting to change the subject. Hanhen was watching the short video of Li Lu singing yesterday. Zhang Xinyao held back a laugh and immediately sold out her best friend. Everyone immediately looked over. Lin Xuan in particular thought, I am sitting right next to you. What is that supposed to mean? I just happened to like his new song. Lai Shihan defended herself weakly. I really like it. Her voice grew even softer, so quiet that only Yao Yao next to her could hear it. Uncle Yang, please go on, you are not finished yet. Su Nuon changed the subject, ignoring the grateful look Li Shihan shot. She was not trying to save her, she just did not want them to keep bringing up her beloved Brother Lu. She was only superficially polite to her anyway. Brother Lu's longtime fans all knew that their fan bases used to be rivals. Well, let me continue then. Yang Shu coughed twice, cursing in his mind that the brat was stealing his spotlight even when he was not. Some people have movie faces, so naturally, some are more suited for television dramas. Take Yao Yao for instance. Her title as the queen of idol dramas is well deserved. Brother Yang, do not talk nonsense, I am no queen. Zhang Xinyao immediately interrupted him, brushing off the queen label. Who wouldn't want to star in a movie if they had the chance? The reality was that nobody offered her movie roles, and the few films she did make had all flopped. Sister Liu Mian was the real queen, whether it was movies or television, and regardless of the ratings, she was always flooded with offers and remained incredibly popular. Haha, but it is true. Yao Yao naturally has the face of a first love. People just feel protective of her the moment they see her. She is truly blessed by nature. The audience just loves that look. Yang Shu laughed, silently admiring the show's casting choices. They had basically gathered popular actresses representing every niche in the industry. Sister Yao Yao, when I was in school, my notebooks were full of your photos. Xiao Jun looked a bit embarrassed after saying that. Wow, Xiaoxiao, you just gave away your real motive. Xiaoxiao, you really have some nerve thinking about Yao Yao. Zhang Wenbo and the others immediately started teasing, making the room lively again. The bullet comments also started to stir up trouble. Oh my god, old Yang changed his target immediately. Yao Yao is in danger. What should I do? My childhood goddess is going to be taken. Rather than letting director Yang ruin her, she should just go with Xiao. Get lost, our Xiao is clearly the one getting the short end of the stick. Xiao, Mama loves you. I do not agree to this match. Our old Yang chose Liu Mayan as his heartbeat girl. In contrast to the chaotic bullet comments, the atmosphere in the living room remained very harmonious. Yang Shu waved his hand, telling them to quiet down. He had not finished delivering his inspirational speech yet, so why were they interrupting? Let me continue. We were talking about Nuan. Xiao, you should listen too. Director Yang looked around with satisfaction. Even Li Shihan, who had been distracted earlier, was now waiting for him to speak. You and Xiao are still young and have promising futures. But do not blindly rush into making movies. Spend a couple of years honing your acting skills. Do not think you can make quick cash by doing movies just because you are popular right now. If your reputation collapses and you lose the public's favor, the loss will far outweigh the gain. This applies not only to the entertainment industry, but to any profession. Remember not to compare yourselves to others or aim too high. You must stay grounded. Having a calm mind is extremely important. This is the essence of building a solid foundation to achieve greatness, and taking small steps to go a long way. Yang Shu said a lot in one breath, feeling very proud of himself. As a famous director, this piece of advice would surely delight the audience, and his image as a caring mentor would be firmly established. It felt amazing. Holy cow, brother Yang, aren't you throwing shade at Lao Lu? Zhang Wenbo suddenly blurted out, and everyone snapped out of the speech and raised their heads. There are a lot of know-it-alls in the live chat, and someone immediately started explaining. Indeed, Li Lu's space guard back then was a total disaster. Yang Shu is so mean. He might as well have just read out his ID card. Zhang Wenbo did that on purpose too. No one would have thought he was mute if he kept his mouth shut. That happened so many years ago, and they're still bringing it up to beat a dead horse. That was brutal. I heard the investment company behind it went completely bankrupt. They invested 500 million, but only made 300 million at the box office. With the revenue split, they only got back around 100 million. They lost everything down to their shirts. Now that you guys mention it, I need to go watch it. Which streaming site still has it? If I don't go witness a disaster of this caliber, my conscience will bother me. Li Shihan must be feeling embarrassed too. She was the female lead. Haha, old Yang is getting his revenge for being ignored earlier. Stop hating. Our Hanan's performance was actually quite decent. Her acting was flawless and she earned every penny of her pay. Damn it, where are Li Lu's old fans? Assemble. Li Shihan's fans are putting others down again. To be fair, old Six should just stick to singing. I've been listening to his new song for the past 2 days, but it's a pity there's no clean audio version. Inside the Heartbeat cottage, the living room was dead silent. Knowing he had slipped up, Zhang Wenbo gave a forced smile. No, that's not it. But deep down he felt incredibly smug. I did that on purpose. Why is everyone pretending? Anyone who knows Li Lu knows about this. And Li Shihan is such a hypocrite. She was just secretly watching his short videos earlier. Did she forget how her team stepped on him to get to the top back then? Everyone in the industry knows that out of all the directors and actors involved in that space disaster, she was the sole survivor. TF'd. Li Lu got what he deserved, and you're no saint either. There were a lot of external factors involved in that movie. Old Six did his best. Yang Shu laughed it off, trying to gloss over the topic, joining Zhang Wenbo in calling him Old Six. Although he had been talking trash, he hadn't named any name. Li Lu wasn't the first idol singer in the industry like this, and he certainly wouldn't be the last. But since that kid Zhang Wenbo pointed it out, he would inevitably be attacked by Li Lu's fans. But he wasn't afraid. Li Lu had only just released one decent song. His status in the industry was far below his own. He couldn't make any waves at all. What, as an industry senior, he couldn't even say a couple of words about him. The atmosphere in the living room grew heavy. No one chimed in. Nobody wanted to offend anyone. Even though Li Lu had no backing, no financial support, and only had one hit song, no one wanted to make unnecessary enemies. Sucking up to the powerful while putting down the weak would also look bad on them. Besides, they were on the same show. It would be awkward when they ran into each other. I have to say, there are many things you guys don't know. Li Shihan felt she couldn't take it anymore. This matter had tortured her for many years. Everyone looked over at her. What was she going to say? Actually, his acting is very good. It's really good. Right. Old Six acts quite well. Zhang Wenbo immediately chimed in after her, though he could barely suppress the smirk on his face. Anyone could tell he was being sarcastic, as if saying, yeah, whatever you say. Bitch. Su Nuan cursed silently in her heart. Back then he was attacked so brutally online, wasn't that all doing? He took all the blame alone, while you took all the benefits. And now you're here acting like a Monday morning quarterback, playing the victim after getting all the benefits. Li Shihan glanced at their expressions and knew that no one believed her. She felt a sense of helplessness. Yes, no matter how she explained it, it wouldn't change anything. He sings really well too, she added softly. She had been listening to his new song all day without getting tired of it at all. Yeah, his new song is really good. Zhang Yunyo chimed in to support her best friend, though her heart was filled with confusion. Aren't those two supposed to be on bad terms? The situation is a bit unusual now. No one knew about her own history with Li Lu, that was her secret. They hadn't contacted each other since their breakup, and this was their first time seeing each other in years. She hadn't expected it to be on this show. This man is really a bit petty. We could still be ordinary friends after a breakup. Yes, Brother Lu will definitely be a superstar in the music industry in the future. Su Nuan felt like her identity as a hardcore fan was about to be exposed, but Li Lu's singing was indeed amazing. As for his singing, it is indeed pretty good. Liu Mian also spoke up calmly. The atmosphere in the room lightened up since they were all praising him. However, the male guests looked a bit displeased. If there were another round of voting now, were they going to give him an unanimous vote again? Haha, you guys shouldn't overpraise him. Old Six's new song is indeed good, but calling him a music superstar is a bit much. Zhang Wenbo said jokingly, but in his mind he thought, damn him, a music superstar? His previous song was probably bought from someone else too. I just don't want to expose him. Nuan, do you know what a music superstar actually is? Lin Xuan couldn't hold back anymore. His own on-screen partner kept speaking up for another man. If he kept pretending not to notice, wouldn't he look like a coward? What is a superstar? Su Nuan responded, playing along. A music industry giant once said. Lin Xuan paused, then mimicked the giant's tone and continued. Do you know how to become a real superstar? At least 3 great albums and at least 30 great songs. Only then can you become a superstar, a true music superstar. Everyone fell silent, reflecting on Lin Xuan's words. Exactly. Zhang Wenbo followed up on his words. So Old Six still has a long way to go. Even he himself released an album a year, yet having 30 great songs was impossible. It was already good if one album had one signature song. 30 songs was simply astronomical. For someone like Li Lu, he didn't even have 3. Just then, in a corner of the room where the production crew was located, Director Xiao Jiangzi just sent a message. She wants us to switch to their live feed. What's going? Li Lu is about to sing. He's going to sing a song he dedicated to Lin Lin. What? He's going to sing a new song? The chief director, Liu Qing, shouted, startling the guests in the living room. During filming, the production crew was usually very quiet. What did they just shout? Who is singing a new song?
The audience watching the live stream couldn't hear the production crew, who were also heatedly discussing Lin Xuan's argument at this moment. That makes sense. It's not that easy to become a music superstar. Li Lu is still a long way off, it's just one good song. Even Zhang Wenbo, with so many albums, wouldn't dare call himself a superstar. Who is the music industry giant Lin Xuan was talking about? He must be making it up. The hype for the new song will die down in a few days, but Li Lu should be able to make it back to the B list with this song. It's easy to have one good song, but hard to keep having it. You guys are missing the point. We should be discussing why all 5 female guests are defending him. What happened? Why does it seem like all the guests are stunned? The screen cut to a noisy little tavern in the livestream feed. It's Lin Lin and Li Lu's camera angle. The director really knows what the audience wants. The main parties are here. Old Six, your buddies are stabbing you in the back. Weren't they supposed to have a special episode? I thought there wouldn't be any footage of them today. What's going on? Why does it look like Lin Lin just cried? What is Li Lu doing? Is he requesting a song? Back in the tavern, Liu began to understand what the system meant. If he could endlessly farm resources, he could easily become a multi-billionaire. Such a bug shouldn't exist, so when he volunteered to donate his previous earnings, the count refreshed. This was sincerity. He didn't have time to think about finding loopholes or making money. Wait here for me a moment. Lin Lin didn't know what he was doing at first until she saw him slowly walking towards the stage. Her heart began to beat violently. What is he doing? Is he going to sing to me? Just now I was only joking. Did he really write a song for me? Excuse me, can I sing a song? The man holding the guitar on stage felt a bit annoyed. He hadn't even finished his song yet. This young man was so rude. But since he was a customer after all, the man suppressed his annoyance. Sure, what do you want to sing? I can play backup for you. The tavern didn't have many rules. Having a customer want to perform was actually more than welcome. Do you have a piano? The man asked back, thinking to himself how demanding the kid was for wanting a piano. A piano would be best. Is your boss around? I can pay. I'm the boss. No piano, but I have a digital piano. If you want to use it, I can have someone move it over. In a small place like this, who needs a grand piano? An electronic keyboard does the job just fine. Not far away, the production crew also figured out what he was planning to do. The editor Jiang Zi immediately called the director. Lilu was going to sing to Lin Lin. They had to broadcast this live. The song he sang yesterday was still ranking #1 in views on short video platforms. Lilu had just finished a lightning-fast exchange with the system in his mind, quickly selecting a new song. Decency by Kelly. As expected, anything from the system was a masterpiece. It would sound good with a guitar, but a piano would be even better. The commotion on stage immediately caught the crowd's attention. The digital piano wasn't huge, but it wasn't small either. Lilu set up the microphone. He wasn't sure what to think of the song the system had given him. Was it a bit too blunt? There was no time to consider if it was appropriate now. He would just sing it first. The title of this song is Decency. The microphone was loud enough, but in the noisy tavern, it only earned him a few brief glances. Most of the customers here were tourists, and few really cared if the singing was good or not. In the Heartbeat Cottage, someone had turned on the TV. They were watching their own show, but the camera was showing the other two. The live stream chat was buzzing as everyone now knew what he was about to do. We just said Lilu only has one good song, and now it immediately cuts to him singing. I don't believe for a second that this isn't scripted. Decency, what does that mean? It's too noisy there. Which tavern in Lucheng is this? I want to go there now. I'm from Lucheng, but I can't tell. There are way too many folk music taverns like this. Soft piano music gently flowed from his fingertips, and the tavern owner sitting next to him was the first to sense something different. This kid seems to have some skills. The intro is quite good. Don't pile up memories, making the story cliché. We loved deeply for years, why ruin the classic? The customers at the nearest tables stopped talking, all at once. This guy who just went up sings so well. We are adults now, no dragging things out, owing nothing. Wasting time was our own choice. Lin Lin had calmed down quite a bit by now. Seeing him about to sing for her made her feel even more excited and expectant. What was he going to sing? A reminiscing of their relationship or a confession of love? Decency, what did that mean? The title didn't seem to match what she was imagining. Yet the moment the first two lines were sung, she broke down instantly. Don't pile up memories. Don't let the story become cliché. Loving deeply for years, why ruin the beauty of the past? All adults owing nothing, wasting time. Sob. Her tears burst once again. He was so cruel. He was telling her not to dwell on the past. Was it all just her one-sided wishful thinking? Too late to be passionate again. Let us keep the dignity of saying goodbye. I loved you with no regrets. And I respect the end of our story. Lin Lin buried her face in the table, letting her tears flow freely. Respect the ending. What ending? This isn't the ending I wanted. A breakup should be decent. Neither needs to say sorry. Nor does anyone owe the other. The noisy little tavern had fallen silent at some point. Everyone was quietly listening to the man on stage sing. Heartfelt lyrics and an emotional performance. Many people pulled out their phones to record. They had actually stumbled upon a hidden vocal master. It was a new song they had never heard before, and he looked like a handsome guy too. In front of the camera was the old us, cheering, crying and screaming at the top of our lungs. In the quiet tavern, a girl crying with her head in her hands was highly noticeable. Many were deeply moved, realizing that a great singer could truly move listeners to tears. Influenced by the atmosphere, some emotional young girls recalled their own pasts and felt their eyes well up. Don't let obsession ruin yesterday. I loved you cleanly and neatly. Lin Lin didn't know how she managed to keep listening. Her heart felt as if it had been stabbed dozens of times. You jerk, you make it sound so easy. That's because you didn't love me as much as I loved you. After the first verse of the song was finished, the comments in the live stream had already begun flooding the screen. What happened before, I want to know. Oh my god, Linlin was moved to tears by his singing. We in front of the screen are crying our hearts out. Why does it feel like watching a music video? Wild guess, Linlin confessed and got rejected, and Lilu dedicated decent to her. Oh my god, who was it that said we should keep it decent back then? When Lilu first arrived, you all told him to be decent and not to piggyback on his ex's fame. Well, here comes the decency. I've already guessed their previous conversation. Question, did you love me? Answer, I did. I loved you, no regret. I loved you, clean and simple. Lilu is definitely a scumbag, case closed. Inside the Heartbeat cottage, Lilu's voice was perfectly transmitted to the TV screen through the microphone. Even though Zhang Wenbo disliked him greatly, he had to admit this was another perfect piece of work. This devious guy indeed had another new song hidden away. Lin Xuan glanced at Li Xian, who was staring intently at the TV, and felt a surge of irritation in his heart. She completely ignored him as her partner in the show, and she kept defending him just now. Xiao Xiao was not only shocked but also envious. He used to look down on him, thinking a washed-up celebrity shouldn't come to the show just to cling to others' fame. But last night's song combined with this one were both the kind of classics he longed to have. If only he had songs like these, he wouldn't have to worry about his future transition. Yang Shu had already imagined a melodramatic romance drama. This song is amazing, wouldn't it fit perfectly in any romance movie? Although Li Shihan felt sorry for Linlin crying like this, she actually felt a sigh of relief now. She was really afraid that the two of them would get back together today, leaving her with no chance to make up for the past. Liu Mian listened to the song in silence, lost in her own thoughts. He was just that kind of person. He had never contacted her again after they broke up. Very decent, but decent to the point of heartlessness. Su Nuan rested her chin on her hand, thinking, how can brother Lu look so handsome while singing? Why did I break up with him in the first place? What if I can't find anyone like him again? Zhang Xinyao had always felt he was a bit petty. After their breakup, they really couldn't even remain ordinary friends. Seeing Linlin crying her heart out now, she couldn't help but curse him as a scumbag too. Aren't these all classic quotes of a scumbag? Thankfully, she didn't get hurt when she broke up with him back then. But his singing is really beautiful, and he looks so good. This song is also great, purely appreciating the music. The live broadcast on the TV continued. The duration of a song is very short. Yet, in just 4 short minutes, everyone in the living room was rendered silent. Ha, Lao Liu's new song is pretty good. Seeing that the room had gone quiet, Yang Shu spoke up to break the ice. Lao Liu must have been holding back for the past few years, hiding such a great song. Zhang Wenbo also spoke up, but the resentment in his heart was written all over his face. Brother Wenbo, what level of quality is this song? Xiao Xiao followed up with a question. He was the resident musical prodigy in the house, so he had the most authority to speak. This song is very good. Both the lyrics and the melody are top tier. No matter how disdainful Zhang Wenbo felt inside, he wouldn't lie through his teeth on the show. Yang Shu, does this count as brother Lu making a breakthrough after years of quiet accumulation? Su Nuan couldn't help but seek praise for her brother Lu on the show. Weren't you guys the ones putting him down just now? Ah, yes. Yang Shu felt his face burning, guessing that the livestream comments were probably mocking him right now. Like hell it counts, at most it just means you have 2 signature songs. But if he said it didn't count now, it would be an open confrontation. Since he happened to sing another good song, it was better to play along and praise him against his own will. However, having only 2 good songs is not that much. Li Lu still needs to accumulate more in music. I am optimistic about his future and hope he can write more songs like this. Adding that sentence to echo his previous inspirational speech. He wasn't getting slapped in the face. He was just showing the dynamic of a senior guiding a junior. In the folk music tavern, Li Lu finished his song but did not leave the stage immediately. The entire hall was shouting, asking him to play another one, play another one. Looking down from the stage, Linlin seemed to be crying even more bitterly. Li Lu sat still, communicating with the system in his head. What kind of song did you choose? Is this supposed to comfort someone? Damn it, it totally broke her down again. Master, the songs selected by the system are all what is in your heart. Get lost. What I wanted was how to make things clear without hurting others. Beep beep beep. Forget it, with your emotional intelligence, you're not me after all. Li Lu also wanted to confirm if his previous thought was correct. The previous song hadn't even been officially released and made no revenue yet, but it still earned him an opportunity. Presumably, the system wasn't afraid of him reneging on his debt, since it belonged to an inexplicable civilization. Hey system, I want to donate all the earnings from this song. What do you think? Ding. Do more good deeds in life, and accumulated kindness will surely bring good rewards. Automatically ignoring those nonsense words, he clearly knew that he had refreshed another opportunity. Then there was no need to save it. Although it wouldn't bring him financial gains, it was highly useful. Like right now was the perfect time to use it. System, exchange another song for me. Not so blunt, but something that can give her some comfort. Hey Maestro, how about singing another song? I can pay you for it. The tavern owner knew he had run into a master who was bringing the house down today. The atmosphere in the room had reached its peak. If he posted it online, maybe his tavern would become an internet sensation. The perfect rendition of the new song had already run through Li Lu's mind, Fleet of Time by Fei Wong. He was planning to sing it anyway. We'll talk about that later. Do you have a cello here? No, we have a violin, but the musician didn't show up today. Forget it. The setup here was too crude to allow for a perfect performance. Ahem. Li Lu cleared his throat into the microphone, getting ready to start. Suddenly a commotion broke out among the audience. It's Li Lu. The one singing is Li Lu, and he's live streaming right now. Oh my god, it really is him. I'm on TV, where's the camera? It was unclear which member of the audience was the first to notice, having stumbled upon the dating show's live stream while browsing their phone. Was this the song they were listening to right now? A large crowd of fans rushed over with their phones, and the scene became chaotic. Li Lu's. Say a few words, say a few words. Lin Lin is over there. The one crying is Lin Lin. However, the staff around Lin Lin had already quickly surrounded her, and Jiang Zi kept gesturing to Li Lu, signaling him to get ready to leave so he wouldn't get cornered by the fans here. Quiet down a bit, please. Do you still want to hear the song? Li Lu took off his mask and spoke softly into the microphone. The tavern surprisingly fell quiet quickly. Perhaps the previous song had been so beautiful that everyone had instantly become his fan. We're recording a show, but please, just go ahead and enjoy your food and drinks. Woo! The people below, whether they knew him or not, started to cheer. He looked so cool on stage. Even though he only had a simple electric piano in front of him, he still looked like a superstar. After speaking, Li Lu waved his hands to the people surrounding him, gesturing for them to clear some space. He didn't mind them taking photos, but they shouldn't block his view. After all, the song wasn't meant for them. The crowd holding their phones instantly understood and quickly cleared a path. The camera crew, being professionals, immediately got the hint and panned the camera from Li Lu's perspective straight to Lin Lin. Their eyes met in a single long take. 1,000 words were captured in that instant. The live chat had also exploded by now, as no one expected him to sing another one. Wow, Li Lu has another new song, singing 2 in a row. Looking at this setup, it's definitely written for Lin Lin again. This is so dramatic. The melodrama is making me ecstatic. As expected of a professional dating show, it's clearly a breakup scene, but I find it so sweet today. Yang Shu just said there were only 2, and look, here comes the third. Both of them were classics, so the third one will definitely be good too. The audience there is so lucky, getting a free concert. Did that uncle owner just offer to pay? I wonder what Li Lu's appearance fee is. There's no way he'd charge for an impromptu performance like this. Li Lu didn't say he wouldn't charge, he just said we'll talk about that later. Lin Lin's eyes were already swollen from crying. Was he really going to sing another one, and was it also for her? What else is there to sing? You've already sung everything that needed to be said. Breakup, decency, having loved, no regrets, respecting the outcome, neat and tidy. The piano notes flowed like a clear spring, and everyone held their breath. Here it comes, here it comes. Just listening to the intro tells you it's a great song. In those fleeting years, how many times did we say goodbye only to linger a little longer? The tempo was a bit fast, but his pronunciation was exceptionally clear. That year, the stories of the past. The live audience and the fans in front of their screens were already thrilled. As expected, it was indeed about the two's past. Unfortunately, whether someone has loved or not is not a dramatic debate of passions. Such a stunning opening that even the critical comments in the live chat went quiet. Even though many people didn't really understand the meaning, they just found it beautiful to listen to. Lin Lin was also completely immersed in his singing. Their story turned out to be so refined. Back then we were too young, thinking the other was the absolute best. So baffling yet so endearing, though sometimes we also found each other so annoying. Looking back now, the vows of that year were merely the preface to our breakup. Love bites build into calluses, and embraces dissolve into thin air. Cold tears freeze into ice, and even the spring breeze cannot blow into the frozen photograph. Don't blame the two of them for not making it to the end. It was time kindly leaving behind a flawed cliffhanger. Perhaps this is the true meaning of time. If it were perfect, it wouldn't be as beautiful. Even she thought their story was melodramatic, but it turned out to be so beautiful. So beautiful that she forgot her sadness, leaving only endless nostalgia. If we cannot meet again with teary eyes, could we still meet with blushing faces? Just like that beautiful rumor of being together forever, hastily carved in that year. As the chorus kicked in, the entire audience got goosebumps. Lin's heart fluttered wildly, and her eyes welled up with tears once again. He is telling me this on purpose. If we meet again and there is no emotion of reunion, could we at least be as shy and bashful as when we first met? If we still miss the past, we don't have to break the ice too quickly. Yes, how could she just forgive him so easily and cut all ties from then on? We need to owe each other, otherwise how can we reminisce in the future? Endless sorrow flooded her heart. The opposite of love is not hate, but becoming strangers. Silent tears flowed freely, and the viewers in front of their TVs felt the pain too. I don't know why, but I just feel it's such a pity for them. Why don't they just get back together? I came to watch a dating show, not to get my heart broken. Lilu, that sly guy, acted like a jerk and now he's making her cry. This must be an epic, soul-stirring story. Why hasn't their daytime edit come out yet? I'd pay to watch it. To write such lyrics, it really breaks the listener's heart. In the tavern, the music was drawing to a close. We must owe each other. We must remain linked despite our breakup. With the ending sung almost like a hum, Lilu felt a bit guilty. This was clearly a breakup song, but the last line of the lyrics was ambiguous. Owing each other, or having something to reminisce with, would both be fine. But how did this last line become an invitation to remain lingeringly connected? Would his future wife pick a fight with him over this lyric? Clap, clap, clap. The venue erupted into thunderous applause. It was absolutely fantastic. Even on such a plain, small stage, it was an impeccable performance. Who was it that said he couldn't sing and was lip-syncing? If they heard anyone slandering him like that again, they'd slap them right in the face. As Lilu walked off the stage, the audience spontaneously parted to make a path leading directly to the other person involved. The atmosphere had built up to this point. Was he going to confess next? After all, that's how idol dramas go. Misunderstanding, breaking up, reconciling, misunderstanding again, breaking up again, and reconciling again. Lilu lowered his head and whispered. The viewers in the live stream are eagerly waiting for the next development, wondering what they will do next. Will it be a hug to settle all past grievances or a kiss to seal their love forever? Even a direct marriage proposal would be completely understandable. The anticipation is building, everyone is waiting. Then Lilu walked up to their table and pulled Lin up. And then the whole group fled in a panic. The camera shook and several staff members shouted loudly, "Make way, make way, make way." Then the livestream feed cut back to the Heartbeat Cottage. Oh my god, this joker just showed off and ran. This script is wrong, what happened next? Can some expert analyze what he just sang? It was too fast, I couldn't catch it. What is 7 emotions, 7 lovers? Joy, anger, worry, thought, sadness, fear, and shock. In other words, human emotions. Impressive, the whole song rhyme. If you want to hear the song, you have to watch the replay. Release the studio version quickly. Watching videos constantly is tiring. Inside Heartbeat Cottage, since everyone was in the industry, they knew whether a song was good or not even better than the public. Brother Wenbo, how was Brother Lu's song? Su Nuan, of course, knew that Zhang Wenbo and her brother didn't get along, but she asked him on purpose. Aren't you a professional singer? Aren't you a self-proclaimed genius musician? A song like this, I at least know it is better than all of yours, and he wrote 3 in a row. Before, Brother Lu had no works and was mocked, and the fans could only endure it. Now it is so satisfying. Sigh. Zhang Wenbo first let out a long breath to give himself time to compose his thoughts. It was so frustrating. How did this scheming guy come up with another song? Now they wanted him to critique it? Damn it, he wrote total garbage. This song is very impressive. Let's talk about the melody first. I heard him asking the pub owner for a cello earlier. If I'm not wrong, the arrangement for this song should feature strings. The melody is beautiful and flowing, very expressive. It goes well with the lyrics too, like a clear spring telling the story gently. Also, most of the lyrics rhyme with the sound. The words contain literary sense, scenery, youth, and the four seasons. They echo each other and the context is closely linked. Without exaggeration, both the lyrics and melody are top-tier works. Jang Wenbo looked serious. He knew his fans were probably waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Appearing professional now was a way to save face. The Joker and I are brothers. We were just joking around before. I appreciate him. You see, I never hold back my praise for his work. This song is so beautiful and sad. I kind of envy Lin Lin. Liu Mian suddenly spoke. She had spent the whole night watching Yang Shu brag and had barely said anything. She was genuinely envious that he and his ex-girlfriend loved each other so deeply. A bit jealous too. I want to be the female lead in a love story like that. Love bites build into calluses, hugs ascend into immortality, and cold tears freeze into ice. When he was with me, he wasn't this sentimental. He was like a young calf every day and so clingy. If we can't meet again with teary eyes, could we still meet with blushing cheeks? With such moving words, I don't want to forget either. I want to be indebted to you too. Hanan, what are you thinking about? Zhang Xinyao nudged her best friend next to her, who seemed to have zoned out. No, nothing. Lai Shihan felt a bit insecure. Hearing decency earlier had made her feel somewhat relieved. But after hearing fleeting years, she immediately got depressed. They look so compatible. What on earth did they go through? Otherwise, how could we reminisce? We should stay entangled. Passion deeply rooted, love carved to the bone. Should I quietly bow out? Not disturbing you is my final gentleness. You don't have feelings for him, do you? Zhang Xinyao's words shocked everyone present. It seemed true. Li Shihan had been acting a bit strange ever since she saw him yesterday. But according to entertainment gossip, hadn't their agencies turned against each other because of that movie? I appreciate him. Li Shihan felt a bit down. What should she do? Ha ha, then your rival is Lin Lin. The two of them were first loves, after all. Zhang Xinyao made an awkward joke. Looking at her friend's expression, it was definitely true. Oh my no, he is a petty man. She couldn't let her friend get obsessed with him. Yo, didn't you act opposite Liu before? You must be close, right? Why do you two seem so distant? Yang Shu asked. Yesterday, netizens were saying everyone was freezing out this washed-up star. Who would have thought that on just the second day, he would drop bombshell after bombshell, completely stealing the spotlight? Actually, we're not that close, haha. That was 8 years ago when we shot Love 020, right? After filming, we were both busy with work, so we didn't keep in touch. Zhang Xinyao smiled awkwardly. She never expected their next meeting to be on a dating show. Guys who do music are so popular. I wish I could write my past love into a song too. Yang Shu sighed with emotion. With these two songs released today, he would definitely be the most popular male guest. Brother Yang, you can turn your past love into a movie. Making a movie isn't easy. There are too many things to prepare. Unlike writing a song where all you need is a pen. Lin Xuan quickly buttered him up, and the two went back and forth, quickly changing the topic to something else. The bullet comments were still focused on Li Lu. After all, nobody wanted to hear them brag. What kind of plot is this? It looks like Li Shihan also got a script to interact with the Joker. Clearly, the Joker seems to be making a comeback. Liu Mian also showed her interest. It's scary to think about. Li Lu got all the screen time these 2 days. Is there some big capital backing him? Who ends up with whom is already arranged. It's all scripted. It feels like the Joker got the male lead script. No hate, please. Since it was too late, Li Lu and the others didn't take a boat back. The production crew was very generous and booked 2 adjacent suites for the 2 stars in a 5-star hotel. It was foreseeable that once the edited daytime version came out tomorrow, with the hype from the 2 songs, the views would absolutely skyrocket. Li Lu lay on the bed. Recording the show wasn't easy. He had been running around all day. Finally, he could do some of his own things. He had too many calls during the day, so he turned off his phone. Now, his inbox was about to burst. It was full of various requests for collaboration. Skipping most of them, he found the numbers of several music companies and called them back one by one. Hello, is this President Ma of Xiaogu Music? Mr. Li, you can just call me Xiao Ma. President Ma, I've made up my mind. I'll release it as an independent musician. I'll find time to record a full version and send it over in a few days. Great. I'll send some staff over to help you produce it. President Ma of Xiaogu Music grinned from ear to ear. The 2 songs Li Lu just sang had already gone viral on short video platforms. Since Li Lu called him back, it meant the partnership was a done deal. Don't bother. Oh, by the way, no exclusive contract. It'll be a free release. Mr. Li, please don't. We can discuss the terms further. Let's leave it at that. I'm hanging up now. I still have a few more calls to make. Li Lu didn't waste words. He still had to call the other domestic platforms one by one. Of course, it had to be free. Free music actually makes money through ads, just like reading free web novels. There are also various other royalty incomes, but those didn't have much to do with him. After all, the money wasn't his anyway. Just as he was about to rest, a red dot lit up on Gao Xiaolan's profile picture on WeChat. Are you and her now, or what? Li Lu saw she was asking about him and Lin Lin. She was really gossipy. Just got back to the hotel. You two are already. I won't disturb you then. Good night. What are you thinking? We are not even in the same room. I haven't seen you in years. How did your mind get so dirty? Lu complained. Come on, the song you wrote is so deeply emotional. All that talk about lingering connections and how to reminisce, who couldn't see what you're really thinking? A stream of texts immediately came from her end. Sis, your reading comprehension is a perfect 10. Seriously, even elementary school kids can't beat you. This song is about teenage love, beautiful and unforgettable. We were too young to understand anything back then, but it was the purest and most genuine affection. No matter how time passes, it will always stay in the heart. But no matter how much you yearn or regret, once you miss it, it's gone. Maybe regret is what makes it perfect. This is a song to comfort her, to put her mind at ease. Understand, miss? Li Lu typed out a whole wall of text, thinking he was indeed right. If his future wife was as poorly educated as Gao Xiaolan, she would definitely misunderstand him. Excuses are just cover-ups. Anyone who hears your song would want you two to get back together. Oh my God, please don't tell me you've become our shipper too. It's just a show, you can't take it seriously. Li Lu realized she was just a bored, gossipy young woman who was now gossiping about him. You're so fake. What is there to be embarrassed about? If you hadn't experienced such an unforgettable love, you could never have written a song like that. Gao Xiaolan felt a pang of sadness. She really hadn't shown up at the right time. They had been through so much together, and now the entire internet wanted them to be together. She too wanted him to be happy. Forget it, I'm too lazy to explain to you. Songwriting is a form of creative writing. You don't have to experience it firsthand. Besides, I just came up with that song on the spot. Keep bragging, it's free anyway. I didn't want to show off, but I'll write you a song right now. Pick up my voice call. On the other end, Gao Xiaolan was stunned. He was going to sing to her out of the blue. Just written? That was definitely impossible. How could anyone write a song in the time it took to exchange 2 sentences? He must have written it for her beforehand. What was he trying to do? Could it be that he had seen through her feelings? The phone had been ringing for quite a while. She carefully tapped to answer the call. At your moment of glory. Let me sing a song for you. Li Lu started the voice call. During the 2-second wait, he could have chatted with the system in his mind for 10,000 years. Hey handsome, I'm willing to donate all future royalties of that previous song to charity. What do you think? Ding. Automatically filtering out the system's catchphrase when dispensing resources, he saw the redemption opportunity had refreshed. Give me a song about good brothers, something that celebrates supporting each other through life, a song about long-lasting friendship. Li Lu figured that since they were childhood friends and she was a girl, he was probably like a male best friend. But nowadays, the term male bestie always carried a bit of ambiguity or impropriety. To avoid having her crush misunderstand, it was better to call themselves brothers. He could exchange it casually without feeling any regret. He didn't even need backing music. He would just sing it a cappella for fun. My dear brother, tell me if your heart is full of pain. The bond between friends is higher than the sky. Stop singing, stop singing. Before he could even finish the first verse, Gao Xiaolan had already had enough. Li Lu, your singing is seriously so tacky and awful. Beep, beep, beep. She had already hung up. Li Lu was speechless. What was wrong with her? He was singing a classic song for her for free, and she still complained it was tacky. She really had no taste. Like a glass of wine, like an old song. He couldn't let it go to waste, so he might as well enjoy it himself. The next day, Li Lu didn't go back to the island with the others. He took the day off to record the song. He had never been one to owe anyone anything, not even the system. Once it was recorded and generated revenue, he would sign an agreement with the website to transfer the earnings directly out. He was just a tool. Well, it wasn't actually that bad. At least he got the fame and he got to show off. It was possible to take time off from recording this kind of lifestyle reality show. After all, everyone has emergencies or unavoidable events. Usually only highly popular stars would be this busy. Lilu hadn't expected to be the first one to request leave on the show. The production team was very cooperative. Knowing he was going to record a song in the city, they even sent the show's entire house band. They offered to help for free, worried that the local music studio wouldn't meet his standards. Lie. Mr. Lee, could you sign an autograph? Mr. Lee, can we take a photo together? Mr. Lee, you two must be happy together. Lilu knew he was popular now. When he arrived at the studio, almost the entire building came out to see him. Even at the peak of his previous popularity, it was only about this much. Had he gone mainstream? Just 3 songs and it was this easy to break through? But the work couldn't be delayed. Once the onlookers dispersed, he immediately got to work. Lilu had the complete arrangement. They just had to produce it according to his plan. There was no need to keep refining it. He would just go with the system's version. By 5 in the afternoon, it was almost done. Lilu lay down on a soft chair to take a short break. Mr. Lee, who do you actually like, Lin Lin or Zhang Xinyao? A recording engineer next to him couldn't hold it in anymore after keeping it to himself all day. Lilu was about to leave soon. If he didn't ask now, he would miss his chance. What? Lilu glanced at the cameraman next to him. The production team had sent him to record some footage for the edit. What was this guy asking? Asking about Lin Lin made sense. A lot of people were curious about that. But what did it have to do with Yao Yao? They hadn't even spoken since he joined the show. Lin Lin or Zhang Xinyao, who do you actually like? The guy thought he really hadn't heard, so he immediately asked again.
Did you misunderstand something? We're all just friends. Lilu carefully chose his words. Was this fucking set up by the crew? No matter what I say, it'll definitely be edited into the show. But why ask about Yao Yao? Among those I've been linked with recently, Xiaonuan would make more sense. At least they had just been photographed entering and leaving the same neighborhood, even though it was quickly debunked. So, were you and Yao Yao really together in the past? Me and Yao Yao in the past? Lilu was genuinely a bit dazed. That was so many years ago. After the drama finished airing, the two never contacted each other again. Why would anyone still care about this? We're just friends. We worked together once in the past, haha. Of course, he couldn't say they had been together. She had made it very clear when they broke up. We are all actors. The love is fake, the feelings are fake. Back then, he had just become famous. It was his first historical idol drama, and he was too immature. It was a bit embarrassing that he had actually taken the fake for real. Now that he was being asked about it again, he definitely couldn't admit it. Since they broke up, why bring it up again? Well, let's leave it at that. Send me the recorded audio track. Lilu quickly wrapped up the conversation and prepared to slip away. Even the recording engineer was starting to gossip. Just how famous was he? Returning to the hotel, he opened Wei. He had stopped using it long ago, so he registered a new alt account. Let's see what on earth happened. The #1 trending topic, Zhang Xinyao is the other woman. It wasn't about him, it wasn't about Lin Lin, and it wasn't about the 2 new songs from last night. He clicked on the hottest image text post under the hashtag King of Melons. Anonymous tip from a friend during Lin Lin's trainee days claims that Zhang Xinyao came between them and caused their breakup. Mentions the hashtag Lin Lin. The manager said the 2 of you were really together. Below was a screenshot of the leak. Melon King, I have a tip, a huge one. Sure, whose is it? You have to promise not to leak my information. No problem. The hottest CP these past 2 days, next door neighbors. Lin and I used to be trainees in the same batch. The 2 of them were together before they even officially debuted. The key point is everyone knew about it. After Lee got famous, he filmed a TV drama, you know that, right? Yeah, smile destroys the city. What's the point? Then he broke up with Lin and got together with Zhang. Lin cried in the dorm for a long time. Everyone knew it back then. Holy crap, sister, do you have photos? How much do you want? Did Lee cheat first? Make it clear. I don't know, no photos. I'm just giving you a tip. Remember to blur my name. Lilu felt a bit of a headache coming on. Now he finally understood why he was so popular today. Even if he released 3 great songs in a row, the news wouldn't have blown up this fast. But add some dramatic ethics to the mix, and it's a different story, cheating, a home wrecker, and 2 top-tier female stars. With such a massive piece of gossip, it would be weird if it didn't go viral. Scrolling down, it was all netizens digging up the past. I just noticed that since Lin got on the show, she hasn't said a single word to Zhang Xinyao other than greeting her when they first met. Not just on this show, they haven't had any interaction over the past few years either. One is a singer, the other is an actress. How do you expect them to interact? Where are the CP fans of A Smile That Ruins the City? Where are you? The 2 of them are back in business again. This is so exciting. I originally came for the gossip, but ended up becoming a fan of Lilu's music. All of his songs are great. I watched the edited clip of the 2 of them this morning and was guessing who the woman Lin mentioned was, and it turned out to be revealed before noon. Lao Liu really is a scumbag. It's fake, don't believe it. Yao Yao and Lilu already explained back then that they were just ordinary friends. Yao Yao even said during her live stream last night that they only worked together in the drama and had no contact in private. Just said they had no contact last night, only to get slapped in the face today, haha. I could generate 100 chat screenshots like this. I could even say he has a thing with Liu Mian, only simpletons would believe it. Lilu backed out of the hashtag. To think they actually dug it up. What was going to happen to the show now? Even if they didn't admit it, people would still look at them through biased lenses. There were still over 10 days left. Pretending would be too exhausting. The second trending topic was also about him. A rough glance showed that most of the top 10 were related to him. The second one was actually the famous art house film director Yao Tian reviewing his new song. Director Yao Tian, I accidentally heard 2 songs and they touched my heartstrings. In the past, I would only think about finding someone to write the soundtrack after finishing a movie. This time, after listening to the songs, a movie actually popped into my mind. And now at my age, I'm actually following a dating show like a young person. It's very easy for 2 people to fall in love, not easy to maintain a relationship, but very easy to miss out on one. It might only take a tiny misunderstanding, a little bit of incomprehension. Whether it's the dignified letting go or the innocence of the fleeting years. They are all the best commemorations of youth. Below, quite a few fans were mentioning his old account. Lao Liu, did you get it? Director Yao wants to make your story into a movie. Holy crap, even celebrity gossip can be put on the big screen. What is wrong with this era? Even great art film directors are leaning toward clout. Don't just hate blindly. Even if you don't watch dating shows, please go listen to his song. So excited! I'm a diehard fan of Next Door Neighbors now too. If it's not the 2 of them, I won't watch it. It really refreshed my perception of dating shows. 2 people who love each other but cannot be together, it's very real. It's real, it's really real. Lin has never known how to act. If it wasn't love deep in his bones, Lilu wouldn't have been able to rouse lyrics. I also listened to it on loop many times before coming to Weibo. I wanted to recommend it to others, but I didn't expect there to be so many organic fans. Honestly, if I hadn't listened to the music, I would really think the 2 of them are more dramatic than an idol drama. But after adding the music, it actually felt elevated. Oh my, isn't this just the template of a youth film? A bunch of complaints about drama in the beginning, but as soon as the music plays, the audience immediately bursts into tears. Lilu happily exited. This director really had something going for him. When the system gave him the songs, it had already shown that they were theme songs for 2 movies. But he had no interest in redeeming them. Too exhausting. The third trending topic was finally about the show. The strongest dating show in history. They are playing for real. He didn't know if production team bought it themselves, but it was very popular anyway. With hundreds of millions of views, it would definitely be the #1 trending topic at any other time. But now, under the massive gossip of top-tier celebrities cheating and home-wrecking, it could only rank 3rd. He couldn't be bothered to click in. It was definitely still about his business. The problem now was that he had to return to the Heartbeat Cottage tomorrow. How on earth was he going to get along with the 2 of them? Inside the Heartbeat Cottage, the atmosphere was incredibly strange. The highlight reel of Lin and Lilu's date was released this morning, and by the afternoon, public opinion had begun to boil over. Zhang Xinyao never imagined she would end up as the home wrecker everyone loved to hate. And the couple she broke up was the next-door neighbor's CP that everyone was rooting for. Han, you have to believe me, I really never came between them. Although they were live streaming right now, Zhang Xinyao really couldn't hold it in anymore. The way everyone looked at her was extremely strange, especially the other female guests, and her best friend Li Shihan. The entire bullet screen must be bashing me right now, I'm being so wrongly accused. Not far away, looking at the tens of millions of active users in the backend, the director was thrilled to pieces. This was the epicenter of major entertainment drama. Even those who didn't watch dating shows would flock here to follow the gossip. With over half being a massive influx of new users, that 200,000 yuan appearance fee was an absolute goldmine. Look, the homewrecker is crying. Damn, she's actually crying, what a fake. Why isn't Lin back yet? I just want to see a live catfight. Not so fast. Li Lu took the day off today, and Lin probably rested in the morning. She won't be back by boat until the afternoon. What a fake White Lotus, stealing someone else's boyfriend. Cry, all she knows how to do is cry. She looks just like a husband stealer. Don't cry, Yao, we believe you. Came to see the home wrecker. She is actually really pretty. I don't believe it, Yao isn't that kind of person. Turning on the bullet comments, they virtually filled the entire screen. On camera, the people in the living room were all trying to comfort her. It's okay, we believe you. Li Shihan gently patted her best friend's back to comfort her. In reality, however, her mind was in complete chaos. What was going on? No way. Had the two of them actually been together before? Su Nuan and Liu Mayan also had their own thoughts. How did things suddenly become so complicated? Did he have other girlfriends in the past besides me? The guys in the room were all silently enjoying the drama, especially Xiao Xiao, who looked as if he had just eaten dirt. His childhood goddess was actually... You guys have to believe me, I really didn't break them up, I swear. Zhang Xinyao just kept repeating those same few words, insisting that she was absolutely not a home wrecker. When they were filming, she had specifically asked him if someone as handsome as him had a girlfriend. He had told her very confidently that he was single. He was very sincere back then, and it didn't seem like he was lying. That was also when she felt he was very honest and reliable. As they kept filming, she ended up falling for him. Thinking about it now, maybe he was just a jerk and his sincere appearance was all an act. If that was really the case, she was being so wrongly accused. The front door opened from the outside. Lin was back. The living room instantly fell silent. Even Zhang Xinyao, who had been weeping, stopped talking. Instead, she looked at her defiantly, her red-rimmed eyes speaking of her grievances. This woman did it on purpose yesterday. She is the real fake one. Saying those things on the show on purpose, maybe she was even the one who leaked the rumor today. She had noticed before that Lin was a bit cold toward her, but she had never taken it to heart. There were plenty of people who wanted to hang out with her anyway. Only now did she realize that she was actually so malicious. The bullet screen instantly peaked. She's here. I've been waiting all day for this. The two female leads of this melodrama are finally going head to head. Give the camera operator a bonus tonight. Those close-ups were great. I'm a hater of Lao Liu for life. Why does he get both of these goddesses? Director Yao, get moving. Put these three as the leads and the box office will absolutely explode. Even the chief director, Liu King, who had been sitting calmly all this time, suddenly stood up, muttering under his breath. Fight. He thought to himself, if those two started pulling each other's hair, the show would break all ratings records. Lin knew everyone was waiting for her. With a faint smile, she slowly walked toward her. Leaning in her best friend's arms, Zhang Xinyao took a deep breath and stood up as well. I did nothing wrong. I am not afraid of her. I'm sorry. I didn't expect what I said yesterday would cause you so much trouble. Even though she didn't like her, she indeed wasn't a third party. She wasn't the one who leaked the rumor either. It might really have been an old roommate. She had complained about the two of them in the dorm back then, but it was just out of anger. After saying that, Lin turned toward the main camera. We broke up less than 6 months after getting together, and there was no third party. We were still trainees when we broke up. Then she turned and nodded to the other guests before heading back to her bedroom to change. The live camera then panned back to Zhang Xinyao. Zhang Xinyao couldn't hold it in anymore. She had finally cleared her name. She collapsed against her best friend and sobbed, saying that she had told everyone she wasn't a home wrecker. Why did everyone accuse me? I've been so wronged. Don't cry, Yao Yao, it was all a misunderstanding. It's fine now, it's fine. It's good that everything has been cleared up. The other guests also offered their comfort. With all this drama, the show's popularity instantly skyrocketed. Sister Yao Yao, it breaks our hearts to see you cry like this. Xiao Xiao also squatted in front of her, looking deeply affectionate. Wasn't this the perfect moment for an official couple match like him to step in? The bullet screen began to complain in unison. Is that it? Is that it? I waited all day just for this? The plot update is so disappointing. The pacing is too slow. They didn't even fight. How disappointing. Why isn't Lao Liu back? They need a three-way confrontation to make things clear. The writers this season are terrible. Just when it was getting good, it ended. The Ye Xiao King Cheng CP fans refused to accept this. We just gathered and now we're disbanding. Xiao Xiao is so enthusiastic. They look so good together. I told you so, Yao Yao is not that kind of person. Sue the person who started the rumor. The leaker only mentioned surnames and never named names. What are you going to sue them for? Guys, could he have gotten together with Yao Yao after breaking up with Lin Lin? Stop reading the gossip. Lao Liu's new songs are being uploaded and they are free. Damn, they are all free, and there are 4 of them. He is the most decent idol ever. No money, no VIP needed to listen. Even the director was a bit depressed. Liu King lay back in his dedicated chair. Sigh, they are all top stars. Non-celebrity shows are so much easier to direct. Once they sign the contract, they will argue when told to argue and fight when told to fight. This is so fake. How could the female lead actually apologize to the second female lead? No, we can't let this hype slip away just like that. When Lao Liu gets back tomorrow, I need to find a way to get them to interact more. Li Lu returned to the Heartbeat cabin early in the morning. Even though he was just coasting along, he couldn't push it too far. After Lin Lin cleared things up in person last night, the whole storm was finally diffused. He didn't have to feel too awkward anymore. It was all just a misunderstanding. Everyone was in the living room, and it seemed like they were waiting for him. Shoot, Lao Liu, you're finally... Lao Liu, turns out you're quite the romantic. Brother Liu, those songs were awesome. Several male guests came over warmly to greet him, bringing the brotherhood vibe to a peak in a harmonious atmosphere. Beep, beep, beep. The Heartbeat bear on the table let out a roar, and everyone gathered around. Attention all guests, attention all guests. This is already the 3rd day of everyone being together. To help the male and female guests get to know each other better, the first outdoor mission is now active. Male and female guests will pair up to form star teams. We will randomly select 5 viewers from the live stream and help them fulfill their wishes. As long as the request is reasonable and legal, please do your best to make it happen. The pair with the highest completion rate and viewer satisfaction will win a private date. All livestream viewers can participate in the draw. If the location is too far to reach on the same day, the slot will be voided. Thank you for your understanding. After the bear finished speaking, the livestream chat exploded with excitement. Although there was a teaser last night about a surprise today, so this was it. Should I gift glow sticks or planes? I only have 10 cents. Heartbeat number 1 is ready. Start the draw already. I will gift 10,000 rockets. I want Li Lu to be my man for a day. This show is free. Where the hell did you get a number 1 or rockets from? Pick me, please pick me. I want to propose to my girlfriend, seriously. I hope to get your blessings. Pick me, pick me. I want Li Shihan to be my girlfriend for a day. Can a female guest give me a massage? Darn it, if I win, can I request that no male guests come? Xiao, 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 xiao. Back at the Heartbeat scene, the guests were in an uproar. Wow, how are we pairing up? Is it a random draw or do we choose each other? Lao Liu is set, the rest of you can step aside. The Heartbeat bear eyes glowed red as it explained the rules again. It is a random draw, but the female guests will draw the male guests to pair with them. That's not fair, I want to draw too. Yang Shu complained there were way too many female privileges on the show. The lucky viewers can be drawn by the male guests. After the bear finished speaking, the staff had already brought up a lottery machine. Female guests can now come up and draw their partners. The prize pool contains the names of the 5 male guests. 1 turn per person, fair and square. The camera panned to the 5 female guests standing on the other side. They looked at each other, and no one stepped forward yet. Can I skip the draw? I want to choose my partner. Li Shihan, who had been hiding in the back, suddenly raised her hand, and everyone turned to look at her. Li Lu was also curious. Wasn't she always the type to just go with the flow? She usually just did whatever others arranged. But soon he felt a shiver run down his spine as everyone's eyes quickly shifted back to him. Why is everyone looking at me? Haha, Lao Li. So Li Xian's crush is you? Ignoring the male guest's teasing, the heartbeat bear spoke again. Please respect the rules. This round is a random pairing. Not far away in the production crew area, Chief Director Liu King was also a bit speechless. The washed-up minor celebrity they brought in just to fill the slot, how did he suddenly become so popular? No rush. If he is still this popular in a few days, I will arrange it for you too. The show promotes whoever brings traffic, regardless of how famous or washed up they are. I'll be the first. Liu Mian stepped forward. As the senior, she definitely had to go first. It didn't matter who she partnered with. It was all acting anyway, and variety shows were just performance work. As long as it wasn't him, to save everyone the awkwardness. The lottery machine flashed colorful lights, and the name selected was Xiao Xiao. Wow, it's Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, why is your face turning red? Xiao Xiao, isn't Han your crush? Xiao Xiao, we know you're excited, but don't show it too much. We're filming right now. Everyone began to tease Xiao Xiao, who was the youngest and easily embarrassed. Liu Mian silently stepped back. It really wasn't him, and she felt a trace of disappointment for some reason. Lin Lin went second and drew Zhang Wen. Let's do our best together. Zhang Wenbo's face was flushed, but he felt like he had just swallowed a fly. Is God playing with me? Being paired with her again is just humiliating. Lei Shihan went third, chanting in her heart, Li Lu, Li Lu. But it turned out to be Lin Xuan. There were 2 men and 2 women left. According to default order, Yao Yao was next. Sun Nuon was the youngest, so she would definitely draw last. Chang Xinyao was also chanting in her mind, please let it not be him, please let it not be him. Wait. Sister Yao, can I draw? Su Nuon called out, with only 2 left, if she went last, she would get whoever was left. I don't want that. I don't want my fate to be in someone else's hands. I want to draw Brother Lu myself. Even if I don't, I'll accept it. Oh sure, you go ahead. Zhang Xinyao naturally wouldn't refuse. They were all harmonious sisters on the show. Besides, who went first didn't really make a difference. It was all up to luck anyway. The colorful lights flashed, and the name drawn was Yang Shu. Oh, this is so embarrassing. Little Nuon calls me uncle. Do the 2 of us look like a match? Yang Shu was thrilled in his heart. It was exactly what he wanted. Old Yang, how about our groups? Liu Mian rolled her eyes at him. You dirty old man who can't see right through you. Forget it, wouldn't that break the rules? Peft, your smile is practically touching your ears. No way did I smile, I was just embarrassed. Each having received a young partner, they began to mock each other. There was no need to draw for the last slot, because only 1 pair was left. It had been a few days since the show started, and this was the first time Li Lu and Zhang Xinyao looked each other in the eye. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Earlier, when Lin Lin didn't draw him, he thought he was quite lucky. They had just gone through the ex's drama with a 3rd wheel crashing in, and now being paired together would be agonizing. But now he was immediately paired with Yao Yao. Wouldn't this make it impossible to explain? Zhang Xinyao's heart was bleeding. Why him? Why him? This stingy man falsely accused me of being the other woman. She had been cursed at all day, and even now many people still didn't believe the truth. The show crew did this on purpose, right? I actually hit the 20% chance. Didn't they say it was fair and square? With the close-up shot of the 2, the bullet comments also peaked instantly. Haha, is the show doing this on purpose? Please remove the crap. Awesome, the Yixio Qingcheng shipper army is starting to assemble. The production team is definitely stirring up trouble. This is so fake, I can't watch this anymore. What era is this, still using a lottery machine? Even 5 blind boxes with names on them would be fairer than this. I love it, I just love such melodramatic scripts. I knew yesterday's drama had a second half, and here it is. Are they both reluctant, or are they both secretly thrilled? Where is the micro-expression expert? A staff member wheeled in a computer, and the 2 guests began to draw a lucky viewer. To connect with them live and then determine their task. Liu Mian and Xiao Xiao were the first group, and they sat in front of the computer. They would take a random screenshot of the countless bullet comments. Whomever's comment was captured, the staff would contact them backstage to connect live or call them on the spot. Hello. The first lucky viewer was drawn and Liu Meian and Xiao Xiao greeted them. Is that Liu Meian? Is that my goddess? Haha, yes, I am Liu Meian. Is there anything I can help you with? Sister Liu Meian, I'm a fan of yours. I've liked you for over 20 years. Thank you. Tell me, what is your wish? Liu Meian complained in her mind, I haven't even been in the industry for 20 years. Sister Liu Meian, I just bought a 2 million yuan apartment and paid a 200,000 down payment. Why don't you guys come over tomorrow and pay off the balance for me? I will be waiting for you at the sales office in Tyne District, Guangzhou. In front of the camera, Liu Meian and Xiao Xiao looked completely dumbfounded and turned to look at the director nearby. What should we do with this wish? Do you guys arrange this? More importantly, if we really have to make it happen, who is paying for it? On the speakerphone, the lucky viewer's voice kept coming through. Sister Liu Meian, are you still there? Did you hear me clearly? I'm at the sales office in Tyne District, Guangzhou. There's a flight here tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. Sister Liu Meian, I've been a fan for 20 years. Hello, are you guys there? The bullet comments were also going wild with laughter. No one expected the first viewer to be so dramatic. What a genius. The two guests are completely lost. No way, the production team wants to back out. So funny, the very first wish went completely off the rails. This script is good. The viewer is probably one of their own, just passing money from the left hand to the right hand, all for entertainment. The director's voice appeared in the live broadcast room, no longer going through the toy bear. Please keep your requests reasonable. Don't make them ridiculous, and certainly not this ridiculous. We will draw again. This one is void. We are a serious dating show live stream, not a place for you to pull stunts. If everyone makes requests like this, how are we supposed to record this show? Ignoring the screen full of complaints, Liu Meian and Xiao Xiao prepared to take a screenshot again. Wow, this is so exciting. I can't believe it's actually me. A man's voice came from the phone. Hello, I'm Liu Meian. I am Xiao Xiao. Is there anything we can do for you? It's like this. I've been preparing to propose to my girlfriend recently. Could you guys come and help me? Of course. May I ask which city you are in? This group was quickly settled, and the other guest groups watching from behind were all green with envy. Other variety shows have had this kind of segment too, with all kinds of bizarre requests for help. The best kind is definitely a proposal, both romantic and sweet. The audience loves watching it, and the celebrities love acting in it. Li Lu and Zhang Xinyo stood on the very outskirts, tacitly staying back without squeezing forward. Hiding in the camera's blind spot, Zhang Xinyo turned off her micro. Li Lu understood what she meant. She wanted to say something to him. Long time no see. Li Lu spoke first. Just as Yang Shu had said that day, he couldn't let the girl be the first to greet him. I thought you were going to pretend you didn't know me. I just haven't had the chance. Sorry about yesterday. Hey, it's fine. Didn't make things clear? Yao Yao glared at him, thinking, you two can make a fuss all you want, just don't drag me into it. Then she continued, be careful. Don't say the wrong things again and make people misunderstand us. Yeah, I understand. Li Lu nodded, knowing she didn't want others to know they'd actually dated. Previously, both of them had denied it, claiming it was just for the sake of the drama. If it were really exposed, both of their public personas would collapse, which would be like slapping their own faces. Don't act like you don't know me at all either. That's too fake. Yao Yao immediately made another demand. They had agreed to break up and completely cut ties. But now that they had met, acting so distant and resolute, even a kid could see there was something going on between them. Okay. Just call me Yao Yao, that's what you used to call me. Okay. Be more natural. Since we haven't seen each other in so many years, your expression should also show a tiny bit of surprise from reuniting. Okay. Li Lu immediately beamed with joy. A reunion of old friends. This was probably how he would look if he met Gao Xiaolan. Wow, forget it. I'm seriously speechless. What is with that look of utter despair while trying to smile? How has your acting regressed to this point? No wonder Hanan couldn't carry you. All right. Li Lu sighed. The little fairy really had too many demands. I'll do whatever you ask, I'll just cooperate with you. Sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Zhang Xinyo knew she seemed to have said the wrong thing. That was just how she usually complained about him to Hanan, just as a joke. He was so sensitive it must have hurt him again. Everyone knew that his acting career was completely ruined after that film. Thinking about it, it was quite pitiful. The first major movie he took on after breaking up with her flopped so hard. Blessings never come in pairs and misfortunes never come alone. No wonder he could write a song like A Person Like Me. Looking at his lonely and dejected figure, she really felt sorry for him. Sometimes when she thought about the little moments of happiness they shared, she wondered if she had done something wrong back then. He must have harbored resentment in his heart, which was why he never contacted her again. It's fine, I'm indeed not cut out to be an actor. Lilu mocked himself. He had let it go long ago and had some self-awareness. If it weren't for the system, he wouldn't even know how to sing anymore. How relaxing it would be to just go home and farm. Actually, your acting wasn't really that bad. I'm really not just saying that to comfort you. Yao Yao was really afraid that the more she explained, the worse it would get. He was so petty. Your singing is so beautiful. I've already added a few of your songs to my playlist. She wasn't trying to praise him intentionally. They really sounded great. Sister Liu Mian was right. It was a pity she wasn't the female lead and almost ended up as the malicious second female lead. Who wouldn't want to be the female lead in a story like that? Look at Lin Lin. Her follower count, which hadn't budged for years, surged overnight. At this level, it's very hard to gain followers. Those who would follow had already done so. Everyone felt sorry for her. Her public appeal was unmatched. Haha. As they chatted, Yang Shu looked over from not far away. Hey, come over and draw the viewers. What are you two still whispering about over there? The bullet comments followed the camera and turned to the two of them. What did they whisper? Why didn't the camera show it just now? There's definitely something going on between these two. Something is off with them. The two of them are definitely acting weird. Don't panic, it's just old lovers catching up. After Lilu selected the user, the call connected. Hello, how can I help? Is this Lilu and Yao Yao? Yes. I want you to join me for a meal. A friend of mine is getting married. Of course, you don't have to pay the wedding gift money. Just tag along and have a meal with me. Of course. Lilu was secretly delighted. This task was simple, suited him perfectly, and made it easy to slack off. But buddy, when is the wedding? We have date and location restrictions. We can only do it within these 2 days. Tomorrow. The venue is a beach hotel in Yekeng, which shouldn't be too far from your filming location. Sure, please leave the phone number and address with our staff, and we will be there on time tomorrow morning. Perfect. Travel today, feast tomorrow. That's another 2 days of slacking off. The Heartbeat Bear made another appearance. We have assigned a camera crew to each pair. Over the next 2 days, we hope the guests will cooperate well and spark some romantic chemistry. Yekeng, the capital of Gyeongju. It was about 200 kilometers from here. Taking the high-speed rail would have been the most convenient, but for the sake of filming, they took the sponsor's van instead. It was quite spacious. The two of them sat in the back seat with a camera set up in front of them. Zhang Xinyao reached her foot over and lightly stepped on him as he sat next to her. She was truly speechless. They were still streaming live, yet he hadn't said a single word. Was he planning to lean back and sleep the whole way? They had just agreed not to pretend to be strangers. Who was he acting like this for? Huh? Lilu looked at her in confusion. Why was she stepping on his foot? Seeing her looking out the window, acting completely oblivious, he figured it out. The weather is pretty nice today. Yao Yao stared at him, her eyes wide. Why didn't you just ask if she had eaten yet? This was a dating show. Shouldn't there be at least a little bit of romance? Never mind. If she waited for him to start a conversation, they would die of awkwardness. We haven't seen each other in years. How did you get so good at singing? Maybe it's just talent. The system could probably count as a type of talent too. Shameless. I remember when we filmed that drama, you auditioned for the theme song, but the director passed on you. Joking about the past was a way to bring them closer and show they had a good personal relationship. Haha, I really wasn't very good at singing back then. Lilu wasn't annoyed by her teasing. Even if he were to sing it now, he would probably still get passed on. Unless, of course, the song was written by him. To be precise, generated by his system. You sing so well now. You must have gone through a lot these past few years. Yao Yao began to empathize with his struggles, thinking he had been working hard in silence for years before finally making a breakthrough. Haha, not really, it was just so-so. I really envy you singer-songwriters. Writing songs is so hard. Everyone has their own specialty. You're great at acting. Lilu switched into compliment mode, making sure she didn't feel ignored. That's different. Being able to write your own story into a song is such a romantic thing. If you like, I can write one for you sometime. Lilu was very generous about it. It was no big deal to him. Writing a song was just a matter of blinking his eyes, and there it was. Even if she used to wet the bed as a kid, he could probably get the system to roll out a bed-wetting song for her. Are you kidding me? Zhang Xinyao blushed. She had just wanted to compliment him on his talents. Why was he flirting with her, writing a song for her? What would that imply? They weren't in that kind of relationship anymore. Although they were supposed to act natural and maybe show a bit of chemistry, this was going too far. Without them realizing, the main camera feed had switched to their car and fans were already going wild. They seem really close. Even after not seeing each other for years, they don't seem distant at all. Well, obviously, they used to build a ship together to get fans, of course they're close. What is going on with Yao Yao? She actually blushed. Old Six offered to write her a song. That guy is definitely up to no good. Old Six songs are basically worth nothing to him anyway. That is how reckless talented people can be. It's just for show, don't fall for it. Every good song takes heart and soul to write. It is not as simple as it looks on the surface. Oh no, he's both handsome and talented. Yao Yao is in danger. Can you believe that their drama from years ago is behind a paywall again? You need a VIP membership to watch it now. They really know how to milk the hype. They will piggyback on anything. I just rewatched it, and it was actually really good. They looked like such a good match back then. The next day they met up in the hotel lobby. They had arrived in Yiking the night before to rest up for today's event. Why are you dressed like that? Zhang Xinyao frowned. He was wearing a sharp black suit with meticulously styled hair. He looked tall, handsome, mature, and incredibly charming. The crew gave it to me. It's not like you're the groom today. Tiptoeing, she rested one hand on his chest and raised her other hand high, messing up the neat hairstyle the show stylist had just done. There, that's better. Guys just don't know how to style themselves. She took a couple of steps back to look at him again, but still felt something was off. With his hair messed up, he looked slightly roguish. Why did he look even more handsome now? Thump, thump, thump. Her heart was beating a little too fast. Why was he still so good-looking? Weren't good-looking men supposed to be unreliable? Zhang Xinyao took a deep breath, took off her own baseball cap and put it on his head. The long brim of the cap finally toned down his striking looks. Put on some sunglasses. Don't get recognized and cause a scene before we even get to eat. The plan was for them to go on stage with the lucky viewers to congratulate the newlyweds toward the end of the wedding. Got it, whatever you say. Lilu was prepared, pulling a pair of sunglasses out of his own pocket. When the live stream switched to their feed, the bullet comments surged. Watching from yesterday till now, out of the 5 couples, why does it feel like these two have the most chemistry? Lilu is so obedient, I want a boyfriend just like him. That is pure doting. They don't look like they are acting at all. I need to find the same pink baseball cap Yao Yao is wearing. I want to buy one for my boyfriend too. The other couples are so awkward. The female guests all seem a bit resistant. These two have had practice. When their drama aired, their interactions were even more intense than this. Lilu is such a scumbag. He was passionately in love with Lin Lin just a while ago, and now he is flirting with my Yao Yao. Are you sure it's not Yao Yao flirting with him? Yao Yao is a professional idol drama female lead. Flirting with him is a piece of cake for her. On camera, Zhang Xinyao fussed over him for a while before finally looking satisfied. Alright, let's...
At a hotel by the sea, Li and Lu also met today's lucky audience member at the entrance. My name is Wang Jin, hello. Hello. The three of them exchanged quick pleasantries and were led into the venue. The venue was already beautifully decorated, and there were many guests. It wasn't out of place that a staff member holding simple filming equipment followed closely behind them. Mr. Wang, how are you related to the groom? Lilu found a topic to chat about. This Wang Jin was somewhat handsome, but he looked gloomy. I don't know the groom, I'm on the bride's side. After Wang Jin said this, they were led to the bride's side of the guest seating. Hey. Lilu didn't ask any further, assuming he was probably the bride's brother. Later, they would just go up with him, say a few words of congratulations, take some photos together, and today's task would be complete. Wang Jin sat opposite the two of them, with a few TV crew members in between, just enough to fill the table. He didn't speak either, completely expressionless as if lost in thought. Zhang Xinyao leaned in closer to Li Lu with her head tilted. Hey, why do I feel like something is off with this guy? I don't know either. Maybe his sister is getting married and he's sad to let her go. That's not what I mean. Why isn't he talking to us at all? No wonder Yao Yao found it strange. Normally, anyone sitting next to celebrities would be incredibly excited. This guy won the draw, which meant he was a fan, so it was indeed very strange. How should I know? Maybe we're just not his cup of tea. While they were still whispering, Wang Jin suddenly spoke up. I am her ex-boyfriend. Without waiting for them to get over their shock, he continued, as if talking to himself. I only found out she was getting married today when I received her wedding invitation. We were together for 5 years. When we first met, I was penniless, and she was the one who stayed by my side through those dark times. Later, as my career got better, more and more conflicts grew between us. Hey, actually, they were all trivial matters. I thought she was always making a big deal out of nothing, and she felt I didn't care enough. In the end, we still broke up. As Wang Jin shared his story, the two sitting opposite him were already in utter shock. Bro, then what are we doing here today? Li Lu's head was spinning. Damn it, you're the ex, what are you even doing here? And you even brought 2 celebrities along. Are you planning to cause a scene? I only found out she was getting married when I got her invitation a few days ago. We once promised each other that if we ever broke up, whoever got married first, the other must go to the wedding to offer blessings. I see. Okay, that's fine then. Li Lu felt much more relieved. It was good that he was just here to offer blessings. He thought it would be a simple task, and was worried the guy was here to cause trouble. At that moment, the music started, and the wedding officially began. A group of groomsmen and bridesmaids walked into the hall, livening up the atmosphere under the master of ceremonies' lead. Li Lu glanced over. The groom was tall, honest-looking and beaming with joy. He looked like a genuinely good guy, waiting on stage all by himself for the bride to arrive. On this end, Wang Jin was completely unaffected and continued telling his story. I heard 2 of your songs yesterday and played them on loop all night. Oh, I see. No wonder you watched the live stream. Li Lu understood a little. The guy didn't really look like a celebrity fan. He must have projected his own story onto the music. The 2 of us were just like that. One thought the other wouldn't leave, and the other thought they would try to make them stay. Naturally, the relationship came to an end. Haha bro, look on the bright side. Li Lu originally wanted to say there are plenty of other fish in the sea. But seeing his current state, he didn't look like he was in the mood for jokes. Thank you for your songs, they gave me courage. Haha, no need really. Li Lu waved his hands modestly. What did he mean giving him courage? That's the wrong choice of words. Just some comfort is fine. Wang Jin fell silent again and the wedding officially kicked off. After a few warm-up performances, the bridesmaids' talents drew bursts of cheering. Wang Jin's table was dead silent, leaving Lu Yao Yao and the crew members shivering in discomfort. They were in no mood to watch the performances. They just wanted to eat quickly and get out. The master of ceremonies asked the groom a few questions, and then everyone turned to look at the entrance at the other end of the venue. Li Lu stared curiously as well, wanting to see what the bride looked like. The live stream chat was also laughing hysterically. No one expected the lucky viewer to be an ex. Bro, you forgot to bring your hat inside. Haha, Li Lu and Yao Yao are scared out of their minds. Is this mission meant to crash the wedding? This guy is a real trooper, still coming to bless his ex after breaking up. I can't see clearly. The bride is in, why isn't the cameraman giving a close-up? I think he is a simp. She's getting married, yet you still followed her here. Confirmed simp +1. Those calling him a simp must be elementary school kids who don't know anything about feelings. There are so many kids these days calling everyone a simp. On stage, the master of ceremonies began hosting the ceremony. Groom, standing on this happy stage today and receiving blessings from all your friends and family. How are you feeling right now? Now let's ask the happiest woman here today, what do you think of him? Though the couple's exchange of vows was full of cliches, the guests still watched with great interest. Even Li Lu and Yao Yao, who were outsiders, could feel the joy of their happiness. No matter how things turn out for them in the future, their wedding day is bound to be the most exciting day of their lives. After a long speech of romantic wisdom, The master of ceremonies turned to the groom and said, "So one last question. Tell everyone proudly, are you ready?" "I am." The groomsmen led the whole crowd in cheering. It was finally time. "Sir, do you take the lady by your side to be your lawfully wedded wife, to share your life with?" The groom's voice was loud and clear, full of anticipation. "And do you mistake?" "I object." Without waiting for the master of ceremonies to finish, and certainly not waiting for his ex-girlfriend Zhang Jia to answer, Wang Jin spoke up. Li Lu and the others were completely dumped. Here it came, their worst fear was coming true. Everyone turned to look at their table. What was going on? Li Lu silently put on his face mask. It wasn't him. "I object. You two cannot be together." Wang Jin stood up and walked over to stand in front of Li Lu. "I really like 2 of your songs. I hope you can witness our love." Li Lu cursed in his head. "What does this have to do with me?"